Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451, Earl of Glasgow. According to Alan's previous idea, after his new garden is built and moved out, the old castle here will be renovated, and the film and television company and some elderly servants' residences will be placed here, as well as some old vehicles. I won't take it with me. Point in this way, hundreds of houses can be freed up, which will also be beneficial to the future development of the company. Point. Although he didn't build any company buildings or office buildings, how many companies in the world have their headquarters in an old castle? Just say that the quality of this office location is superior to more than 99% of ordinary companies in the world. Now Alan is short of money recently. He wants to expand his Western restaurant and start selling medicine next year, and he has to invest a lot of money in the early stage. Each of these plans requires money everywhere, and he doesn't like to bring others along to play with financing and loans. But these plans now only rely on his few old money-making projects. They can be maintained, but they are unable to expand rapidly. He now needs to make some quick money to replenish his dwindling coffers. At this juncture, it would cost nearly £10 million to renovate a castle, even to the lowest standard. Right, his old castle might not be worth much if it were to be sold, but it would be very expensive to repair, because this thing is considered an ancient building, or a Category A protected ancient building. When ordinary people repair a house, they can directly tear it down and rebuild it, or they can renovate it again. The money spent is not outrageous, but if Alan really wants to renovate the castle according to his own vision, the cost will be expensive. Why? Class A protected ancient building. Alan thought for a while, suddenly raised his head, and asked a question that made Hoot a little nervous. Since my castle at home is also a protected ancient building, can I ask the Welsh Assembly to apply for a fund to repair the castle for me? Looking for the council. Who? Te was a little confused. He had been a housekeeper for so long, and he had seen the old earl get weapons and ammunition from his family through various strange channels, but he had never seen anyone asking the council for money to repair his own castle. Isn't it inappropriate? You can't bully people like this, right? What if you do this? Is the next step for the young master to prepare for restoration and then start collecting taxes and plundering people's wealth? Can't you, Alan, asked this question very confidently, as if the Welsh Parliament was his little treasury. Master, well, although the castle at home is a Category A protected building, there are related funds for the maintenance of these ancient buildings, but we can't count it. If you still live here and are still the owner of this castle, please pay for all the repair work on this castle, and the Welsh Assembly is not responsible for this. Who? Ted tried his best to explain, trying to get Alan to give up the idea. Then, since I'm going to move soon, I don't count as living here. Can't I ask the Welsh Parliament to allocate funds for me to build the castle? Who? Ted tried his best to keep smiling. He really tried his best, but these explanations seemed unconvincing to his young master. Okay, Alan was a little irritable and wanted money everywhere. Where should he get money? Does a broken castle still require him to expend energy and painstaking efforts to raise funds? Seeing Alan's frown and irritability, Hoot opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment and said, Master, why don't you go out for a walk these 2 days to see how other nobles' castles operate and see more of them? Can the operation method also bring you some inspiration and take a break? Feeling that his young master had become more and more irritable recently, Hoot used a subtle trick to suggest to Alan without leaving any trace that he should go out for a walk and relax. Oh, that's a good suggestion. Where to go? Alan was very tempted by Hoot's suggestion. If he didn't go far, it might be okay to visit other nobles' homes. He rarely went out to visit before. First, he had few connections. This was an old problem. Although Hoot has been with the old count for so many years, and he knows people, how can the housekeeper of the family bring the current head of the family to the house to establish relations? This is not random. A few years ago, even if Alan was licking his face and looking for someone to have a relationship with, it would have been difficult for them to talk to him or not. To put it bluntly, things like personal connections are just things disguised as exchanges of interests. No matter how many people an ordinary person knows, what's the use of not having a good relationship when you really need to use the so-called personal connections to do things? Do you dare to give less benefits, just relying on knowing some people, licking your face and giving nothing, just want to find others to do things? Is it possible? But now that Alan is doing well in life, he has some thoughts like this. It's not about building relationships, but just getting to know other nobles more. If you can talk, you can get along slowly, and if you can't, you can get along slowly. He won't be allowed to visit people he can't get along with, so there's no need to worry about this. As long as he can visit, there is a high probability that he can date them. He only needs to consider whether these people are worthy of his further friendship. Well, young master, I do have a very suitable candidate. Although he is older than you, he only succeeded to the throne 2 years earlier than you. When the master visited his home before, he had not succeeded to the throne. He was the one who accompanied you. I'm following the master to visit his family's manor. Their manor was open to the public in the past 70 years. They have rich experience in manor management, so you might as well go and have a look. Oh, as for the aristocracy, there are those who are well off, just like in the movies, who come in and out with groups of servants and are well dressed and well fed. Alan is now barely involved. But there are also those who don't mix well. When the family is lonely, they have to find ways to start a business to make a living. They have mountains and rivers to support them. The ancestral homes of these noble families are very large, so they took up the ancestral idea to open the old homes and do some business for visiting. Ordinary people can also have fun in the homes of nobles, see what the homes of old nobles are like, and visit the collections in the homes of nobles. The only price they need to pay is to spend money to buy tickets. Ticket prices vary depending on the size of each castle and the beauty of the location. It is said that one ticket costs tens of pounds. It can receive hundreds or even thousands of tourists on an opening day, which can bring in tens of thousands of pounds in revenue. You can live happily, even if you save some flowers anyway. There is a noble way to live for the noble, and there is a way to live for the poor. Now that he can go and inspect it in person, Alan is still looking forward to it. Who can I make an appointment? The Boyles, Earl of Glasgow, Patrick Robin Archibald Boyle. Oh, it's him. I know him. Go call his housekeeper and make an appointment for me. I'll go to him and ask him about his experience in running the manor. Speaking of this person, Alan was not familiar with him. Everyone could only be acquainted with him. He had met the Earl of Glasgow when he was in the House of Lords. He was a very mild-tempered and a bit unconventional little old man. I'm over 50 years old, but I can only say that I have a childish innocence. When he was in the House of Lords, Alan had never seen him speak at all. He seemed so tired that every time he went there, it was a routine. Alan had very little interaction with him, and he never expected that the old man would be running the manor at home privately. Okay, young master, I'll go now. Seeing that Alan finally gave up the idea of going to the Welsh Parliament to extort money to repair the garden, Huth secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fairly, Ayrshire, Scotland. This is the ancestral land of the Boyle family and the location of their ancestral home. This family is very different from the Hill family. The Hill family has a small family, like Alan's father, who can give birth to 2 sons. That would be quite an achievement. But the Boyle family is different. Their family is widely spread and prosperous, but in terms of status, there are not many people in the main line. There are only 6 members now. The current patriarch of the Boyle family is the Earl of Glasgow. The patriarch of their family is not elected. It can only be held by the Earl of Glasgow, and no one else can. Although there are few people in the main line, they have titles, and in the local area rounding it off is almost equivalent to the 2 emperor. They are the same as local squire families in China. Kelburn Castle, the old home of the Boyle family, has a history of about 500 or 600 years. It has been rebuilt or restored several times. The current style is a French castle style. It looks like a barn from a distance, which is ugly and cute. On the afternoon of November 24th, Kelburn Castle, which has been in business for many years, was temporarily closed to the public. 2 days in advance, the current Earl of Glasgow arranged for his family servants and family members to come to the castle to clean the castle, in order to welcome the distinguished guests who were about to visit today. As for who the distinguished guest was, the old count did not say. Today's Alan. If you want to say he has a high status, the two of them are equal. Both are earls in comparison. The current Earl of Glasgow succeeded to the throne 2 years earlier than Alan. Logically speaking, he is older than Alan. But Alan is so popular that he directly follows the crown prince. Is this something that an ordinary rural aristocrat like him can compare to? In one thing, he is very similar to Alan. He doesn't have much experience in socializing with others. Before he succeeded to the throne a few years ago, the Earl of Glasgow was somewhat obsessed with political affairs and was very actively involved in local construction. He also served as the Lieutenant of Ayrshire, which can be said to be his best ability to exploit the camp point at the gate of Kelburn Castle. He put on the aristocratic clothes he had not worn for a long time. The Earl of Glasgow looked at the motorcade slowly driving along the country road in the distance, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. The Earl of Carmarthen, who is far away in Wales, is coming to the ancestral home of the Boyle family today to visit him, the current Earl of Glasgow. TSK. For this kind of meeting, the two earls will be in a classy mood. By taking advantage of Alan's fame, he can bring himself greater fame, which will also make it easier for him to act locally in the future. Hahaha, am I disturbing you, Robin? After the motorcade stopped in front of the gate of Kelburn Castle, several bodyguards got out of the car. After subconsciously making sure that the surrounding environment was safe, a bodyguard walked to Alan's car and informed him that he could get out of the car. It's already very cold in Scotland in November, and the current temperature in Ayrshire is only 7 or 8 degrees above 0. As soon as Alan got out of the car, Zio quickly put a windbreaker on him, a knee-length windbreaker, a grey scarf, and a traditional top hat. This scene would have looked very retro if it weren't for the car next to it that was a bit out of place. It's like dreaming back to the 19th century. Why bother? It's too late for me to welcome you. Alan's housekeeper told me a few days ago that you were coming to visit me. I started cleaning a few days in advance just to welcome you. Foreigners are not very reserved. Whatever they say, they always show their efforts. Alan handed the civilized stick in his hand to the small stone aside and faced the Earl of Glasgow, who personally greeted him at the gate, gave him a very warm hug, as if the two were old acquaintances. After exchanging a few pleasantries and taking the civilized stick from Zio, Alan took a look at the castle in front of him. It looked very new and there were several buildings that could clearly be seen to have been built later. However, the shape of this French castle always makes people feel a little less domineering and a little more indescribable, like the French, a little timid and not mighty. You've had a hard time traveling all the way. Can you come with me to visit first? Robin, the Earl of Glasgow, smiled and invited Alan to come in early. It seemed that the temperature was still above 0 today, but the cold wind was blowing bitingly. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to leave a good impression on Alan, he wouldn't want to be in the cold weather. They were standing outside talking. Okay, I came here today specifically to ask you to learn how to run the castle. Don't hold anything back. Alan smiled and tapped the grass on the ground with a civilized stick. According to the traditional rules among nobles, when a friend or distinguished guest comes to visit your home for the first time, what is the first procedure? Of course, it is to take the distinguished guests to visit the honor room at home. Showing off the achievements of your ancestors will not only popularize the family history to your guests, but you will also feel proud of yourself. Although most people in Scotland do not have good feelings towards the English, and they argue for independence every year, the family of the Earl of Glasgow is not among these people. Their ancestors were indeed awesome, but the composition of their family was somewhat criticized by others. It's because their family is one of the biggest Soviet traitors. When England and Scotland were fighting each other, the first Earl of Glasgow took a bribe of as much as £20,000 and then instantly transformed from a pro-French to a pro-British. The kind of staunch thief. Don't underestimate the £20,000 back then. In that era, George III only spent £5,000 to buy Buckingham Palace from the Duke of Buckingham. Just think what a huge sum of money £20,000 was at the time. As for Earl Robin's ancestor, what he did next was very embarrassing. He took the bribe from the British masters, so he must do something. Then their family corrupted several nobles, ranging from dukes to viscounts. Pulling these Scottish nobles, everyone sold the Scots together and made a fortune together. Later the United Kingdom was established. Their ancestors made great contributions to the formation of the United Kingdom between Scotland and England. Later, after the establishment of the United Kingdom, the entire Glasgow became their family's territory. There were people on top, and they were the leading party. The Earl of Glasgow of that generation was unparalleled. He had a lot of dirty money in his hands, and then vigorously developed their family. The territory later developed into a large city that is ranked high in the UK and the largest city in Scotland, Glasgow. Chapter 450. To this heart is really dark. As a traitor family, they lived a very prosperous life back then, but who would have thought that just a few hundred years later, the family would become like this? The castle sells tickets for people to visit. Alan followed Earl Robin in the honor room of his home and looked at the statue of their ancestor. The man on it had very sparse hair, but the armor on his body was carved very majestically. This was the first Earl suit. If this person knew that hundreds of years later, his descendants would be using their castle to sell tickets to make money, I wonder if they would jump out of the coffin and be hacked to death by Count Robin. After a cursory visit to the Boyle family's room of honor, Alan discovered that the work his family had done in Scotland over the years was very similar to his own. They were all places of stabilization or suppression. No wonder the old count came to visit their home before. It turns out that we are colleagues, but because they are Scots themselves, the Boyle family can sell Scots and make dirty money. Although their family is theoretically a military general, they are still a literary politician and cannot be tough. There is no way they can be as ruthless as the Hill family. So, the result is that it is like this now. Their previous territory was the city of Glasgow, but what about now? He could only retreat to this small rural county of Ayrshire next to Glasgow and become a small rich man. To compare horizontally, the city next to the Hill family, Carmarthen Town, has a population of more than 30,000. The city next to the Boyles, Glasgow, has a population of nearly 600,000. This is the serious consequence of nobles losing their prestige. They are both places of repression, and they are also earls. There is such a big gap between them and the Hill family. The Boyle family has even lost the family's basic fiefdom. This is no better than the prodigal family of Duke Angus. If a nobleman loses his title, what can he do? The Earl of Glasgow and their family now seems to be somewhat unstable. Thinking of this, Alan narrowed his eyes, put his arms around Robin's neck and said, "The glory of your family's ancestors is really respectable, but in recent years, the Boyle family seems to have no respectable achievements." After saying this, Earl Robin's face, which had been smiling just now, instantly became a little stiff. He knew what Alan was talking about, but if their family really dared to be like the Hill family and be as powerful in Wales, then their family would probably have been wiped out by the tough Scots long ago, before it could reach his generation. Wales is a shallow country with many bastards, and the Hill family is really brave and dares to take action, which led to the current situation. But they are not like Scotland. The Boyle family is not the largest in Scotland. There is also the Duke family above them. Besides, their family's military power is really not good. They can only develop the economy and strengthen themselves, and then they get out of control. Who wants to be like a park guard every day, opening the door to let civilians buy tickets to come in and visit? Isn't it a necessity of life? Hey. Robin sighed and patted Alan on the shoulder without saying anything. Seeing this guy's resigned look, Alan frowned and prepared to seduce Robin. "Do you want me to help you? Although I'm here to learn from you this time about the manor experience, I'm also very experienced in developing the power of the family. We can learn from each other. I heard that you were also in the Navy before. It feels that although the two seem to be close, they have just met after all. Alan is going to have sex first, seduce Robin, and see if he can get his takeaway company to open in Scotland. Since the Boyle family is traditional the Sutra family, your family could lead the way for the London lords back then, but now you can't lead the way for me, Mr. Allen. Snort, come on, go to my study. It will be tea time soon. Let's eat and chat. Robin nodded and was not in a hurry to answer Alan's words. Instead, he turned around and pulled Alan along, preparing to go to the study to drink afternoon tea and talk point along the way. I observed the interior decoration of Kelburn Castle point. To be honest, some of the decorations inside the castle always gave Alan a strange feeling, but he just couldn't figure out what was strange for a while. How's it going? I did all this myself. Robin, who was leading the way, pointed to the decorations on the handrails of the stairs and introduced them to Alan proudly. At this time, Robin gave people the feeling of a professional tour guide, looking at the sign hanging on the stairs, precious items, no touching, and then looking at the things on the stairs. Alan was extremely speechless. He finally realized what was strange here. The entire castle doesn't look like an ordinary home at all, but rather like a tourist attraction. All the decorations placed in the corridor were locked with small chains. Don't think that all foreigners are of high quality. Since the tall Javamal has embarked on the road of selling tickets to let people visit, and the door of his home is open, he has to be careful about ordinary people. If these things are not protected, Alan can guarantee that everything in their castle would be stolen within 3 days. After looking at it for a long time, Alan didn't have time to take a closer look at these things because he didn't have much time to look at them. Only now did he react when he saw what Count Robin was pointing at. On the handrail of the stairs, there is a piece of crocodile skin hanging, about 2 meters long. As for what kind it is, Alan couldn't recognize him anymore, all because the crocodile skin had been patinated, dark and shiny, and even the raised bone spurs on his back had been smoothed away. Look at the prohibition of touching hanging next to it warning board. How fucking ironic. The crocodile skin's belly is lying on the stair railing, from mouth to tail, directly resting on the railing. The crocodile's feet are firmly fixed on the railing of the stair railing by small wires. It is probably in their castle. Everything of value is locked. It seems that Count Robin has most likely suffered losses in these matters, otherwise he would not be so cautious. It's beautiful. Robin, you also like hunting. When you are free next year, we can make an appointment and hunt together. Hahaha. Okay, then I'll wait for your invitation. It is said to be afternoon tea, but the afternoon tea in the study is not so formal. There is no 3-tier pastry rack and nothing fancy. Robin looked at Alan. He knew that Alan had a rather reckless temper, so he deliberately created a wild and uninhibited attitude to cater to Alan, hoping to shorten the distance between the two parties. You weren't here a few days ago. At the House of Lords meeting last week, the Duke of Angus expressed concern about the security situation in Manchester and came up with another draft. There was a heated argument at the meeting. Robin first revealed a piece of news that he thought Alan would be interested in. There was a fierce quarrel. Who was quarreling with whom? Alan was indeed a little interested in this news, but what he was interested in was the quarrel. Faced with such serious concerns, he couldn't think of anyone who would stand up and object. It's just those people, the ones with dirty business in their hands. Duke Angus doesn't usually talk about this kind of topic. Now he suddenly talks about public security issues. Some people think he means something. This kind of problem. Robin shrugged and gave Alan a you-know look. Alan blinked and forgot about it. In his plan, he would first let Angus complain about the public security in Manchester in Parliament, and then he would slowly intervene. But after Robin's report, I didn't expect that someone had misunderstood. I guess to these people, the Duke of Angus's mention of the public security issue was not just referring to the Manchester area, but he was referring to something else. He was referring to their families involved in gangs. This is very hateful. Business is doing well. If someone is implicated, no one else has to stand up and argue. For example, those aristocratic families who are neither high nor low are very influential in the local area. They follow the path of joining forces, raising gangs and other things at home, and making some dirty money behind the scenes. They hide in being a protective umbrella for these gangs behind the scenes, not only making a lot of money, but also making a living. Now that Angus is messing with them, these people are a little sensitive. When he thought of those more jumping people, Alan sneered. Just make noise. Just think of it as finding something for Duke Angus to do. As long as they don't block the way, Alan doesn't want to touch them. But if it really blocks his way, wait and see. Is the increase in family power you just mentioned related to what Duke Angus is doing now? Robin asked with a smile. He is shrewd when it comes to those families who started as civil servants. Although he could not guess the process, after Alan leaked the information, he could already guess that the two things were related with the limited information. They were worthy of being a traditional traitorous family. The brain is so easy to use. I just don't know if you dare to play. Seeing that Count Robin seemed gentle, he was actually giving Alan a slight blow. Alan didn't care and started to play aggressive tricks with a smile. So what if you guessed it? Do you dare to play? There is a difference between being able to guess and daring to do it. This Robin looked at the smiling Alan and hesitated. The two of them are now talking to each other a little bit, saying that in Earl Robin's opinion, this is a bit urgent and can wait a little longer. Ha ha ha. Earl Alan, let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about your schedule for the past few days. Where do you want to visit in the afternoon? I have specially arranged a dinner for you. Let's leave time for visiting in the afternoon. It's not particularly rich, and we can't go far. Ha ha ha, I'm a guest. When I come to your place as a guest, of course I follow your arrangements. Alan didn't have much expectations for the so-called banquet. It was just a family dinner. Okay, let's go to some of my scenic spots and farms later. But, although the Boyle family lost the city of Glasgow, they still had a large amount of land in Ayrshire Point in the past. Their family had a forest farm, which was equivalent to his family's private hunting ground. At its peak, this hunting ground had hundreds of servants to take care of and patrol it. The hunting ground covering hundreds of acres has now been adapted to the trend and has been modified accordingly. The area where wild animals used to be has been separated and turned into a wildlife park, similar to half a protected area. Visitors can buy some souvenirs here, but they are not allowed to hunt or enter in the remaining area. A so-called dense forest style project was launched. The name sounds lofty, but look at it in person. What a fucking scam. They just built a winding path in the woods that is only big enough for one car. It's obviously because they are poor and can't build a road, so they have to put money on their face. They talk about a dense forest path, and they make it quite poetic. There is a small station similar to a service area along the way, which provides tourists with a rest and sells drinks, food, and local specialties such as nuts, which are specialty in the forest. This was originally a trashy item, but as long as it was stamped with the Boyle family crest, it could actually sell for a high price. After looking at Earl Robin's experience model, Alan was very inspired. Isn't this just a money trap? I can do it too. Who are those people? Young people today come out to do this so early. Alan stood by the car with a telescope and pointed at a group of young people working on the farm in the distance and asked. The main reason is that these young people wear flashy clothes. Although they wear uniform aprons on the outside, it can't hide the appearance of the clothes they wear underneath. These people don't look like people who can work in the countryside. Now they appear in groups on this farm, which gives people a very divided feeling. Ha ha ha. Alan, you really have too many good times and don't know the sufferings of the people. Earl Robin proudly pointed to the young people working on the farm in the distance and explained, I heard that all the servants in your family are full-time. Huh? Isn't that your family? Alan was a little confused when asked this question. I have full-time servants at home, but there are only 6 of them in total. The others are all hired. Do you think others are as rich as you? There are hundreds of full-time servants. How much does it cost? The monthly salary adds up to a lot, right? Huh. A part-time servant. Alan was a little bit reluctant to accept this. Most of the servants in his family are tenured. They enter the castle when they are young and work until they are old and can no longer work. Then they can retire and stay in the castle to do other jobs, such as guarding the gate, or impart experience to young servants, etc. Of course, some servants want to go home when they get old. At that time, they will be given a sum of money to go home and take care of themselves. When something happens to them, or the younger generation of the family wants to be a servant, the castle will also with this relationship. Priority will be given to hiring point, but if you switch to a part-time servant, your loyalty and enthusiasm for work will be greatly reduced. You see, these people are all college students at the University of Glasgow. During their holidays, I will issue some small tasks for them to complete as social practice. At that time, I will stamp my count on their recommendation letters. Zang. This way, the laborers don't need to be paid. They can also complete practical tasks and gain the recognition of the nobles, killing two birds with one stone. Alan looked at Earl Robin and then at the college students shoveling cow dung in the distance. What the hell is expected? It is a Suitsei family that has a lot of evil intentions. Not only does it let college students work without paying them, but it actually claims to be a social practice task for them. This is so fucking evil. Alan, has been around for so long. Even when he was treating the black duck, he never treated him badly. Chapter 453 Samantha Gates. Earl Robin's car is a 4-seater Jaguar XJ6 with dark green paint, the iconic 4-eye headlights, the leopard logo standing on the engine hood, and even the background color of the Jaguar logo on the wheels. Green, very much in line with their Scottish love of all kinds of green point. It was only after 5 o'clock when we left the Boyle family's forest farm. It was a little early to go back before the dinner, but I wanted to visit somewhere else. But it seemed that I didn't have enough time. Haha, I'll take you to a good place. Let's talk on the way. Earl Robin very enthusiastically invited Alan to ride in a car with him. Looking at his Jaguar, Alan smiled and waited for the new year. He must make sure that the Bentley he acquired produces a model specially for Scotland, with leather seats. The color of the chairs has been changed to green. When the time comes, come here and cut a wave of leeks. Ayrshire is a seaport city because it is close to the sea. Across the sea is Northern Ireland. When there was a famine there, many Irish people crossed the sea and came to Scotland to beg. As a result, about 30% of the people in Glasgow today are Irish. The terrain here is lowland and the environment is pretty good, suitable for large-scale planting. Alan humbly asked for advice. What crops do you mainly grow on your land? Barley, wheat, etc. Our area is the main lowland whiskey production area. My family also has a distillery. It's not profitable to grow crops, so I just grow raw materials for the distillery. Speaking of this, Earl Robin also side point, although the British aristocrats had a lot of land in the past, the output of the land did not make any money. If you change it to an ordinary person from a small family and rely on the agricultural subsidies provided by the government, but if you change it to an aristocrat with a large land, they have to work hard to grow barley for a year and sell it for Takiyat. If they can't sell it at a high price, they may spend a whole year. After coming down, I can only earn a hard-earned salary, and this does not include the wages of the domestic servants. If I don't get subsidies, I may still lose money. By growing his own raw materials and opening a winery, Earl Robin is already playing a closed ecological loop. Maybe his place is better, but the land at Alan's house has long been stopped. Farming means losing money. Under such circumstances, why should we farm? Why not just buy food? In addition, Wales is hilly and mountainous, and there are not as many plains as Scotland, so a lot of his family's land is used for grazing and breeding. Some small pieces of land are just for growing vegetables to be self-sufficient. If the terrain is not good, just use it as a wilderness anyway. The development and utilization of land is definitely not as meticulous as the Boyle family. Thinking about it this way, in the Earl of Glasgow's house, the servants are reduced to the lowest standard, and the rest are all temporary workers. Even the farm is a place where college students are tricked into prostitutes for free. It can be said that they have put enough effort into the details and saved money wherever they can save money. But this seems to save a lot of costs, but the safety of this person is greatly compromised. Ordinary college students are not proficient in farm work and their efficiency is high. Not to mention, they can't do it for a long time, right? Can your farm invite college students to work here all year round? Alan does not object to these delicate operations. They are all squeezed anyway. Save a little here and there. In the end, it has to be calculated. At least hundreds of thousands of pounds in wages can be saved a year. This is just labor costs. These are profits brought by things to him have not yet been calculated. Things with zero cost are still profitable, no matter how you calculate them. We have a large family. The heads of the main factories and farms all use younger members of the family, so we just find some work for them. The workers are made up of college students. I give them regular donations to the schools around here every year. Haha, those schools will also give priority to promoting my place. This is complementary to each other. I heard that you also donate to the school. Isn't this how your family operates? Robin gave Alan a strange look. This is also a fucking donation to the school. Alan is doing it so that William and Harry can go through the back door and receive better care, which will be easier to use when punishing people. As for Robin, it is also doing it to find free college student workers. Things have completely different effects in the hands of different people. Although they are not doing any good things, Alan's donation can be regarded as a pure donation. Robin can save labor costs, and the money he earns is definitely much more than the donation. You still need to study more, Alan sighed. Although everyone thinks about different things due to the specific reasons of each family, Robin has a lot to learn from him, such as the concept of saving money. Alan likes to be high-minded and detail-oriented. If you don't care so much and don't do things so meticulously, sometimes the cost cannot be minimized and the profit cannot be maximized. But he earns a lot, has many projects, and has a lot of gray income, which gives Alan the illusion that all his businesses are doing well. Now after walking around, Alan feels that next year, he needs to optimize the industries under his name. Saving money sometimes means making money. This is after the convoy arrived at its destination, led by Count Robin. Alan looked at the building in front of him with a very rustic door, and his mouth opened slightly. Rural Art Photography Center at a story white building, covering a large area, with such a rustic name hanging on the crooked copper door. It seemed that Alan thought it was some kind of elderly activity center, but it also carries the word shoot. Is this a studio? Hahaha, how are you? Robin stood on tiptoes and hugged Alan. Is this your place? Of course. I'm also a director, didn't you know? Robin pointed at himself, with a proud look on his face. Damn it, have you met a colleague yet? Alan blinked. He didn't expect Robin to have such a hobby. He had never heard of it before. Under the proud guidance of Robin, Alan walked into the so-called art photography center that looked like a senior citizen activity center, not to mention, people really cannot be judged by their appearance. This place looks unprepossessing from the outside, but once you enter, it is very luxuriously decorated. As soon as you enter, you will see a very long corridor, which is the honor corridor. On both sides of the corridor are glass ceiling mounted honor cabinets, and there are all kinds of trophies that Alan has never heard of. As for the names, it doesn't matter whether the awards are heavyweight or not, there are a lot of them anyway. The First Asia Film Festival, Best New Director, the First Fordtown Film Festival, Best Screenplay, Kate Village Popularity Award, Second Asia Film Festival, Best Director, Third Asia Film Festival, Best Documentary. Looking at these fancy trophies in the cabinet of honor, especially the names on them, Alan almost laughed out loud. This damn Count Robin is most likely a food addict. This award is accurate to the county and village levels. Could it be that he paid for it himself? Ahem. Don't care about these awards. I prefer my hometown. I hold more activities in my hometown, which is lively and give back to ordinary people. Robin pulled Alan without blushing, not wanting him to see the details on each award, just the number. As for me, I definitely can't compare with you. I mainly shoot documentaries, and the subject matter is haha. They are all rural and Scottish, do you understand? After exiting the Hall of Honor, what came into view were rows of equipment that even Alan was a little surprised to see. What does it mean? That poor students have too much stationery? The photographic equipment in front of me is called poor students with too much stationery. Some equipment is very niche, and even if you overcome it a little bit, you won't be able to use it at all. Count Robin bought all of them and placed them in several rows. Well, let's go to your reading room and have a look. Looking at his weird awards and equipment, Alan was curious about what this guy was photographing. Speaking of watching the movie, Robin said a little shyly, the dinner is about to start. How about another day? Looking at his expression that wanted to show off, but was also embarrassed, Alan became even more curious. But since the owner has said that it will be another day, it's not easy for Alan to force it. I wanted to make a documentary. It was a country type, and I was a little embarrassed to show it to him. Coupled with the identity of the old Sue and Robin's family, an idea suddenly flashed in Alan's mind, and he seemed to understand what type of thing he was shooting. It should be the kind of trick that many directors from small countries or countries with little honor in film like to play, showing off their ugliness. I just take pictures of my hometown, how dark and backward it is, and publicize many small probability incidents as common situations anyway. It's just as disgusting as it is, and then uses this kind of film to please outsiders. If Robin makes some bad documentaries about Scotland, coupled with his own status as a politician, there is still a lot of room for maneuver. For example, in Ayrshire, where he is now, the people there are living a very hard life, and their lives are very difficult. How do you think others will feel after watching his films? At first glance, you will definitely feel that this is official inaction from Scotland. Then, as a member of the Scottish Parliament, Earl Robin can say this kind of thing in Parliament, regardless of whether it is true or false. As long as there is such a film, he can operate. As for whether this was directed and acted by himself, who cares? Alan had never heard of him before. If this guy was really shameless, and with the character of his family, wouldn't he just use any stage name when making movies? The more I think about it, the more I think this Earl of Glasgow knows how to play. This is the traditional way of a sinister aristocratic gentleman. While filming a documentary to try his best to undermine the government, he personally stands up to win the hearts of the people and acts as a good guy, playing both good and bad sides. Hahaha, I won't watch it then. But Robin, you must go to my place when you are free. We need to communicate more. I gained a lot from this visit. What? Earl Robin did seem to open the door to a new world for Alan. Although this move was shameless, it was fun. Kelburn Castle is currently open to only the first and second floors. As for the third floor above, it is not yet open. First, some precious things need to be stored, and second, Earl Robin and the others still have to live here. If it was open to visitors every day, they would have no place to live. In the private living room of Robin's house, as soon as Alan followed Robin in, he saw Robin's wife and a girl in her 20s. The two were sitting on the sofa next to them, talking and laughing. When they saw them coming back, the Countess stood up, took the girl's hand, came to Alan, and took the initiative to introduce him. Sir Alan, this is the special guest at today's dinner, Samantha Gates. Samantha, you should have heard of this Mr. Alan, right? After the introduction, the Countess naturally handed Samantha's hand to Alan. Alan grabbed the soft tender little hand in his hand and looked at the person in front of him, a little confused. Mainly because he really didn't expect that the mysterious guest at today's dinner would be her. This woman named Samantha Gates may have little fame in the outside world, especially in China, and her fame is even less. Firstly, because of the era in which she lives, information is underdeveloped, and secondly, because of this Samantha Gates Mancha did not follow the path of an actress. She started her career as a child star, and she started out as a model for photo shoots. Later, because of her outstanding appearance, she made 2 movies, and after finishing 2 movies that year, she returned to the graphic modeling industry and finally retired. I didn't expect to see her here today. Alan also has a photo album of this person in his collection. Samantha is most famous for a photo album she shot with an island photographer a few years ago. That photo album is awesome. Anyway, there is an image of Alice in her photo album, which is known as the benchmark of modern Alice, the Alice in Wonderland. But this island country photographer just took a photo album that was more about children or youth, and turned it into a photo album that was more about adults. Although there are no obvious omissions in the entire photo album, there are certain hints everywhere. Full of Japanese style artistic conception. Hazy. I know everything about the island country. Anyway, Alan was deeply impressed by this photo, so he was a little surprised when he saw the real Samantha. It gives people the feeling that the real people in the photo album have stepped out of the book. Hello, Mr. Alan, nice to meet you. Samantha gently brushed her hair behind her ears and greeted Alan with a smile. She had light blonde hair with big waves and when she touched it so gently, it looked like she was filming a shampoo commercial. The hair strands were clearly defined, and as the hair fell, a burst of fragrant wind hit her nostrils. With her small upturned nose, big eyes with green pupils, and thin red lips, her appearance looks the same as before, except that she is a little taller. If no one talks about her age, just look at her. With this face, no one would believe that the person in front of them is a 28-year-old girl, a 28-year-old blonde Lolita. This is a very weird combination. You know how old she is, and her figure is that of a young woman's, but this young woman's body has a baby-faced head. Alan squeezed his hand slightly and said, "Hello, Miss Samantha. I didn't expect to see you here. I have collected your photos. P.S. I would like to ask weekly, I wonder if you guys can get into the habit of occasionally interspersing shots of the lifestyle of other nobles." Chapter 454. The highest level of hospitality in Scotland. A trace of undetectable shyness flashed across Samantha's facepoint. Although she didn't care before, this kind of thing seemed a bit youthful and frivolous to her. Every time she thought about others buying her photos, the feeling of vanity, satisfaction, and fame made her so intoxicated at the time. However, over the years, as she grew older, her personality was no longer as rebellious as when she was a teenager. Coupled with Alan in front of her, this made Samantha somewhat shy. This feeling of shame was indescribable. She just watched Alan. She still felt that Lun's smile was very gentle. After Alan finished saying this, when her eyes came into contact with Alan again, she could see the desire to explore in Alan's eyes. She was very familiar with this look. Haha. You two talk slowly, sit down first. Earl. Robin looked at the two young men and felt that they were in love with each other. They just held hands and looked at each other deeply. He couldn't stand it any longer. The dinner had not even started yet, and he almost got angry. How could this happen? Okay, however, upon seeing Alan's satisfied expression, Earl Robin still raised his eyebrows at his wife. Proudly point at gatherings between serious nobles. There are also men and women. Generally speaking, when male nobles gather together, they don't bring their wives. They usually bring a lover. As for female aristocrats, or daughters of aristocratic families, they generally do not bring male companions to parties. For fun parties, those handsome and well-figured ducks can do it for them. Anyway, between male and female aristocrats, there are rarely mixed parties, unless the relationship is particularly good. For a family-oriented gathering like this, the hostess must be brought along. However, when things were messy in the past, the relationship was very messy anyway. If you really meet a generous host and call your daughter-in-law to entertain the guests, it is not impossible. French aristocrats like this, they are the most open-minded in this regard. As for today's dinner, Earl Robin is the host, and his wife is a yellow-faced woman in her 50s. He can't take Alan to the city to find those messy women, right? That would make him look very weak. But for the family dinner, Alan was neither married nor brought a female companion, so Earl Robin needed to take the initiative to invite a female companion for him. Now, this Samantha Gates fits the bill. She is only a few years older than Alan. They are both young people. They were relatively famous in the past, and they were both in the film and television industry. Although they are not famous, their lack of fame just proves that she is not too messy. There is no comparison with those women outside who are having fun. She is beautiful. This girl looks like an angel, is somewhat famous, and can be considered a has-been star. Being able to invite her over is within Earl Robin's ability. Now it seems that everything is just fine. Alan is satisfied, the female guest is also satisfied, and Earl Robin also feels that it is very honorable. It is enough that the distinguished guests have been well received. After the meal, if Alan and the others want to do something else, activities, it's up to them. Come. Welcome Earl Alan to the Kelburn Castle of our Boyle family. On behalf of myself and all members of the Boyle family, I welcome Earl Alan. For the sake of our Boyle family and the Hill family, friendship, let's have a drink. Come. Earl Robin was in a high mood today, and the small dining table did not affect his mood at all. The space was limited. The restaurant on this floor was not the main restaurant, but a small restaurant where their family usually ate. Although it was small, it was warm. Holding the whiskey in his hand, Earl Robin first gave a congratulatory speech, and then paused for a moment. After one sip of half a glass of whiskey, he became bored. Alan looked at the wine glass in his hand. The Countess had just introduced that this wine was the whiskey produced by their own distillery. The brand was a bit niche, but it was said to be a real old recipe and authentic Scottish lowland peat whiskey. Smelling the wine aroma in the wine glass slightly, the smell of 84 disinfectant mixed with stinky sock washing water filled his nose. Alan wanted to retching. He hated whiskey the most. This wine was a bit strong, but he felt it was extremely unpleasant to drink, and he couldn't get used to drinking this kind of thing. But now that he was in Scotland, he couldn't help but drink it. Holding back his nausea, Alan took a big gulp. But, hahaha, Earl Alan is really brave. Come, I will personally share the dishes for Earl Alan, Count. Robin applauded as he watched Alan's drinking, then put down his wine glass, picked up the knife, and divided the dishes for Alan himself. There was a huge plate on the dining table that was about the size of a child's bathtub. On the plate was vegetable leaves on the bottom, and a football-sized haggis was placed on it. There was a circle of buns and mashed potatoes surrounding it like a peacock spreading its tail. Seeing this dish, Alan swallowed again, not because he was greedy, but because he felt a little nauseous again. Whiskey is okay. It smells bad and feels the same when you drink it, but this haggis smells really disgusting and makes it even more disgusting when you eat it. Alan doesn't know the reputation of this thing in the outside world. Anyway, it can be regarded as a dark dish in Britain. But unfortunately, this thing is still the signature dish at the Scottish state banquet. Whenever you go to a Scottish home and the host entertains guests with this, it is considered to be the highest standard, not to mention the rugby-sized haggis prepared by Earl Robin today. This thing is already the same as the one at the Scottish state banquet. It's a standard, serious standards for entertaining distinguished guests, with absolute sincerity. But Alan would rather he be a little perfunctory and not entertain himself with this stuff. This kind of haggis looks very much like belly pork, a specialty delicacy in certain areas of China. But their belly pork contains large pieces of mutton, vegetables, etc., and it tastes pretty good. But for Scottish haggis, in addition to the appearance of the dish being wrapped in sheep's tripe, the contents inside are the sheep's heart, liver, lungs, and stomach, which are minced and then added with oats, onions, and sheep oil, fennel and other ingredients, and finally pour this mixture into the sheep's belly, add some stock or something, simmer for 2 or 3 hours, wait until the thing is bloated, like a blown ball, then it's done. Some Scottish restaurants also have these things, but they make them in small sizes, just about the size of ordinary buns. Even if they are bigger, they are just bigger than a palm. Nowadays, if they are made as big as a rugby ball, they will be bigger than a normal sized haggis. It takes more effort and looks more formal. Okay. Thank you, Robin. Alan stood up, took the plate and thanked him. Haha. Alan, you must eat this with mashed potatoes made from the potatoes we grow here, and lowland Scotch whiskey to be considered authentic. You have to give it a try. This is very filling. Earl. Robin winked at Alan, then picked up the Countess's plate next to her, and divided the dishes for her. The Countess next to her was serving dishes to the guests. Samantha. Alan didn't know if it was a supplement or not, but looking at a large pile of dark red minced meat mixed with mashed potatoes on the plate, his cholesterol would exceed the standard after eating this. Right. It is said that this dish was invented on the battlefield when Scotland was fighting against the English invasion. The implication is that after the Scottish warriors returned home after winning the battle and driving away the invading English, their wives made this haggis to welcome their victorious husbands. Now this table of people. Earl Robin is a Scotsman, and his wife, the Countess, is Irish. Samantha next to her is from England, and Alan is now considered an Englishman living in Wales, and can barely be considered half Welsh. On the small dining table, all the races of Great Britain gathered together, eating famous dishes that had special significance hundreds of years ago. It can be said that this scene is quite magical. And the Scots feasted on the English. This is even more magical. If you can't understand how magical this scene is, you can imagine that a Chinese invites an islander to eat Jinling roast duck in Jinling City, China, with magical background music like Today Is a Good Day playing. It's a scene that's even more magical than this. What impressed Alan most about Samantha was that there was a photo of her working with an island photographer, in which Samantha was probably not very old at the time. He is at that age. Whereas Io, he is just showing off his sharp horns. She was wearing a white gauze, a very transparent white gauze. She was sitting sideways on a high chair, turning her head slightly to look at the camera. The white gauze was draped around her body, exposing her long legs anyway. Everything I want to see is blocked by the folds of the white gauze, but in some places, it is not blocked so completely. It just has that hazy feeling, TSK. Coupled with Samantha's age back then. Baby face, blonde hair, like a fallen angel. It feels so tempting, but looking at her pure face, the evil heart that has just emerged, makes me feel a little guilty. That kind of mood. Tangled, it's exciting, and heart-wrenching. I brought this. Do you want to play with it? After the dinner, Earl Robin asked the servant to take Alan to the room, arranged for him to stay overnight. The rest of the time was left to the young man. He was an old guy and couldn't play anymore. And Alan naturally pulled Samantha back to the room. It was not that he was impatient, but that after drinking so much Welsh and eating haggis, his anger had been fully aroused. Now Alan looks like the soldiers who had just returned from the battlefield had no place to vent their strength and rushed home to see their wife whom they had not seen for a long time. And Samantha took out a roll of pink tape from the suitcase she brought and handed it to Alan, tempting him with a smile. Looking at the roll of tape, he felt it, and it turned out to be an electrostatic tape. Alan raised his eyebrows. Earl Robin indeed had a family talent. He was unparalleled in taking care of Mr. Ding. Look at how they find female guests. They are so polite, they don't act coy, they don't have to rush them to do anything after dinner, and they even take the initiative to bring some props. This level of professionalism and caring is truly amazing. Alan sniffed and became more and more angry. He weighed the tape in his hand and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to understand emotions so well, Samantha. I understand emotions, and I also need you, Count, to understand emotions. I don't know if you are satisfied with this. I also brought a change of clothes. Oh. Haha. No, no, no. Leave me some freshness. This is enough. Alan licked the corner of his mouth. He had to stay here for a few more days. Good things can't be done all at once. You have to take your time. Let's play something different with tape today. I turned my head and saw the bedside stool next to me. This small bench is used to sit and change shoes. It is very suitable for fixing something on it. For example, for someone to lie down on. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Alan got up very early. After all, he was living in someone else's house, and he was too embarrassed to sleep in. Although I woke up early, I feel refreshed and full of energy. Samantha was wearing a long blue dress, and her legs without stockings under the dining table were quietly rubbing against Alan's legs. It seems that Alan had a good rest last night. Robin couldn't see what was going on under the dining table, but he could tell something by looking at the faces of the two of them. Samantha's face was red and radiant. You could tell what was going on at a glance. 1 or 2 irrigations cannot achieve this effect. As for Alan, he is also very energetic. This is the echo between men and women. Hahaha. Okay, where are we going today? When I think of the silky, sticky feeling last night, it was like when I was washing the dishes. My hands were covered with dish soap, and after the dishes were washed, I finally washed my hands, rubbed my wrists, and washed my fingers well. That kind of starting point foam. Not drying and feels very smooth. Alan put down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with a napkin, nudged Samantha gently with his right leg, and asked Earl Robin about today's schedule with a smile. Go and see my deer farm. Your family also grazes, right? Okay, let's go to the deer farm. The 5-day research trip to Scotland ended. It was as if Alan was on a short vacation. He felt happy and forgot all his troubles. He followed Earl Robin for a few days and visited their family's territory. He inspected during the day and studied the art of binding at night. Every day, although I was tired day and night, I was painful and happy. Master, are you back? How have you been doing these days of playing, inspecting, and studying? When Hooter saw Alan for the first time. He clearly felt that Alan's condition was much better. The impetuous mood of the previous few days was gone forever, and instead he returned to his previous semi-lazy state at home. Hooter likes Alan like this. He doesn't have to worry about so many things, and he doesn't have to mess around. It would be better if the young master gets married early and can add some new family members to the Hill family at home. As a housekeeper, that's all he wished for. Haha, nothing happened at home these days, right, Alan? Asked casually, walking slowly while talking to Hooter. There's nothing going on at home, it's just outside. Hooter hesitated for a moment, thinking about this kind of thing. Even if he didn't say it, the young master would see it by reading the newspaper, so he might as well say it first. What's going on outside? There is something wrong with the public opinion outside in recent days. There seems to be a lot of remarks that are unfavorable to the Queen. With a worried look on his face, Hooter used a more euphemistic expression to talk about the external affairs. Oh, I didn't pay attention to it. I know. Alan was about to raise the corner of his mouth, but he held it back. The public opinion that was not conducive to the Queen had already begun. Very good. In addition, Master, I received a call from the office of the House of Lords and asked if you would go over to attend the closing ceremony at the end of the year. Go. Definitely go. Are they counting the number of participants again this year? Yes, something is probably going to happen again. Chapter 455 St. Matt's Hospital. Okay, you can give them a reply later, and I will attend the closing ceremony of the House of Lords on time. Alan was curious about what fun things would happen if so many people were specially invited to attend the closing ceremony this time Tuesday, December 22nd, 1992. Tomorrow is the day when the House of Lords holds its closing ceremony. The opening and closing ceremonies every year are the most attended and solemn days for the House of Lords. Although the House of Lords has not yet reached the standard of what was later said to be the most luxurious nursing home in the world, the current situation is really about the same. They are all big men. They are not very active in meetings at ordinary times. They go and sit down when they have something to do. It's not uncommon to go months without a visit when you're busy, and that's the case with Alan. He arrived in London one day early just to replenish his energy and attend tomorrow's closing ceremony. It can also be said that he came to eat. Boss Cha made a special call to him a few days ago. It is said that the Queen's health has improved recently, but her temper is very bad, and she often gets angry. It seems that she is preparing to deliver an important speech at the closing ceremony. In this way, Alan is even more looking forward to the closing ceremony. Who doesn't want to watch a big show before the new year and celebrate the new year? Just think of it as the British version of the Spring Festival Gala. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Alan had just had dinner with Kate and was about to take a shower when he suddenly saw Xiao walking in anxiously. Master, something happened. Butler Capel just sent someone over to send you a letter. It's late at night. Why don't you call and send a letter if you have something? Alan frowned and took the letter from Xiao. The white envelope was very ordinary. It was not the standard envelope commonly used by Boss Chap. There was no text on it, just a blank envelope. The seal is sealed tightly with fire paint. Alan tore open the envelope directly, and the note inside was a paragraph without a starting sentence. The Princess had an accident and is currently being treated at St. Matt's Hospital. Below is a row of specific addresses of St. Matt's Hospital. Looking at this thing, which was more like a note than a letter, Alan thought for a long time before he remembered that something had happened to Diana. Right, good guy, you are so brave. You dare to do something like this at this time. The opening and closing ceremonies are tomorrow. Go and prepare the car. Then, Alan squinted his eyes and thought for a while. It was getting dark now. It was past midnight, and he had to pay attention to safety on the road. Although this note was handed over by Butler Capel, who knows if there will be danger along the way? Thinking of this, Alan added, bring more people. I want to go out to this address. After saying that, he handed the note in his hand to Xiao. This, Xiao glanced at the content on the note and was shocked. He was not particularly clear about the things in it. In his understanding, Princess Diana was one of his own, and it belonged to the young master aunt. Something happened at this time. Okay, young master, I'll make arrangements right away. Zhao. Shitao's anxious look even appeared on his face. He responded, turned around and trotted off to make arrangements straight. Matt's hospital is not a royal hospital, nor a public hospital. It is a private hospital located in Hemel Hempstead, a small city northwest of London. This city has a long history, but its scale has always been small until the war. It has just ushered in development. The current population is only about 50,000 to 60,000, which is considered a very small town near London Point, but this is the only way for Diana to go home. She has to go all the way north from London, and she has to pass by this neighborhood when taking the highway point rushing over from Alan's London estate. Because it was night and the traffic was not that heavy, we arrived in 40 minutes. Alan brought more than 30 bodyguards with him. The journey was smooth and there was no sign of the imagined danger. When we arrived at the hospital, it seemed that St. Matt's Hospital had been taken over by someone. Even the door was not open, and there were vaguely alert people around. Alan's motorcade stopped at the gate of the hospital. The 2 security guards at the gate stared blankly at the motorcade. Without giving them time to think about it, several big men in black got out of the car and unabashedly took out guns from their waists. Said indifferently, "Open the door quickly. The person sitting in the car is the Earl of Carmarthen." "Yes, yes. Wait a moment, Baron. Open the door quickly. Where is the key? Where is the key? I was here just now. Don't rush me." Being pointed at by several black guns, the 2 security guards at the gate were stunned. These people did not look like good people, as if they dared to shoot at any time. They would never encounter such a scene all year round. That the security guard named Baron had a vibrato in his voice when he spoke, and he was so nervous that he couldn't even find the key point as the electric retractable door slowly opened. The convoy entered Shengmat Hospital. Alan was not in a hurry to get out of the car. He pressed down the window and ordered, "Go inside and see who is there. Tell me after all dangers have been eliminated." "Yes." Alan's reply was the sound of footsteps. 5 bodyguards were left hiding on the side of the car, while others rushed into the hospital to check safety first. Alan didn't dare to relax at all in a place like this. His life was precious, and the more something happened like this, the more cautious he had to be. There are only 3 floors of St. Matt's Hospital. More than 20 bodyguards are clearly holding guns and inspecting each floor. They check every room, bed and under the bed, and even the cabinets. After each floor is checked, there will be some left behind. 2 people were watching, and the remaining people were checking up floor by floor. More than 20 minutes later, as soon as Alan lit a cigarette, 5 or 6 bodyguards came out of the hospital and walked to his car to report, "Master, everything inside has been checked. There are 8 doctors, 20 nurses, 2 cleaners, 4 security guards, and the princess's driver is also inside. There is no danger." There is something wrong with this number of people. Even if it is a private hospital, there should not be so few people. What about the rest? The doctor in charge just now said that this place has been booked. Except for the doctor, who took care of the princess, everyone has been taken away. As for the others, the speaking bodyguard glanced outside the hospital intentionally or unintentionally and continued, "We haven't found any other security personnel. They may be outside. Do we need to call them over?" "No, I'll go up." After Alan finished speaking, the bodyguard took the initiative to open the car door for him and block the direction of the hospital door with his body to prevent outsiders from seeing Alan get out of the car. When several other bodyguards saw him opening the door, they quickly ran a few steps and surrounded Alan, who had just gotten out of the car, for full protection. It's around 8 o'clock in the evening at St. Matt's Hospital. VIP floor. On the 3rd floor there are corresponding surgical facilities and ultra-luxury wards on this floor, making it convenient for patients with special needs to come here for treatment and recuperation. In the dim corridor, only 2 lights were turned on. Following a burst of footsteps, a young man with a gloomy face wearing a black windbreaker appeared first at the end of the stairs. Alan didn't take the elevator, but took the stairs looking at the dim corridor. The doctors in the distance were stood in 2 rows against the walls on both sides of the corridor by a few bodyguards. as if they were looking at prisoners. When they heard the movement here, they didn't even dare to turn their heads. And look here, point, the person coming today is the most powerful person they have ever seen in their career. Usually, even if a wealthy businessman brings bodyguards, those bodyguards would not dare to be as arrogant as these big men in black. Point, there are two different things between having a gun and having the courage to hold a gun and search the hospital openly. Who's the driver? An extremely cold voice echoed in the corridor. As the voice sounded, a timid nurse shuddered subconsciously, and her eyes turned red. Me. I'm the driver. A timid voice and a figure raising his hands caught Alan's attention. Come over. Yes. The driver didn't dare to raise his head and cautiously walked to Alan. Point, looking at the driver's face, he is no longer the same driver as before. He looks quite young. Point, Alan can no longer remember the name of the driver in the past. Anyway, the driver and bodyguard served the employer, and he served him all the way to the bed. Even if he served him all the way to the bed, this kind of thing only needs to be kept tight-lipped. He didn't say it himself, and no one cared about it, but the drunk driver actually used this matter as a topic of discussion, and showed off to his friends later. He disappeared from this world. The driver in front of me must be a new one. When did my aunt's accident happen? How is she doing now? Yes, it was the day before yesterday, the driver said cautiously, and I didn't know what he was thinking. He stretched out his right hand and showed Alan his right hand that was in plaster. The day before yesterday. Alan frowned. He thought that Butler Capel notified him when something happened here, but it turned out to be the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday was Sunday. Yes. The day before yesterday, the princess attended a party held by a brand in London. After the party, we were on our way home at around 5 PM when something happened. Go on. Don't let me ask you who is involved in the process. Please explain clearly. Yes. Yes. When I passed Wembley, I felt something was wrong, but I didn't know what was wrong. Later, when I walked here and waited at the traffic light, the car in front said that our car had rear-ended me. I got out of the car to take a look. At that time, I didn't know anything after that. Alan raised his eyebrows. This routine sounded familiar, right? Isn't this the fucking trick my bodyguards used to kidnap that wallpaper worker last month? Is this someone learning and applying it now? Hold. As a driver, when you are outside, you get off when someone asks you to get off. Me. Alan glanced at this waste with disgust, waved his hand and said, take it to trial. You can't tell anything. There is no need to keep this kind of waste. Before the driver could react, two bodyguards came up and grabbed his left and right arms, lifted him up, and dragged him to the public toilet at the end of the corridor. Your Excellency, please spare your life. Your Excellency, please spare your life. I don't know anything. Before the driver even shouted a few words for mercy, there was only an extremely dull muffled sound. The driver whimpered and became silent, and his body stopped struggling. The two bodyguards dragged him away like a dead dog. The nurses and doctors nearby looked at this scene and were so frightened that they did not dare to breathe. They still don't know who the person is. This is what they did when they first met. The impression this person left on him was nothing but cruelty. Who's the doctor? My aunt's doctor. That cold voice sounded again, and one of them, an old man with white hair, raised his hand tremblingly and said, I am. He looked up at Alan very bravely, and then quickly lowered his head. The old guy's psychological quality is not bad. He analyzed a few keywords from what he just said. Aunt. There seems to be only one person in the whole of Great Britain who can call that aunt inside, and who is called sir by the driver. This title, Your Excellency, has a special meaning in Great Britain, but cats and dogs can't just be called Your Excellency casually. When combined with other information, a name instantly appeared in the old man's mind. Come over. Hello, Your Excellency. I'm the doctor in charge of the princess's treatment. My name is George Carrolls. The old doctor was very knowledgeable. He walked up to Alan and introduced himself. How is my aunt doing now, princess? When the princess was brought here, her condition was not very good. She had been operated on and was very weak. But you don't have to worry. The other party's medical skills should be very good. Her life is not in danger now. Alan did not rush to ask Diana what happened, but first asked her how she was. This order cannot be wrong. Do you have to do a full set for the show? With his identity, it is normal to care about Diana's safety first, and then other things. Leave. A few people who need to take care of the princess, and the others don't have to stand here. Alan seemed to be relieved and waved his hands, indicating that these people didn't have to stand like this. Several long sighs of relief rang out, and then it suddenly became quiet again, as if he remembered something. Alan glanced over there for a moment, and signaled the bodyguards to start clearing people out, until only Dr. George was left in front of him in the corridor. Alan then asked, I came in a hurry. What happened to the princess? Tell me in detail. Yes, the night before yesterday, around 8 o'clock, I was on duty, and the guard noticed a van driving in from outside, and several masked men got out of the car. The princess was carried out by them. It was dark at the time, and the guard didn't recognize her. We only notified our staff to pick them up, and then these people left, after paying the money. Until yesterday morning, another group of people came and booked the entire hospital, asking us to take good care of the princess, and then we arrived. Your Excellency, you are here. Those people didn't leave any information. No, drive. George shrugged. He knew a lot about private hospitals. What kind of eccentric patients he hadn't seen before. As long as you give money, they will take care of it. The more you give, the better the service will be. As for the rest, they have no control over it. Then, what surgery did you just say she had before being sent here? This. Dr. George thought for a while, his face twitching. He didn't know what to say, or he was afraid that, if he said it, the nobleman in front of him, who was obviously worried about the princess's condition, would be angry with him. Explain. Yes. Dr. George gritted his teeth and whispered a few words. Hysterectomy. Chapter 456. Hot Yam. Hearing this, Alan felt a little unexpected, but it was also reasonable. Point. This method of doing things and the degree of harm. Hey. Point. He raised his chin and said, take me to see her. Which room is she in? Your Excellency, follow me. Drive. George breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know why this man, who looked indifferent just now, suddenly felt oppressed. Point. Turning around and walking a few steps, I pushed open a seemingly ordinary double door. What came into view was a small living room with warm colored carpets and a warm overall decoration. There was also a row of books on the windowsill in the distance. Green plants. After walking through the outer living room, the suite inside is the ward. Point. In the ward at this time, several testing machines were placed around the large hospital bed. Diana was lying quietly on the hospital bed wearing an oxygen mask, her face pale. Point. Alan hadn't seen her for several months. The last time he saw her was in the newspaper. Now looking at the person on the hospital bed, it was completely inconsistent with the glamorous image in the newspaper. She looked miserable and didn't know what was going on. People are really compassionate. Point. Gently lifting the quilt, her stomach had been wrapped with gauze, and the wounds inside were not visible. The sequelae of her surgery. Serious. Alan didn't believe that this kind of surgery would have no impact on the body, but it was better to live and die. Point. He has no control over these things. Now that things have happened, he only needs to worry about the present. Point. Doctor George glanced at Diana on the hospital bed, hesitated for a while and said carefully, well, Your Excellency, this kind of surgery, you know, is very purposeful, and there will definitely be sequelae, but, no need to embellish it, just say whatever you want. Alan turned his head and glared at the old guy. With one look, he looked at George, who was dozens of years old. Suddenly, the hair on his back stood up, reflecting the shadow of a famous tree. Point. If you don't live in this kind of environment, you won't understand how terrible this kind of person is. If you encounter a noble gentleman like this who doesn't follow the rules, has a big temper, and is powerful, just do whatever you are told. Don't resist. Point. All the resistance of ordinary people in front of nobles is in vain. Your Excellency, there are some effects on life, in all aspects. The main reason is that the reproductive function must be gone. There are also certain effects on the endocrine aspect. If the mood is unstable, it is easy to become manic or depressed. These are all overt and covered. There will be sagging in the cavity. This will be better if it is well maintained. with the princess and her family conditions. There should be no need to worry about this. Alan touched his chin and suddenly changed the subject. Have you seen the wound? How was the operation? The technique is very good. Even the stitches are very good. Drive. George's head has begun to sweat. His most worried problem has appeared. Alan had been asking for a long time, mostly asking about the princess's physical condition, and now he finally got to the root of the problem. Haha. I don't know much about medical treatment, but I know a little bit about it. Doctors like you, once they reach a certain level, everyone in the small circle should know each other, and in the large circle, they should have heard of each other's reputation to some extent. Regarding this operation, do you see any clues in the surgeon's technique? Or, in your impression, whose handiwork does this operation look like? Me. The back of the white coat George was wearing was soaked through. Although he was not sure, the actual situation was similar to what Alan asked. The threshold for a profession like a doctor is already very high, but he can do surgery, and it is such for doctors who perform high-end surgeries. The threshold is even higher. As long as you are in the circle of such people, most of them have heard of them, even if you don't know them. And based on each doctor's technique, it is easy to judge which doctor performed an operation. Based on his technique point, some doctors have some quirks, such as the specific knotting method they use when suturing, etc. From these small details, you can tell which doctor did it. Don't tell me where the other party found a wild doctor to do it. Although Diana is no longer favored, the bottom line is that nothing really happens to her. This accident means that her life must not be in danger. Based on this premise, no matter how unhappy the other party is, the surgeon who performs this kind of surgery must be carefully selected. Otherwise, if a good operation is not completed, and the person is dead in the end, then the matter will be big. Although it is not a small matter as it is now, it is still within the controllable range after all. In this way, the scope is narrowed. The surgeon must be a doctor in the UK, and his level is definitely not low, and this Dr. George, since he is now Diana's doctor in charge, must have been in this profession that day. People in this small circle have definitely met or know each other. Alan folded his arms and didn't look at Dr. George behind him at all. Instead, he looked at Diana on the hospital bed. Her eyelids were trembling violently, and tears were streaming down silently. She was obviously awake, but she hadn't opened her eyes yet. Don't be nervous, Dr. George. Just go out and think about it slowly, and then tell me when you think of it, okay? Turning his head and looking at Dr. George, who was sweating profusely, Alan's tone was extremely gentle, like a good boy who respects the elderly and cares for the young, carefully instructing the elderly at home. I understand. Sir, I'm going out first. Drive. George clenched his fist hard. He had already thought about who the doctor was, but he really didn't want to get involved in these things. He felt that the more he said, the worse the day would end. He is old, and he is not afraid of death, but he still has a wife, children, and family. As a middle-class person, his family is no longer short of money. His son and daughter are also married and have children. The family is living a happy life. But if this kind of beautiful life encounters an angry aristocratic master, the seemingly powerful power of their family will be like a bubble, shattering at a touch. Tap. As the door closed, Alan pulled up a small stool and sat beside the hospital bed, staring at Diana without saying a word. The sobbing became more and more obvious until I couldn't hold it in any longer. Alan. Spencer came today. He didn't welcome me back to the manor. I have no home. Alan didn't expect that the first words out of Diana's mouth would be this. This sentence sounds a bit sad even for a person with Alan's temperament. When her own sister had an accident, the first thing she thought about was not how to help her, but how to expel her and this bastard. He knew about this during the day, but he didn't even call him, and just pretended like nothing happened. The Hill family's manor is also your home, Alan said dryly, but what was greeted was Diana's muttering, I have no home. I have no home. Well, aunt, even though you are a few years older than me, I want to say, now that although you have lost something, you have gained what you call freedom. From now on, you are free. Diana turned her head suddenly. The movement was too large, and the pain from the wound made her tears flow down uncontrollably. Her voice was a little hoarse and she said, do you know the inside story? Tell me. Who did it? And why did they do this to me? Who did it? Who did it? Looking at the hysterical Diana, Alan gently grabbed her hand and tightened it, comforting. Aunt, everything is over now. You need to take good care of yourself now instead of asking these questions. Alan, you don't know what they did to me. Alan, after the car stopped that night, they rushed up, covered my mouth, blindfolded my eyes, and then I didn't know anything. Until later I was sent here, you know? When I opened my eyes, I saw so many doctors looking at me, and their eyes were full of pity. I don't need them to pity me. I don't need them to pity me. Me. Alan. I didn't even have time to resist. I didn't have time to resist. I didn't resist. It's not fair. It's not fair to me at all. I have nothing left. I can't have children in the future. I have no home. I have nothing left. I know it's over. Alan patted her hand, not anxious at all, just comforting her softly. You don't know. You can't understand how I feel. My body is in pain right now, and so is my heart. I know, Aunt. Being anxious is not good for your current state. On the contrary, it will also affect your recovery. You need to calm down. As for the rest, Alan stared at Diana, whose eyes were red, took a deep breath and said, in this world, there is never so-called fairness, and there is no so-called freedom. You have never felt unfair before, but you have never met anyone who wants to treat you. He's just an unfair person. But as for freedom, you can get what you want this time. This is not what I want. Diana closed her eyes in pain. She had no other choice but to cry. Alan was the first person she had said so many words to her in the past 2 days. People, she knew what Alan meant, but she couldn't calm down. Everything is over, okay? Just meditate and recuperate here. When they break, I will take you back to Wales to continue treatment. From now on, you can choose a place in Wales and I will build you a big house. You can live there, okay? Well, this will also make it convenient for you to go to my place, to see William and Harry often. Looking at Diana, who was silent, Alan clapped her hand again and explained, you are an adult. Our group is different from ordinary people. In our group, nothing is eternal, only interests. You gave birth to William and Harry, so you are the princess. Now you have hurt their interests, so you are like this. However, because you have William and Harry, you just lost a little something. Understand? Seeing that all the good things had been said, Diana remained silent, and Alan was not angry either. He was sick. Okay, you can take a good rest here, and leave the rest to me. The blood of our Hill family is flowing through you anyway. You suffered such a big loss this time, and I won't ignore it. Alan stood up and was about to leave when a weak force suddenly came from his hand. Diana held his hand and refused to let go. Ellen, don't mess around. I've already done this. Don't mess around. Haha. Don't worry, Aunt. I have a sense of propriety, but not everyone in our Hill family can be bullied. Don't you think so? Let's go. With a slight force on his arm, he pulled out his right hand. Alan stood up and walked out of the ward. Drive. George, have you thought of it? Alan walked out of the ward and asked with the same gentle smile, but Dr. George could not calm down at this time point. When he was standing in the corridor waiting for Alan, he saw with his own eyes that the driver who was dragged into the toilet was put in a hospital body bag and dragged out. Although they were far away, he was very sure that the bag contained that driver. Now looking at Alan smile like this, Dr. George's scalp was numb and his heartbeat was racing. He was afraid that he would not even have a chance to see his family again, so he sold the doctor very decisively. Point anyway, the relationship between the two of them is not good. It can only be said that they know each other, have discussed each other's surgical experiences, and have held several meetings together. It's Skona, Your Excellency. Skona. He's a doctor at another private hospital, but he's further south. He's in Portsmouth. That's all I know. I'm not sure if it's him, but it just depends on the technique. There is a high probability that it is him. Oh, Portsmouth. Alan rolled his eyes slightly. That's a traditional naval base over there. Which one has the most people? Sailor. Correspondingly, in these crowded places, which one has the most people, women who are skilled in technology are the most likely to make mistakes. The doctor working there, damn, he can be called a gynecological master. No wonder the surgeon was chosen from there. His skills are so good, very good, very good. Alan smiled and patted Dr. George's shoulder. Just a few gentle strokes made Dr. George's face pale even more, calling a bodyguard who was on standby. Alan ordered, "Go and take Dr. George to rest first. And by the way, let Dr. George write down the name of the guy just now." "My lord, my name is Skona Oliver." "Well, you can write down his detailed name, specific address, the hospital and his home, anyway, all the information you know about him, and give it to me. Can you do that?" "Yes, yes, okay, let's go." Looking at Dr. George's back, Alan's eyes narrowed. Now this is kind of fun. First, there was a gap of 2 days between the incident and now. And all day yesterday, these doctors and nurses had been here guarding Diana. During this period, some people came, but the identity of this person, no need to ask. Alan already knew who it was today, seeing that Diana's condition has stabilized. Her brother, the new Earl Spencer, came here during the day and refused to take her sister home. He waited until night. Alan just received the notice. This was like a hot yam being kicked, and it finally hit him. Is this for him to finish or silence? No one told him. Alan didn't bother to ask now. Since the matter finally came to him, he would solve it in his own way. Alan snorted with a sullen face. "Little shitow, come here." Chapter 457. I understand the rules, Master Zaro. Shitow came close to Alan and glanced at the ward door behind him. He was briefly curious about how the person inside was doing, but he didn't dare to ask, so he could only hesitate and said, "Is the princess okay?" "Well, here's a cigarette. Give it to me." "Hey, here it is, Zaro." Shitow picked up the small bag he carried with him, which contained some small first aid items, and also stuffed a pack of cigarettes into it. After lighting up his cigarette, Alan leaned against the wall of the corridor and took a deep breath to clear his mind. After, the doctor writes out the information later. Send people to arrest them directly. I don't care what method you use. 3 of them. After thinking about the distance from Portsmouth, Alan hesitated and added another hour. I want to see the doctor within 4 hours. During the arrest of him, he must not be injured, especially his hands. Let him cooperate well. By the way, I will send someone to control his family. If you dare not to cooperate, you know what to do. Do it. Facing Alan's gaze, Zaro Shitow squinted and said, "Understood. Okay, while we're arresting him, send another group of people to quietly return to London and catch that old woman." "Ah, which one?" "HMPH. We blocked the door of her house and killed her husband last time. Don't touch her, child. We only capture her. When you capture her, bring her back to me." Oh, I understand, Zaro." Shitow nodded heavily. "Okay, find me a house. I want to rest for a while. Before I wake up, I hope you will bring all the people back to me. By the way, notify my family and ask Carmarthen Hospital to send a car to pick them up tomorrow. We need to take the princess back. We don't have enough manpower here, so call in some more people." "Understood. Then, young master, should I go now?" "Then, you are still waiting for me to send you off?" "Yes, Zaro." Shitow was so panicked that he first found a clean ward, went in and checked it carefully. After arranging the manpower to serve Alan, he ordered a few people and went downstairs to make arrangements. While making phone calls, it's past 11 o'clock in the evening in Portsmouth, and the nightlife has just begun. The reputation of traditional naval bases cannot be built on. The closer you are to the port, the more gorgeous the lights are at night. Of course, the closer these bars are to the port, the more expensive they are. Although the economic situation outside is not good, it does not delay the nightlife of the working people in the UK at all. Men in Great Britain can live without a job or a wife, but they cannot live without football or beer. Recently, a group of new girls have come to the Wandering Alice bar, all from the Russian side in the east. Their skin is more delicate, their hair is golden, grey, and they have emerald green eyes. Their appearance is far different from the Korean and other girls in the past. The goods are comparable. The TV hanging on the ceiling was showing midnight adult programs, and the TV next to it was showing replays of daytime football games. The bar was bustling with people, and the neon spotlights illuminated the crowd in the bar, like a group of demons dancing. Haha. Baby. I don't drink whiskey, I can only drink a little beer. Connors has made a fortune these days, but being rich doesn't mean he has to be arrogant. He still restrains himself very well. At the very least, he doesn't drink whiskey or other strong drinks. If a doctor drinks too much alcohol, his hands will shake. Shaking hands will seriously affect his career. The impact on his career will affect his ability to make money. Connors still clearly distinguishes between making money temporarily and making money for a lifetime. Connors took out a £20 note from his pocket and stuffed it into the groove on the chest of the girl who was trying to feed him a drink. Connors laughed. He liked to reward these despicable foreigners with money. Connors felt satisfied every time he saw them casting flattering glances at him. After receiving the money, frequent surgeries put a lot of pressure on him. He needs to relax, but while relaxing, it should not affect his career. This castrates most of the happiness. Don't drink too much wine. It will only lead to sex. Coming to the bar every few days to bring home a girl and going out for some exciting activities is the best way for Connors to relax. Today, he also received a call from his boss saying that a group of beautiful Ukrainian girls had arrived at their bar. He came here specifically to support the boss's intentions, and by the way, he wanted to bring care and love from British gentlemen to these new Ukrainian girls. Very gentlemanly behavior. There was a pretty blonde girl sitting on the left and right sides, and there was a pretty girl in front of him who was serving him wine. Although the price was not cheap, it was enjoyable. Connors sniffed, already a little impatient. Sudden a man whose appearance was unclear appeared from behind his neck, pressed his shoulder and smiled. "Are you Dr. Connors?" Connors wanted to turn his head to see the face of the person coming, but, "Don't move. I'm just confirming your identity. I have something to ask you. You took on a business 2 days ago. Do you remember hearing what the visitor said?" Connors was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something, laughed twice and said, "Baby, you go play first and come back later. My friends and I have something to do." Chat. As Connors spoke, he took out a few more pounds and stuffed them into the chest grooves of the 3 girls around him. After he finished teasing with those beautiful Ukrainian girls, the people behind him continued to speak. "There is another business that needs your help. Is it convenient for you now?" Oh, when it came to business, Connors was obviously mistaken. He thought it was the mysterious customer who introduced him to a new customer a few days ago. He did receive a big order a few days ago. The patient who underwent surgery was a relatively young woman with a good figure and nothing wrong with her. The customer asked for something to be cut. As for what the patient looked like, Connors had no idea what the patient looked like. He was protected at the time. The anesthesiologist was not his. He just followed instructions, performed the surgery, and then collected the money and left. It was that simple. Since the patient was young and had no physical abnormalities, the operation went very smoothly and was completed in more than an hour. The other party gave him a large sum of money. Now it's business again. I understand the rules. I understand the rules. I don't know anything. I won't ask who is undergoing the operation. I'm only responsible for performing the operation. Can my friend sit down and talk?" Connors smiled and spoke first, repeating the rules he learned last time. The strong man standing behind Connors had a strange expression when he heard what Connors said. This doctor seems to have misunderstood, but that's not the point. A misunderstanding is fine. As long as he doesn't resist being taken away, his mission is accomplished. "No need to sit down. We are in a hurry now. Can you come with me now? By the way, we will only pay more than what they paid you last time." The strong man narrowed his eyes and further deceived Connors. "Sir, this is the client's privacy, so it's not convenient for me to reveal it." Connors was about to say something, but after thinking about it, he held back. In his opinion, these are noble people who are not short of money. He cannot take the initiative to ask for specific figures and kick the bull to them. These noble people, for the sake of face, he will give more. Anyway, these surgeries are grey, and he has seen too many. Okay, I'll tell our boss, then let's leave now. Ah. You in such a hurry, when? Connors thought about the nearly 100 pounds he had just stuffed. He felt a little sorry for these 3 Ukrainian girls. He had originally planned to pack them up and take them away tonight. He, Connors, was very curious about Ukraine and wanted to stay up all night with these girls. Have a good chat. Let's add money. Hearing this voice, Connors no longer hesitated instantly. Okay, I'm fine now. I only drank half a glass of beer. We can leave now. Haha, very good, Mr. Connors. Please leave. Our car is outside and we will pay your bill for you. Ahaha, that's so embarrassing. Thank you. Connors stood up, turned slightly, looked at the strong man behind him who looked nearly 1.9 meters tall and was slightly stunned before smiling and thanking him. Okay, let's go. By the way, the place we go to this time is the same place you went to a few days ago. The strong man squinted his eyes, hiding in the darkness, and continued to lie to Connors without giving up. Oh, or go to Hemel Hempstead? TSK. Connors didn't react at all and smoothly said the information the strong man wanted to know. Yes, that's right there. Let's talk while walking. Okay, let's go. Master. Alan opened his eyes drowsily and saw Xiaoshitao's big and innocent face. Alan yawned and rubbed his eyes, feeling a little confused. Who knows this feeling of taking a nap in the middle of the night, then falling into a deep sleep, and then being woken up in the middle of the night. If he hadn't explained it in advance, it would be worth finding a Welshman to wake up just to get angry. The surgery was done. What time is it? Has anyone brought it back? Oh, there's still 20 minutes until 2 o'clock. Why so late, young master? There was a little accident on the road, which wasted time looking for someone. Once we get the person, it will be quick. I'm yawning again. Alan suppressed his sleepiness and anger, raised his right hand, and the little stone quickly half-dragged Alan's neck to help him get up. Take me to see them. But as the light shielding hood on her head was removed, Karami shook her groggy head. She still hadn't realized how she ended up here after passing out while sleeping at home. The last image in her memory was that someone suddenly covered her mouth while she was sleeping. After she passed out, she didn't know anything else. Tilting her head to avoid the dazzling lights above her head, Karami suddenly found that her hands were tied. She was a little frightened and was about to open her mouth to shout. Suddenly, a figure blocked the light in front of her. She found a cold man standing in front of her. Face of young man. This face. She will never forget it for the rest of her life. A few months ago, every time she had a nightmare, this face appeared in the nightmare. The scene of him swinging a long sword at her echoed in her mind from time to time. Now, I meet the owner of this face again. Alan. Karami gritted his teeth and said with hatred, Ellen, how dare you tie me up? Alan didn't speak. He stretched out his hand and gently pinched Karami's chin, moving it left and right, as if watching an animal. As the force of the squeeze on his hand became stronger, Karami could only open his mouth and make painful sounds in his throat. Karami felt that his chin was about to be crushed by Alan. She knew that Alan had a bad temper, so Boss Cha could control him. But when she went on a date with Boss Cha last time, she also knew that Boss Cha said that Alan would not touch her. So now, although she is afraid of Alan, she feels somewhat confident. But this feeling was shattered in just a few dozen seconds as the two met again. He didn't say a word, just stared at her blankly. In his emotionless eyes, she had felt like she was getting closer to death. You can't kill me. He won't let you go. You're just a guard. You, Karami, opened his mouth and wanted to say something cruel, but what Alan heard was a burst of noise. You are very courageous. Did you arrange for someone to harm my aunt? Alan waved his hand hard and released Karami's chin. He shook off the saliva on his hand with some disgust and asked coldly, what? Diana is dead. Karami was a little confused because of the pain, so she asked subconsciously, but then she reacted in an instant, and her words slipped out. Hey, idiot, you really can't accomplish anything big. Alan snorted in disgust. He didn't expect that he could just lie out of his words. Yes, Alan admitted that he encouraged Boss Chat to use this method to solve Diana's troubles. But what is phishing law enforcement? Before doing it, Alan could pretend to be unaware, but after she finished doing it, he couldn't pretend to be unaware. Now, on the contrary, she was at fault in the first place. No matter what, who gave you the courage to attack the current princess? Put the hood on her and tell her not to scream. After leaving a word, Alan turned around and prepared to see the doctor. Alan, what do you want to do? Let me go. What do you want to do? Let me go. There was a slight pause when he walked to the door. Alan turned back and stopped the bodyguard who was about to put a hood on her. This time he stood in front of Calamy and bent down. The two looked at each other. Calamy subconsciously thought hide back. The key is that Alan's expression of staring at people with a cold face is so penetrating. Even if she looks at it subconsciously, she is still instinctively afraid. What do I want to do? This is a good question. Think about what you did 2 days ago, and what do I want to do now? Seeing the smile on Alan's lips, all the hairs on Karima's body stood up in an instant. She could instigate others to do that to Diana, but she couldn't stand it if others did the same to her. When she thought about the consequences of that kind of surgery, Karami trembled with fear and wanted to beg for mercy, but her throat seemed to be blocked, and she couldn't even speak a word. She could only make a messy trill. Haha. Don't be afraid, it will pass after you sleep. Alan gently patted her flappy face with his hand, smiled and comforted her, like a junior in the family comforting a nervous elder who was about to go to the operating table. So considerate. No, as Karami screamed, Alan smiled and helped her straighten the hair on her forehead before turning around and going out. Chapter 458. The young master lets you see some photos. Where's the doctor? Take me there. Alan took the mask handed over by Xiao and put it on. It wasn't that he didn't dare to show his face, but that he was afraid that the doctor would recognize him and scare him. It would be bad if it affected his surgery later. Time is tight and the task is heavy, so I can only make do by wearing a mask first. Master, he is resting in the lounge here. Do you know why I called you here? I know. I understand the rules. Are the patients ready? Do you have any other orders? When Alan walked into the lounge and saw the black-haired Dr. Connors, who looked slightly French, he only said one sentence. He didn't expect this guy to be so smart. Before Alan had time to ask Xiao, he raised his eyebrows at the doctor's performance at this time. He didn't think he was uncooperative or had any troubles. He just said this. I know all the rules. What do you know? Very good. Then I will ask Dr. Connors to perform another operation today. By the way, how are the facilities at the place where you performed the operation a few days ago compared with this hospital? The surprise on Alan's face flashed away. Since this guy was so cooperative, he should pretend to be very skilled and try to trick him. Well, the equipment configuration of St. Matt's Hospital is still very high-end and sufficient. Connors did not talk about the situation in his hospital a few days ago, but instead expressed that the current St. Matt's Hospital has sufficient equipment. Okay, you take a rest first. When everything is ready, I want to trouble you to worry about today's surgery. You don't have to worry about the cost. I don't need to say more about the rest, right? Hahaha. I understand. Don't worry, sir. I understand all the rules. I won't look at you more. I won't ask any more questions. I'll leave after the operation, get the money, and leave. Connors smiled and rubbed his hands. Although the face of the masked person in front of him could not be clearly seen, his facial features gave off a sense of calmness and authority. He must have a high status. That's why he wears a mask on purpose. But Connors doesn't care about these things. As long as he has enough money, he won't care about anything else. Huh? Didn't you tell Dr. Connors? Alan turned his head slightly and asked Xiaoshi. This question made Xiaoshi feel a little stuck. But he still subconsciously praised Alan and said, Boss, we may have been in a hurry to get back on the road and forgot to tell Dr. Connors. Yes. Alan put his hand on Connors' shoulder and explained, the patient this time is a little older. I'm worried about what will happen after the operation. So I want to ask Dr. Connors to stay for a while. You are the chief surgeon. You must be the one who knows best about her condition. You can go back after all her physical signs are stable after the operation. You can see if this works. Don't worry, I will pay you for the missed work expenses that have delayed you these days. Triple compensation. Triple compensation. Hearing this number, Connors threw all his worries away because he had only experienced such a thing a few days ago. He was unprepared for this incident and even subconsciously acted very well. Looks like, isn't it just to make these big shots worry less? Now the reward is here. This is enough. Okay, sir. Your request is not too much. I can stay for a while, perhaps. Because he was afraid of being looked down upon, Connors added, it's all for the sake of the patient. He's doing this kind of surgery when he's older. He really needs to observe it for a while after it's done. Haha, I'm sorry to bother you. Okay, you have to rest first. Someone will take you there in a moment. Okay, I understand. Returning to the room where Alan temporarily rested, as soon as he entered the door, Dr. George, who was waiting here, quickly stood up and looked at Alan nervously. Being woken up in the middle of the night, he already had a premonition of what was going to happen. Although he didn't know the details, he just had a premonition and felt panicked. He had not felt this way for decades. Sit down and talk. Alan pressed his hands and signaled Dr. George not to panic. Sit down and speak slowly. Being woken up in the middle of the night made Alan feel a little uncomfortable, but things had to be done, and they had to be done quickly, so he couldn't hesitate. If he hesitated too much, who knew someone might come to get Karami. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and now this old woman was finally in his hands. Alan couldn't miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was about to be able to justifiably cut her. These old ladies have been making trouble for a day or two, and they haven't succeeded in taking over yet. That's it. If this continues, will they do it again in the future? Although Alan can't change Boss Chaz's mind, he can cut off all escape routes for Karami. Killing her husband first, and then killing her sister who had been giving her advice was to cut off all her support. As for her children, Alan really didn't dare to touch them. They were the godson recognized by Boss Chap. It would be a bit awkward to touch them. Trouble. Besides, as long as William and the others are here, her two children will not be able to do anything. The only thing left that Alan is worried about is Karami itself. Under the current circumstances, he didn't dare to bet on when Karami would be officially promoted to the position by Boss Chap. Anyway, at her current age, as long as she is ruthless, she can still give birth. Alan doesn't like this kind of change. Don't talk about the order of succession. This thing is for outsiders to hear. It is to prevent. If an uncontrollable accident occurs, the succession must be based on the order of succession. But what if such accidents become controllable in the future? What if Boss Chan insists on changing the child after he has a new child? Who can control him? As for William and Harry, Alan has spent several years bringing them up and cultivating their relationship for several years. In addition, they are all relatives. With this relationship, Alan must protect William and Harry to the death. William is definitely the best important point, so, seeing that this was already happening on Diana's side, he had just the right reason to arrest Karami overnight, and on the pretext of venting her anger, he directly cut her into pieces, killing her first, and then killing her. By the time dawn came, everything was a foregone conclusion. In this way, this old woman will have no relatives around her, and will not be able to give birth to children. Even if she does come to power, she will no longer be a threat to Alan. This is a temporary endpoint, and holding William in his hand is the guarantee that Master Alan will be prosperous and wealthy for the rest of his life. As for checking the boss, Alan doesn't care anymore. He's done it anyway. Do whatever you want. They took the initiative to inform Alan, and it's not like Alan rushed to come. Since he was asked to come, he should do his best to ignore it. Be mentally prepared to do anything. Drive. George, I'm here. Your Majesty, please give me your orders. Haha, sit down. Don't be nervous. For the sake of your cooperation today, I will give you a chance. Do you know what the chance is? Drive. George shook his head subconsciously. After he saw the coldness in Alan's eyes, he shuddered and understood instantly. What kind of opportunity is this? This is your own life. I No, I know. Very good. I like talking to smart people. Wait a moment. You will take over a patient in person, take her through the preoperative examination and preparation, and then hand it over to Dr. Connors, who will perform the operation on this patient. Repeat that operation. Do you understand? You assist him, and let Dr. Connors do it. Okay, I understand. Alan crossed his legs, twisted his sore neck and explained, there are some things that you don't need to look at, ask too much about, and don't say too much about. Do you understand? Yes. I understand. I didn't do anything today. Alan waved his hand and said, go ahead and tell me when you're done. Staring at Dr. George's trembling back, Alan narrowed his eyes slightly. Sparing his life doesn't mean anything. The key is that, if Alan spares him, I don't know if others will spare him. Anyway, he is so obedient, and Alan is not crazy, and must kill him. This matter only needs to be limited to the knowledge of some people, and it does not have to be strictly kept a secret. As for Dr. Connors, the situation is different. The knife has been used by the nobles, and it is still a bad knife. It doesn't matter if you did it voluntarily or not, as long as it was used, it will be damned. Someone has to be responsible for this. With what Connors can do in just a few days, the two most famous princesses of Great Britain now, and in the future, said that his achievement was enough to make him die without regrets at 6 o'clock in the morning. It was just dawning in Hemel Hempstead. Alan had already taken a bath in the bathroom here, and changed into the parliamentarian's big red robe sent by the servant overnight. Although there are still 3 hours left before this year's closing ceremony of the House of Lords, there is a lot of traffic going to London in the morning and the roads are not easy to walk. It is already very tight to leave 2 or 3 hours of time. Yawning and putting down his open arms, Zio Shitao squatted down and personally helped Alan adjust his trousers. All done. Alan, who caught up on his sleep last night, is still a little sleepy now, but he is no longer in the same state as when he was first woken up last night. He can still squint for a while on the way, which is fine. It's all done and the photos have been taken. Very good. Before I leave, I won't say hello to the princess. As for you, Alan lifted the front of his loose robe with his left hand, and said as he walked, follow the car back in person. Is our ambulance here? Here, we arrived an hour ago. I have arranged for them to have breakfast and are resting. Well, you take them back, and take care of Dr. Connors. Have all his family members been found? I found the young master. He only has one younger brother and his parents. As for him, he is not married yet. Well, after handling it, and handing it over to our hospital, we can let them make some contribution to the hospital. Okay, is Kerami awake? Well, she should be awake soon. Do you want to see her? Then go and see. The operation was performed around 3 o'clock in the morning and lasted for more than an hour. It was not completed until almost 5 o'clock in the morning. The operation went smoothly, but after all, it was general anesthesia that gave the patient some time to wake up. About an hour, Kerami's eyes were half opened, and the drowsy anesthetic still had some residual effects. The numbers on the electrocardiograph beside the bed clearly recorded her current state, which was very stable. Until a face appeared in front of her again. After just a few seconds, the electrocardiograph emitted a sharp chirp at a speed visible to the naked eye. The numbers representing the heartbeat were soaring rapidly. Good morning, ma'am. You don't come here. Kerami's voice is extremely unpleasant, especially when it has a crying tone. Alan lowered his head and looked at Kerami at this time. Her long dark golden hair was spread out on the pillow, and her face was bloodless. This made the ugly wrinkles on her face even more prominent. Reaching out to lift up the quilt, Alan sneered and quickly pressed on her wound. A scream that was even sharper than before suddenly sounded. Kerami didn't even bother with the anesthesia and was trembling in pain on the bed. It doesn't matter, it's all over. Just wait here for someone to pick you up. I'm going back to London for a meeting. I'll come to see you before I leave. TSK. As if on purpose, Alan put down his hand on the corner of the quilt and patted her wound again through the quilt. What was exchanged was an even higher pitched scream. By the way, ma'am, before I leave, I want to remind you that my aunt lives in the room next to you. If you shout too loudly and she hears you, she will laugh at you. After Alan finished speaking. He laughed a few times, turned around and left. The screams of Karami behind him had indeed become quieter, but he didn't know how she felt. While holding back her screams like this, Kana stood at the door of the hospital building wearing a thick coat. It was already very cold in Britain in December, clammy, while rubbing his hands and breathing into them. When he looked up, he saw a tightly wrapped mobile hospital bed being pushed out. Kana stamped his feet and hurried to the front point. The little stone reached out and blocked most of Kana's sight. Drive. Connors, let's move with the patient. You can take the car in front later, and I'll take care of the patient in this car. I'll have to trouble you to check the patient's health when we get there. Okay, sir, if you please. I'll get in the car first. It's too cold outside. Doctor, Connors can rest well on the road and wait until we get there. But as a slight vibration stopped, and with the sound of the car starting, Diana opened her eyes slightly and glanced at the person next to her. She knew this person was the intern housekeeper next to Alan, named Stone. You princess, please talk less and rest more. The young master has told me that I will personally escort you back to Wales. By the way, I will let you see some photos. What? Picture? Diana was completely uninterested in the so-called photos Zaro Shitao mentioned. I'll show it to you. You don't have to move. Zaro Shitao pulled out a brown paper document bag from behind, took out a few photos from it, then bent over and stood up, holding the photos in front of Diana's eyes so that she could see them. This is Diana looked at the bloody wounds in the photo, as well as the wounds after stitches, especially the person who was photographed. Although her expression in the photo was like a sleeping dead dog, she even if it turned into ashes, Diana knew it. Karami, that bitch. P.S. It's the weekend again, and I'm having a stress reaction, so I'll update a chapter today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Gossip. Where is she? Even though she was a little weak, Diana still gritted her teeth when she saw the picture of this bitch. As for dignity and elegance, at this moment, she didn't care at all. Zaro Shitao pointed to the hospital building outside the window and said, she was arrested last night. She had an operation overnight. The ward is next to you. Oh, no wonder I heard some noise this morning. It turned out to be her. Hahaha, it turned out to be her. Princess, the doctor who performed the surgery on you will also go back with us. When he returns to Wales, he will receive the punishment he deserves. Zaro Shitao smiled apologetically and added point. Although not all the people involved in harming her were tied up, Diana was already very satisfied with this kind of behavior that only targeted the culprits, and it far exceeded her expectations. Well, where's Alan? The young master went to London for a meeting. Today is the closing ceremony of the House of Lords. You were not awake before he left, so he didn't bother you. Zaro Shitao was very good at talking. It was obviously Alan who didn't look at her before leaving, but he said that Alan didn't look at her because he was afraid of disturbing her. Thanks a lot. This is what I should do. Zaro Shitao complimented again, then put away the photo and sat down, saying hello through the car window, indicating that the team could set off back to Wales. Why do you look so haggard? Where have you been these past few days? I heard that you went to Scotland some time ago. Duke Angus was happily chatting with the people next to him. When he saw Alan coming, he quickly said hello to several noble lords, approached Alan, and started asking questions. There is still half an hour before the 9 o'clock meeting officially starts. At this time, the lounge is full of people. A quick glance shows that there are about 300 to 400 people here today. In the past, the House of Lords, which could only accommodate more than 100 members at most, was surprisingly lively today. Alan glanced back and patted Duke Angus' fat belly and said, I had a little accident last night and didn't get a good rest. I rushed back from outside early in the morning. Well, don't be playful like me. When I was young, your health will not be good when you are old. Duke Angus is now half follower and half elder in front of Alan. When chatting, he mainly focuses on life and gossip. After a word of concern, he starts telling Alan the latest gossip of the House of Lords. "Did you hear that? Those bitches in the House of Commons are going to cause us trouble these days." Oh, literary or martial arts. When Alan heard this, he immediately became energetic. He thought that the Queen was bored and was planning to let the two houses fight. Then he, the handsome man in the House of Lords, must be the vanguard. When the time comes, Mr. Allen will hold a broadsword in his hand. He would definitely be able to kill everyone in and out of the House of Commons and let them see the Hill family's ancestral swordsmanship. No, no, no. Duke Angus quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. "They are causing trouble for us, not fighting. But I don't think this situation is right." Seeing Earl Angus say this, Alan became even more curious. "Have you read the news from the past few days? The recent media has been reprinting the news from the Yankees, saying that the Queen was angry." Duke Angus stretched out his stubby index finger, pointed to the sky, and winked at Alan. "Gossip. It can only be understood and cannot be made too obvious. They are in the House of Lords now. The Queen may have arrived by now and is probably resting backstage. It would be a bit bad if someone heard it. Then what regarding the various rumors reprinted in these media?" Alan only lit the fire at the beginning, but he stopped following the subsequent situation. "This thing is too dangerous, and the Yankees are really powerful. All kinds of news were reported in a decent way. Just reading the titles made me feel frightened. It seemed as if Great Britain was about to die, and the Queen was about to abdicate. TSK. Then the Queen has not responded to the recent news, as if she doesn't care. Finally, it was delayed until a few days ago. The Queen said she would deliver an annual summary speech at the closing ceremony of the House of Lords. But, having said this, Duke Angus smiled helplessly and said in a softer voice, "Hey, you said these people don't usually come to meetings, but the Buckingham Palace Secretariat and the Noble Affairs Department have called people to contact them. Just like this, there are still people who can't be found, and some who have made it clear that they won't come." Then, those in the House of Commons thought that, since we have so many seats for members and these nobles usually don't want to come, it would be better to abolish some seats in the House of Lords and cancel the previous automatic selection system and replace it with a campaign system. Hearing this, Alan already understood what was going on. No wonder he called everyone to inform them of this year's closing ceremony. It turned out that the Queen specifically named them to deliver the concluding speech. It's as if the leader calls the entire company for a meeting. Department leaders, team leaders, etc. all have to go to the conference room for the meeting. Then what point? According to the usual behavior of noble gentlemen, some people did not come or could not be contacted at all. This is really annoying. The chairman is going to have a meeting, but most of the leaders in the company won't come to the conference room. In this way, she would be angry, no matter who else became the chairman. The current system of the House of Lords in the UK is that as long as hereditary nobles are hereditary nobles, it is clear that not all nobles, those who have received a medal or are directly commended by the Queen, are called life nobles. Their titles cannot be passed on to future generations, and hereditary nobles truly live with the country. As long as no one in the family dies, the title can be passed down from generation to generation, as long as you can afford the inheritance tax. As for hereditary nobles, there are currently about 600 families in Britain. There are no specific figures, because it is difficult to count. As long as these nobles inherit the title and reach the age of 21, they will automatically obtain the status of members of the House of Lords, and then they can come to the House of Lords in London to watch the excitement. If special circumstances occur, like Alan, who inherits the title early due to family reasons, he will have to wait until he reaches 21 years old before he can automatically obtain the status of member of the House of Lords. No matter what, every hereditary noble is theoretically a member of the House of Lords. But all nobles are keen on politics or come to meetings and the like. There are not many nobles like Alan who like to come to the House of Lords to join in the fun. A large number of nobles stay in their castles all year round or travel around the world. Ordinary people can't see them anyway. Everyone's dimension of life is different. Such nobles are common in Great Britain, As for coming to the House of Lords for a meeting, my home is hundreds of miles away from London, and I waste 2 days just to come here. How many meetings do I have to hold throughout the year? What are you doing here? See the nobles chatting and quarreling among themselves. What should I do if I have this time? Not all nobles have enough food and clothing, and those whose families are not well off have to work hard to make money, so there is no time for meetings anyway. These people are just cutters. They don't just come once or twice a year, but they don't necessarily come once every few years. Facing such a group of hob meat, the queen can't do anything. Thinking this way, many nobles did not want to come to the meeting, which was a disgrace to the queen. Then there was news that someone in the House of Commons proposed to remove a group of nobles from the House of Lords. Here point there must be a connection. Alan hummed as he thought of this. It was hard for him to comment on this kind of thing. Anyway, judging from this situation, sooner or later the queen would take action against these people. Hey, what are you thinking about? Just tell me, and you won't be in a hurry, Duke. Angus looked at Alan, who was lost in thought after hearing the gossip, and patted him. This kind of thing will be discussed when the documents really come out. We don't have to come, but our status as members cannot be revoked. As far as I know, there are a few old people who don't come usually. When they really come, even the queen has to say hello to them with a smile. Why are you in a hurry? We'll talk about it later. Alan doesn't want to be the first to take the lead in this kind of thing. To be honest, cancelling the quota of MPs has little to do with him. Anyway, others can no longer have the status of MPs, but he, Mr. Allen, can't live without him. Who doesn't? Let him come, and he will come to the House of Lords with his sword, to see who dares to stop him. Point. Even if this group of politicians in the House of Commons have the backing of the Queen, they are still bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Facing those silent aristocratic lords, they may still do things, but facing Alan, who is already famous for being reckless, you can do something. Try it. If you finish it during the day, you can lead your men to their homes to fight with you at night. Point. There are still 10 minutes left before the closing ceremony starts, in the lounge exclusively for the royal family. Point. Next to the two most conspicuous sofa thrones, there are several smaller seats. This lounge is reserved for royal members to take a temporary break. When they come to attend meetings, the queen is leaning on the armrest of the sofa with her right arm and leaning to the right. Prince Philip on the left is holding a book with a cover that he can't see. He glances at the book with little interest and glances in the direction of the queen on the right from time to time. Take a glance. Point. Even Prince Philip has been grounded these days. Well, to be precise, it is not the kind of confinement that cannot leave the house, but all recent business or charity activities have been cancelled. In this way, except for the occasional walk in the countryside, Prince Philip can only go. All that was left was Buckingham Palace. His home, Windsor Castle, was burned down again, and he couldn't go back, even if he wanted to. Point. The queen felt eyes glancing at her again, and turned her head suddenly, to glare at Prince Philip. Prince Philip was so frightened that he quickly shook the book in his hand and pretended to read it seriously. Point. The two are currently in a cold war. The reason for everything is partly because of the rumor that has been very popular recently, and partly because of Prince Philip himself. Point. As we all know, all members of the royal family often attend various activities, among which Boss Chamus ranked first in terms of attendance. Point. At the peak of his year, he could attend more than 600 events. What is the concept? On average, he attends 2 events a day. Taking into account the time spent traveling, Boss Cha basically attends events in various places for many years. If holidays are included, the number of events he attends per day may be even higher. Who is the next person? It's Prince Philip. At his peak, he could attend 1 to 200 events a year, while the Queen could only rank third. Although she did not attend as many events as the father and son, the events she attended were the most important and could be regarded as the only one. Attend quality events. And Prince Philip himself also likes to attend events generally. He likes to go to any brand that invites him, or to places like schools or rescue stations, and enjoys the feeling of being inspected by a leader. But Prince Philip has a very niche, but very unacceptable shortcoming. That is, he is very venomous. The attribute of verbal abuse is basically a self-taught one with full points. The media has occasionally exposed this situation before, but basically the Queen suppressed it, and the news went away without causing any big trouble. Point. But this time it was a bit unfortunate. Around September, Prince Philip went to attend an event to express condolences to the performance group. Those who received condolences at that time were all older dancers and some community volunteers. Such people perform free performances and provide help to ordinary people. It is considered a serious charity activity. When Prince Philip shook hands with the Ziohezi volunteer, he asked, "Do you feel it's hard?" This is a very common sentence, but in any other place, the person receiving condolences would reply that it was hard but worth it, and the leader would smile and encourage a few words, and that would be enough. People here in Great Britain have a more upright and rigid temperament. Coupled with Prince Philip's status, when he asks if it's hard work, the people below will definitely say hard work instead of the so-called modesty set. But after the little Hezi volunteer talked about his hard work, what she was waiting for was not encouragement from Prince Philip, but an extremely vicious word. "If it's so hard, why don't you die?" Both the volunteer and others around him were stunned when they heard Prince Philip's words. Everyone present was stunned by these words. Then the volunteer became angry and cried, and the event ended hastily. Originally, this incident was regarded as a small accident in Prince Philip's daily venomous speech. Anyway, someone put an end to it, saying that the prince was old and said the wrong words, and it would be over after a while. But recently, due to that rumor, the dark history of Philip's trip has been uncovered again for some reason. Not long after this incident happened, and there are many people who have experienced it personally who can testify, it was dug up by the media. In addition to those people who had been helped by volunteers, after these people heard about this incident, they were also very dissatisfied with the unabashed prince. This caused the queen, who was already a little irritable recently, to become even more irritable, and then directly cancelled all her activities. Before the end of the year, Capel gently pushed open the door of the lounge, bent down and walked softly to Boss Chap, and whispered into his ear, "Your Highness, Mr. Allen has finished his work, and their people have been taken away. Princess, our people went in after 7 o'clock to confirm the situation." Boss Chap carefully glanced at the queen next to him, considered it and asked, "Well, how is she?" Capel's lips trembled twice and he said, "Same as the princess, back off." Boss Chat took a breath and waved his hand to indicate that Capel could go out. Yes. Chapter 460. Boss Chat is confused. Boss Chat carefully sat in the most standard sitting posture. He sat on the small sofa next to the queen. He rarely sat like this, only in this special situation. As soon as Capel left, a voice came to his ears. Ahem. What's wrong? Hearing the queen's voice, Boss Cha thought for a while, adjusted his mood, turned his head and said calmly, "Mom, note 1. These are just small things. When the people below have finished, report them to me." After saying this, Boss Cha didn't even raise his head, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear the queen's reply. Boss Cha could only bite the bullet and continue. "It's Diana's matter." He told in detail how he dealt with the problem, how he leaked the information to Karami, and then how he induced Karami to ask her to arrange for people to do it, until finally Capel informed Alan to go see Diana. The queen took a deep look at Boss Cha. This plan was a bit cruel, and not like Boss Cha's usual style of doing things. A wise son is better than a mother. Boss Cha is naturally cowardly and hesitant. Now that he is getting older, he can sometimes be a bit headstrong, but he only lacks a bit of ruthlessness. "Who gave you this idea?" Boss Cha's face twitched, and he stared at the carpet without replying. This was his way of fighting. Not speaking was denial. He wanted to express that no one gave him any advice on this matter. Snort. Seeing Boss Cha's reaction, the queen snorted coldly and said that Ellen and Diana are relatives. "You treated her like this. Ellen has no complaints. So, last night he sent people to capture the doctor and Karami." Boss Cha still didn't look up, but this time he replied. The queen raised her brows, as if she had discovered a new world, and looked up and down at Boss Cha with a happy smile on her face again. "You took advantage of his impulse and deliberately asked him to see Diana again at night, and then gave him one night to take action? Are you so sure that he will take action?" Boss Cha sniffed subconsciously when he thought of Alan's hostility towards Karami. If that kid misses such an opportunity, then he won't be called Alan. It is said that not long after Alan arrived at the hospital, His men were sent out to arrest people, and they were quite efficient. I know him. Well, you did a good job this time. You solved two troubles for yourself, and deepened the conflict between them. You can also find a reason to punish him. Boss Cha lowered his head, and twitched his face. He didn't want to reply to these words. Now that he is getting divorced, he must make up his mind to solve all the troubles, and after the divorce is completed, he still has to get married. But unless Karama's troubles are solved, he won't be able to pass the Queen's test. If you can't even solve your own household issues, how can you talk about higher things? Simply. He was ruthless to the end, and by the way, the troubles on Karama's side were also solved smoothly, and Alan did not let him down, and he started cleanly. As for Karami, she will get the position she wants in the future, and paying a little price for this position is worth it in the eyes of Boss Cha. I won't punish him. After thinking for a while, Boss Cha said something else. The Queen was stunned for a moment, and then thought that from the perspective of a person like Alan, who has a direct and explosive temper, punishing him all the time may have the opposite effect. He was only banned for half a year because of his murder in the first half of the year, so she couldn't do it. Punishing him all year round may have the opposite effect, so it would be better to give him some rewards. Well, it's just like raising a dog. My dogs, they usually bite, and I don't care, but when I let them really bite, they have to dare to bite. When they finish biting, I will give them some rewards for them. I see. Faced with the Queen's on-site teaching experience, Boss Cha acted like a primary school student. Now that it's done, let's take advantage of the royal family's Christmas Eve gathering tomorrow to announce the news of your divorce and save all the bad things for this year. The Queen side seemed to think about it and suddenly gave another suggestion. It was originally a moment he had dreamed of, but when such a thing actually happened, Boss Cha hesitated. The two are still lying in hospital beds, and Diana will definitely not be able to attend the royal Christmas Eve party tomorrow night. Now the outside world does not know that Diana is in the hospital. If Diana does not show up by then, according to the Queen's current intention, she will use this gathering to directly announce the news to the outside world. Even if the media wants to find the person involved to learn the news, they will all go to the hospital. Not even there. As for whether anyone would dare to go to Wales to find out the news, even if you give them 10 courages, they won't dare. However, Boss Cha was indeed hesitant to do this, which was obviously taking advantage of others. Snort. The Queen looked at Boss Cha, who was hesitant again. This approach was a bit insignificant compared to the things he said before, but after having done such cruel things, Boss Cha was hesitant when faced with such a trivial matter. Well, it seems that this is not because he has grown up, but because there are still people giving him advice. It's almost time. You go and give your speech. Looking at Boss Cha, who was silent, the Queen changed the topic directly. Oh, okay, Mom, I'll go there first. Boss Cha rubbed his pants, stood up, and picked up the speech next to him. According to the procedure, before the meeting begins, the national anthem God Save the Queen is sung, and then the ministers of the House of Lords speak and summarize. The ministers of the House of Lords will then invite Boss Cha to come out. After Boss Cha has finished his speech, Boss Cha will invite the Queen to come out. The Queen will speak after she takes the stage. This is the process of the first half of today's closing ceremony. Alan's mouth moved, but he made no sound. Just like singing in a group before, quietly lazing around. When Boss Cha appears, he will take the lead in applauding. This is considered as completing the mission, and all that is left is to listen to the leaderess speech. Alan wouldn't want to attend today's closing ceremony if he didn't have to come. This time, the Queen did not wear traditional monarch clothing. Instead, she only wore ordinary formal clothes. Just like Boss Cha, who was wearing a suit just now. It was very formal, but compared with the clothes of everyone in the House of Lords, it was a bit out of place. Ahem. Thank you all for coming to this meeting today, and thank you loyal ministers of the kingdom for coming to listen to my chatter. Thank you to everyone who came today. The first thing the Queen said when she came up was a big slap in the face. Those who came were all loyal ministers, but what about those who didn't come? The closing ceremony of previous years should have summarized the past year, gains and losses, and then imagined the course of next year, but I don't want to talk about that today. The Queen specially wore glasses today. under the light, looking at her eyes through the glasses, made her eyes look cold. Recently, there have been constant rumors from the outside world, starting with the fire at Windsor Castle, and continuing until now. It has been on and off for a month, since I ascended the throne. This year was supposed to be the 40th anniversary of my ascending to the throne. It should have been a happy year and a glorious year, but so many things have happened this year. For me, this is asterisk. Why, Alan was originally listening to the Queen's speech, but who knows, what kind of Latin are you talking about? Alan was extremely shameless about the Queen's behavior of suddenly mixing Latin into English, and he didn't understand. Carrying the old guy beside him with his arm, Alan asked in a low voice, "What did your majesty mean by that word just now?" I didn't understand. Latin, roughly meaning bad, disaster, used here to mean it's been a bad year. The old aristocratic congressman with curly white hair was asked by Alan. He looked at Alan with a look of disgust and explained to him in a low voice, "In formal occasions, royal members are not allowed to use vulgar or low-end English words, because this is not elegant. Sometimes when the Queen speaks, it sounds strange, with a sense of being short of words, or describing something weird. Unless she is very angry and wants to express something, but she cannot break the rules. So she can only speak in this way of English mixed with Latin. The royal family only stipulates that some bad English words cannot be said, but there is no rule that other bad words from foreign countries cannot be used. Theoretically, if the Queen is willing to learn, she can even mix in Chinese curse words such as Kaonima and Rienai from time to time in English. This is not considered a violation. But with the Queen's temper, it is estimated that she will not go out of her way to learn Chinese for these reasons. Instead, Boss Cha may learn Chinese for the convenience of speaking. Alan understood the meaning of the word and translated it again in his mind. In other words, the Queen had just admitted that this year was a bad year. If the translation was more literary, it could also be called a troubled year. It is quite rare for such words to come out of the Queen's mouth. This year has been extremely unsatisfactory since the beginning of the year. My child had problems with her marriage, and in May she had some minor accidents. Having said this, the Queen suddenly raised her head. In the crowd below, she saw the outstanding little golden retriever at a glance. He was sitting very straight and looking at her and listening attentively. After the Queen glared at Alan, she continued read the manuscript. In August, Andrew's marriage was in trouble again, and in September, Sterling and Philip were in trouble again. In October, I fell ill again and wanted to repair the house while I was recuperating. In November, Windsor Castle caught fire again. Having said this, the Queen raised her head to take a breath and then glanced at the nobles and clergy in the audience. These are all her family affairs. Problems caused by her children or husband. It may seem like a family matter, but each one is enough to have a big impact. From the beginning of the year to the end of the year, she also subconsciously ignored many little things that she was too embarrassed to mention, such as the conflict between Diana and Boss Cha at the beginning of the year, and so on. If you add these to the list, it will really be a riot from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. They are a family. After you sing, we will appear on the stage. The whole family will take turns to come, and everyone will be on the hot search and headlines. This can be considered to a certain extent. Their whole family has been embarrassed in front of the whole world for a whole year. At the end of the year, even she and Prince Philip have not escaped. As the Queen of the family, Prince Philip made headlines at the end of the year due to rumors that the castle was on fire, while Prince Philip was high. In 1992, which ends in just 1 week, a member of the royal family must come to end the year in this choice. And this month, in the last days of this terrible year, my boy, Charles, having said this, the Queen turned her head and glanced at Boss Cha, who was looking at her in horror, and continued, "I also approved his divorce request and he will officially divorce Diana after tomorrow." Boss Cha never expected that the Queen would just push him out for a moment of weakness, without even giving him time to think about it. Coax, as the Queen's words fell. Boss Cha, who was standing not far from the Queen, was stunned, as were the noble gentlemen present. Good guy. Is the royal family news so intensive recently? Not even missing Christmas. He is indeed the first crown prince in Europe. Well done to boss chap. Even if it's Christmas, don't forget to give a big gift to media workers around the world. This year's Christmas, due to the news of Chaz's boss's divorce, it is estimated that the news about the Queen's rumors will be suppressed. Fuck, Alan secretly thought that the old lady seemed to have just announced the news of boss Chaz's divorce. But her move far exceeded Alan's expectations. Rumors can bring her many surprises, but a piece of news about her boss's divorce can cover up everything. All the efforts those media outlets have put in these days will be in vain. Because of this piece of news, boss Chaz is the real top figure in this era, and compared with that rumor, divorce is closer to the lives of ordinary people. The corresponding influence will be greater. For a whole day, all the Queen's children, in 1 year, are about to be divorced, starting with Princess Anne, and ending with boss Chaz. The entire British royal family has been having a great year. Oh shit. Alan, who was waiting to see the joke, felt like he had been punched in the cotton wool. This old lady was very stubborn. Some time ago, she had not responded directly to all the rumors, but now she responded to them all with one piece of news. This move diverts misfortune to the east, and he really doesn't even let his own son go. And we are still at the closing ceremony of the House of Lords. Today there are so many people, and so many nobles present. Even if boss Chaz wants to go back on his word now, he has no chance. Although the content said in the House of Lords cannot be exposed to the public in theory, except for the investigation of the boss, Alan, who was a little resentful, turned his head and looked at boss Chaz with an extremely unnatural expression on his face. He was so unhappy because of the Queen's reaction that he almost fell down in an instant. It makes you not decisive. Have you been betrayed again? Seeing that boss Chaz was also unlucky, Alan felt more balanced. PS. Note 1. To explain what boss Chaz calls her, no matter in a formal occasion, an informal occasion, or even when facing an important interview, under normal circumstances, he will call her mom, and behave extremely clever. Even when boss Chaz was 60 or 70 years old, he still called him this, highlighting his honest character. Chapter 461. The Emperor and His Subjects. The closing ceremony of the House of Lords, or the Queen's speech, ended in a lively manner. Alan walked out of the House of Lords with a heavy heart, rejected Duke Angus's invitation to a party, and prepared to return to Wales with his companions. He didn't even want to return to the manor in London. He went directly back to Wales from the Houses of Parliament. As soon as Alan's car left the capital, Alan, who was sitting in the back, slammed the seat next to him. He thought of many countermeasures, but in the end, Alan still found that he was still a little green when facing this old lady. The first family has eaten more salt than he has ever seen, and has rich experience in fighting. As a monarch who has been in power for 40 years, what storms and waves has she not seen in these 40 years? Who can make a move with her? Who is not a human spirit? I've seen it a lot, but what kind of things don't have a temporary solution? Secondly, this old lady is really ruthless, and she can even trick her own son into being ruthless. Alan didn't know what boss Chaz told her, but just after looking at boss Chaz's expression, the Queen suddenly announced the news, as if boss Chaz didn't know about it in advance. This is a bit interesting. Third, Alan discovered that sometimes he still carried a bit of Eastern thinking with him, and when doing things, sometimes he couldn't change it. Rumors like this are still very powerful in feudal society, and Alan has always believed in this, but he just discovered that he had overlooked an important issue. Christianity in Britain is a little different from Christianity in other parts of Europe. If the rights of the King of England are granted by God, then from the side, God does not care about the world, and the King of England is the incarnation of God in the world, or the manager. According to this idea, even if God is dissatisfied, the King of England is still the King of England. Their family has been entrenched on the British Isles for so long that the attack power of such rumors against them is actually very limited. Now, it is a new era. The economic environment is not good. Even if the people are resentful, they can blame the Prime Minister. What does this have to do with the Queen? If the Queen casually throws such a pot away, or doesn't respond directly, and then releases a hot news item, that is bound to happen. The rumors will be self-defeating. All the efforts were in vain. Well. Alan sighed deeply. It wasn't all in vain. Didn't she burn her castle down? Why? Before the newly awakened Q-spirit could feel complacent, Alan thought that if the Queen took advantage of this incident, she would ask Congress to increase the support fee for the royal family next year. So did she lose or gain? She originally wanted to repair the castle, but since it was all burned down, she just had to spend some money to repair it, so that everything could be replaced with new ones. Damn it. Thinking of this, Alan felt even more uncomfortable. Sure enough, when people are ruthless to a certain extent, nothing can cause them trouble. The reason why Mr. Allen is troubled now is because he is not ruthless enough. Damn it, I've learned it. Sure enough, the best teacher is the Queen. You can learn so much by listening to the Queen's speech once, so it's worth it. Go all the way out of London and head west. Take the highway, pass through Reading, then pass through Swindon and Bristol, and then cross the bridge to Cardiff. I thought this trip home would go smoothly, but unexpectedly the convoy was stopped as it approached Reading. Alan was holding back his anger when he heard the bodyguard in front of him saying that someone was blocking the way. Alan wanted to order someone to see who the blind bitch dared to block him. He didn't see that I was hanging on to Wales. A special license plate. Don't recognize Mr. Allen's license plate. Master, His Highness's car is in front. His Highness invites you to ride in his car. Alan pressed down the car window angrily, and the bodyguard ran over expressionlessly to explain the situation ahead. Why? Can I check my boss faster than myself? Are you actually blocking yourself here? Is it for that matter at night? It shouldn't be. The expression on Alan's face was slightly startled. He changed his expression twice and made a sound. Then he opened the car door and trotted out of the car. No matter what, just check if the boss blocks the way. You can't afford to offend him. Your Highness, why are you so fast? I came out right after the meeting and you were already walking ahead of me, boss. Cha looked at Alan, who started talking as soon as he got in the car and before he could sit firmly. Why does this sound weird? What do you mean I'm walking ahead of you? What bad luck. If I didn't stop you here, would you just run back to Wales? Something happened to me at home. I'm in a hurry to get back. What do you want from me, Your Highness? Alan smiled awkwardly at the question. HMPH, drive back to the manor and ask your people to follow you, boss. Cha was not in a hurry to speak and ordered the driver and Alan at the same time. Hey, they know, Your Highness. Don't worry. How do you describe the highway in Daying? In fact, there are toll plazas. I don't know where those public officials heard that there are no toll plazas on foreign highways, and then they started blabbering about it. But the people who can say such things probably haven't come out yet. Too much or too little knowledge. It's just that there are not that many expressway toll stations in Great Britain. In fact, if you think about it carefully, the entire British island is not big. Even if there are more expressways, how many more can they get? It can only be said that there are few toll stations, but it cannot be said that there are none. Seeing that, after passing the toll station, the team had been driving for about 10 minutes. Boss Cha still didn't speak. Alan leaned against the car window and prepared to squint for a while. He didn't sleep well last night. You should graduate this year, right, boss? Cha's voice finally came faintly, and Alan was stunned again. In his mind, the last time he went to school was the last time. As for the specific time, he had forgotten the specific time. The main reason was that he was busy some time ago, and he missed a little more classes. Anyway, the teachers at the school didn't care about him. Students didn't even dare to ask. In addition, when he was in school, Alan was relatively low-key, so no one paid much attention to him. Now that Boss Cha said this, it seems to be true. It seems so, right? Looking at Alan's obviously forgotten expression, Boss Cha's mouth twitched. He hated Alan's unlearned and unskilled expression the most. He looked like a student who graduated from Cambridge. Look again. My own captain of the bodyguard went to a shabby university in Wales and was absent from classes every day. The difference was huge. What a fucking disgrace. Holding back his anger, Boss Cha continued. You graduated this year and you have grown up. Have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Although He was submissive in front of the queen, in front of Alan. Boss Cha still dared to punch hard. He was not in a hurry to talk about other things, and instead asked Alan about his studies first, because after graduation, Alan would be considered a normal adult aristocratic male, both in terms of academic qualifications and age. What should a noble at this age do, if there are still elders in the family, and if there are connections in the family? Then the first choice must be to find a serious position. No matter whether it is a big or small official. Anyway, if it is a serious position, it is commonly known as a civil servant with establishment. From this step on, the process of qualifications begins. However, although there are great restrictions for children of aristocrats to engage in this industry, many departments actually welcome children of aristocrats, as long as these aristocratic children are not wilted and rotten since they were young. Once they reach adulthood, no matter how they behave in the world, or their knowledge and accomplishments, or even their family background and interpersonal relationships, they are naturally capable of crushing common people. Even graduates from major universities. This path is generally the path that the eldest son of a noble family should take. He works for a few years, gets some experience, expands his connections, and then slowly takes over the family business and connections from his old father, and finally inherits his title. This process is often lengthy, sometimes lasting decades. For example, the Earl of Glasgow, whom Alan met some time ago, took this kind of path. He also joined the army, which was considered the most standard development path for aristocratic children. He waited until he was 50 years old and his father died before he inherited the title and took charge of the family. But Alan is a very special case. He has never experienced this kind of decades-long experience, and he has no father. Boss Cha feels that these accidents are all caused by him. He already felt a little guilty about Alan, and he had always regarded Alan as a junior over the years. So, as soon as Alan graduated, Boss Cha was thinking about what kind of path to arrange for him. As for Alan's previous activities such as making movies and doing business, in Boss Cha's view, these were just things Alan did for fun in his youth, not his main business, even if Alan's previous position was in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was to make it easier for him to travel abroad and to handle special tasks for him. Now that he is an adult, he will always have to do something serious in the future. Now Alan's identity, theoretically speaking, he is first and foremost the captain of the bodyguard of Boss Cha. This is his fundamental identity, but this identity is extremely useless because Boss Cha doesn't need Alan to follow him now and only does security work. This position is more symbolic than practical. Even if he really wanted to, the queen wouldn't be happy. Apart from the captain of the bodyguard, the only other position left is to check the position of Boss's personal assistant. But this position was specially given to Alan by Boss Cha, and he usually didn't have any serious work. He now wants to arrange a serious department for Alan, so that he can work and gain experience in a serious manner, just like going to work. But Alan, because of his special identity and his notoriety. As a result, Boss Cha inquired around and found that some departments did not really want new colleagues like Alan. The other aristocratic children are gentle, humble, and courteous, and they are also polite at ordinary times. But this one is different. Not to mention the nickname of the Welsh bully. The fact that he dared to block people's doorsteps in a duel and kill people in May this year made many department leaders a little scared. They are recruiting employees, not ancestors. If this person really comes, what will he be asked to do? Who can command and move him? What if he loses his temper when word really comes out that a certain department of Great Britain was splattered with blood by Mr. Allen? It will be embarrassing to the whole world. What is very embarrassing now is that Boss Cha is determined to arrange a good job for Allen, but many departments are vaguely resistant to him. In this way, it would be an unethical method to check the boss, and it would be even more unethical if it was done by force. Therefore, Boss Cha now takes the initiative to ask Alan to see what he thinks. Serious things? Didn't I do anything serious before? Alan blinked. He had gained a net worth of more than £1 billion. Isn't this serious? Although those black ducks and pornographic movies are indeed a bit unseemly, they are not illegal. HMPH. Are you planning to hang out like this for the rest of your life? Just make those movies. Boss Cha suppressed his swearing mood and continued, just make those movies that no one will watch and occasionally get into trouble, like a gangster. You see, there are so many nobles around the same age as you, who is the same as you. Alan was a little speechless. How come we used to discuss strategies and do bad things together, but now he actually arranged serious work for me. It's been promised for a lifetime. Why did the midriff change? My dear Mr. Allen, do I still have to go to work every day in the future? Isn't that embarrassing? Your Highness, we didn't agree. Allen pretended to be aggrieved, pointed his finger upward, and was about to say that when the Queen is taken away, we, the monarch and his ministers, will go abroad to visit together or something. When Boss Cha saw his gesture, he was so frightened that he quickly straightened his back, raised his right hand, interrupted Alan's words, and then pressed down the soundproof glass of the main driver. The whirling sound of the electric motor was accompanied by the rise of the thick opaque soundproof baffle, and the rear seat space was finally sealed. Don't say these words again, Boss Cha glared at Alan seriously, feeling a little headache looking at Alan's confused expression. When Boss Cha went to visit the Queen a few days ago, he pretended to be joking and asked that, since his mother was so tired, he wanted to help her share the burden. Then he got yelled at. The Queen didn't say anything else, but asked a question that Boss Cha didn't expect. In a few years, a small but important colony in the Far East will be returned to others. In this case, it stands to reason that the royal family would send a heavyweight royal member to cooperate. It's a shame, but you have to go, and this job. It seems like there is no one else who can take the job, except Boss Cha. At that time, the Queen asked Boss Cha if he wanted to be humiliated as a monarch. Or was he humiliated in the past as the crown prince? Although both were humiliated, the impact was different because of their different identities. Boss Cha thought for a while. If he was humiliated as a monarch as soon as he came to power, then he simply couldn't imagine what would happen in the future. As for why he quickly canonized William and then let William suffer humiliation for him, this kind of bullshit idea has never occurred to him. So faced with the Queen's very pointed question, Boss Cha was instantly discouraged. And it's the kind of discouragement that makes you lose interest in a short period of time. Even within a few years. Just very annoying. But now that Alan was at this juncture, he even talked about what would happen in the future. He didn't know what to say to Alan. Do you want to tell Alan that our monarchs and ministers have no future yet, and the future is uncertain? The darkness continues to shroud. Isn't this a joke? Thinking of this, Boss Cha quickly changed the subject and said, think about what you are going to do in the future, and I will make arrangements for you next year. Chapter 462, Sent to Exile? Alan looked at Boss Cha suspiciously. When the two of them talked about this topic in the past, although they were secretive, Boss Cha's expression was not like this. That kind of mentality of depression, excitement, taboo, and longing mixed together is extremely exciting. But what now? Boss Cha has a nervous, a little desperate, and discouraged attitude. The two attitudes before and after are completely different. Some time ago, when we were discussing setting a fire, this was not the case. Something must have happened in the middle, otherwise Boss Cha wouldn't be so depressed and nervous. The atmosphere inside the car was slightly dull, and Boss Cha looked a little unnatural when he looked at Alan's expression. What are you thinking about? Do you need me to give you a few months to think about it? When Boss Cha forcibly changed the topic for the second time, Alan already knew that this topic could no longer be asked. With his status, even if Boss Cha didn't tell him, Alan couldn't force him to ask. He could only wait until one day when Boss Cha couldn't hold it in any longer. But when it comes to doing serious things, Alan wanted to hold on to Boss Cha's collar and ask him if he had to attend the force class today. Isn't it okay to just be an aristocratic lord in Wales and spend the rest of his life eating and drinking? Your Highness, I don't know. As a patient with severe hedonism, Alan can lie down but not stand up. When he is at home, he opens his mouth and hands when eating. It is impossible for him to attend this class. Now that his family has money, he just wants to enjoy it. How can he earn so much? How much money do you have to go to work in the end? Then his money was not made in vain. will the family still have to rely on his monthly salary of several £1000s from working to pay wages to the servants in the future? So shameful. You are different from those ordinary local nobles. I hope that you will join a certain department and do some serious work. In this way, in terms of status, even if you go out to introduce yourself in the future, I also have more titles, so that you won't get into trouble for me every once in a while. Boss Cha saw Zhu Shanayu and told Alan his thoughts first. Your Highness. Seeing that he had to go to this forced class, Alan still wanted to make a small struggle. Can I find a place to work closer to home? I can't get up in the morning. When Boss Cha heard this, his eyebrows almost stood up. What does it mean to find a place to work closer to home? Can't get up in the morning. He is a majestic crown prince who has to get up at 7 or 8 in the morning on weekdays and attend various activities. Now, his head of bodyguards wants to find a place to work closer to home because of such a rotten reason as being unable to get up in the morning. Are you more squeamish than me, the crown prince? Am I going to get you the position of Speaker of your Carmarthenshire County Council? And by the way, move your county council to your shabby castle so that you can go to work conveniently as soon as you wake up every day. Is this okay, Your Highness? Shit. Don't even think about it, boss. Cha raised his hand and bluffed at Alan's head, which made Alan shrink back in fear. I don't know how to do anything else. Alan thought for a while and thought of another fat job. Your Highness. Then I also want to follow my father's example and go to the logistics department, such as the Navy. You know, I studied logistics management in college, and I'm very professional in this area, boss. Cha glanced at Alan as if he was looking at an idiot. Alan's father was an old minister of his. Considering his age and qualifications, it was his ability to get into the Navy logistics department. But if Alan wants to sneak in now, that won't work. It would not be easy for the Earl to gain experience in such a fat job. When the old Earl joined the Navy's logistics department, he was not a big official, but he handled a lot of things. It's not that the Navy's logistics department can only handle things that need to be transported to the Navy, but that the old Count can handle all the things that need to be transported on board the ship. With the character of the old Earl, he never steals anything. From time to time he would pick up some things to take home and replenish his family's small arsenal. There are a lot of messy things in Alan's house now, which the old Earl has slowly brought home over the years. Now Alan also wanted to follow his father's footsteps, but as soon as he expressed this idea, he was rejected by Boss Cha. With your current qualifications, if you want to enter this kind of department, there is no way. Think of something else. Neither this nor that will work, Your Highness. Can I still go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? If there are places that are inconvenient for you to go, you can let me go for you. I can visit small countries. Where are you going? You dared to kill people in London, so you can go to places that are inconvenient for me to go to? Why do you want to go to kill people? Were you doing things or causing trouble? Are you still used to make trouble? But thinking of this, Boss Cha suddenly remembered something, because Alan mentioned the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In Boss Cha's opinion, Alan's external conditions are actually very suitable for a job like a diplomat. Good appearance, strong family background, good background, a perfect diplomat template. But the bad thing is, he has a bad temper. In the past, when his notoriety was not so great. Fortunately, after this year's development, Boss Cha was a little worried about sending Alan out alone. It would be a big joke if he got into a fight with someone from another country over a disagreement while doing business, but sometimes this kid seems to stretch his hands very far. According to reports from people below, Alan's secretary has hooked up with the Prince of Jordan. Boss Cha doesn't think this is a coincidence. If it's not a coincidence, but in terms of business ability, Alan is still very suitable. He can be regarded as a junior troublemaker. In addition to his own identity, there are some places where the official is not suitable to go. If he is sent there, he will probably, maybe you will get a different effect. However, Boss Cha was going to put this kind of thing aside for now. He had a job on hand that was more suitable for Alan, but he had to trick Alan into doing this job. Boss Cha pretended to suddenly think of something and continued, "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will put it aside for now. I have a position here that is very suitable for you." I thought it wouldn't work again this time, but I didn't expect Boss Cha to make a big turn and soften his tone. Usually this kind of quarrel starts with a quarrel and then comes another one. Most of the words that followed were not good words. Now that Boss Cha said that there was a position that was very suitable for him, Alan subconsciously became wary, seeing Alan's unworthy expression. Boss Cha didn't give him a chance to say anything more and gave him a general introduction to the so-called position that was very suitable for Alan. At the EU summit held in Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, a few days ago, it was officially determined that starting next year, the EU will absorb new member states in the future. The EU will become increasingly larger in both coverage and influence. Up to now, the three main institutions of the EU are the European Council, the European Commission and the European Parliament. The European Parliament is considered the basic department of these three major organizations. The leaders of the first two organizations are also selected step by step. Of course, the heads of the council are not. Those are the heads of each member state and have nothing to do with the European Parliament. Yes, but most of the middle and senior leaders of other departments and lower level staff are elected by the European Parliament. As many countries join, the number of seats in the European Parliament will also increase accordingly. The UK now has more than 60 members in the European Parliament. The number of members is divided proportionally based on the total number of EU member states and the total number of EU member states. In other words, the number of members of the country is divided proportionally. The greater the population, the more members there are, and the more member states there are, the corresponding total number of members will be greater, and there is a connection between the two. Among these more than 60 members, whether it is the royal family or Boss Cha, they must take advantage of the opportunity next year to stuff people in the big family of the European Parliament. The aristocratic group representing the British upper class cannot be missing. So, Alan would be a perfect fit. What to do? If you have a bad temper, go to the European Parliament and make some noise. Anyway, they are all foreigners. As long as they don't make mistakes or use knives and guns, Boss Cha can keep Alan. On the contrary, if Alan makes a big fuss, it will also allow the outside world to see the British aristocrat who has always been very low-key from the side group, and Alan's identity is very clever. He can not only represent the British aristocracy, but he can also vaguely represent the royal family. When needed, he represents. In this way, first arrange for Alan to be an ordinary member of the European Parliament and let him get in. After Alan has been working around for a few years, he can take another step up, from a member to a commissioner, and then from a commissioner to a director. Wherever Alan goes, the hand of the royal family can be reached. And now Boss Cha has learned that Alan can take the path of a non-party member. In this way, as long as he enters the European Parliament, he will be able to win over many other parties. As long as Alan operates well, he can get along very good. You have both sides. Boss Cha believes that Alan has the experience to do the job. Since Alan is always a troublemaker in Great Britain, why not send him to Europe? The country will be clean. And Europe, what happened to Guandaying in Europe? European Parliament. After listening to Boss Cha's description, Alan was stunned. This, from the British House of Lords to the European Parliament. Did I get promoted? Alan was not particularly interested in what Boss Cha described about the wonderful prospect of becoming a director and reaching the pinnacle of his life. With his level of laziness, he couldn't bear to have meetings every day. Your Highness, will I have to hold meetings every day after I go there? No, it's very easy. You only have to go to Brussels for 4 days a month for meetings. You can arrange the rest of the time freely. Oh, don't ask for these details. I will give you a piece of information later. When the European Parliament is not in session, they have many departments. You MPs will work part-time in these departments. You can go back and read the information these days. Understand the functions of each department, and then you can just tell me which department you want to go to. Alan, was a little confused when he saw that he had not even confirmed whether he agreed or not, but the boss assigned him a job after just a few words. He instinctively felt that this job might not be easy to do. "Okay, I'm almost there. Just get off the car. By the way, I will send someone to your place tomorrow to pick up William and Harry. We will go back to London to attend the royal party tomorrow night, boss." Cha pressed a button on his hand, and the intercom connected to the driver in front. "Stop at the highway intersection ahead." "Okay, Your Highness." The electric window slowly lowered. Boss Cha stared at Alan, who was holding the information and preparing to change cars, and called him again. "Alan, Your Highness, I'm here." Alan jogged a few steps closer to the car. "Don't talk so much to William and Harry when you go back. They are still young and there are some things that they don't need to know now. Do you understand?" Since the two met, until now, Boss Cha has not even mentioned that matter. Unexpectedly, before leaving, he actually mentioned it. Alan's eyes flickered twice looking at Boss Cha's expressionless expression. He nodded and said, "Understood. I don't know anything, and I won't tell them." "Well, let's go back, then. Your Highness, I will take my leave now." The meeting ended at nearly 11 o'clock. Taking into account the time spent on the road, it was obviously dinner time. Boss Cha did not allow Alan to go to his manor for dinner. Maybe he was afraid that the chickens he raised would be teased by Alan again. So, when Alan arrived at his home, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He had no intention of eating along the way. The more he thought about it, the more he felt as if he had been assigned and exiled. When he got home, he saw Hute, who opened the door for him with a smile. "What's wrong? What's the happy event?" "Master, you are back. Your classmate came to visit you this morning and said he wanted to discuss a graduation party with you. He wants to invite you to attend. That is Mr. George. Where are the people he has been waiting for too long? I left him to have a meal in the castle at noon and left after 1 o'clock. He said he would come to visit you in a few days. Well, let me get some food prepared for me and you follow me to the study." "Oh, who?" Te looked at what Alan was holding and blinked. "Why is it that Christmas is approaching and the young master is still so busy?" "Master, actually sometimes you don't have to be so busy. You are still young. Like your classmates. Sometimes you can communicate more with them and experience more of your college career so as not to leave any regrets in life." Alan, who was walking in front, was slightly startled when he heard this. "Yes, it's the end of the year. Can't I take a break?" I looked at the information in my hand and said, "Screw it. What a piece of shit the European Parliament is. Where can I, Mr. Allen, not be so good at it? What's there to study in the tiny European Parliament?" "Okay. Ha. Alan pushed the information into Hute's hand and said, "Then you call my classmate and ask him to come over when he is not busy after the new year. I would like to see what kind of party they are planning. I'm going to take a bath and have someone bring me some puddings. I won't eat any more. I'll have it with dinner later." "Okay, Master." Who? Te took the information handed over by Alan with a smile, glanced at it slightly, and the smile on his face froze slightly. Detailed explanation of the work of functional departments under the European Parliament. What is this stuff? Chapter 463. What young people should have fun with. Time slowly entered 1993. At last year's closing ceremony of the House of Lords, the Queen personally admitted that 1992 was a bad year, so Alan responded to the Queen's spirit of the meeting and did not hold a big Christmas party at home at the end of 1992. I think back to last year when I was having a banquet at home for all the ministers and thinking about the future. Who would have known that after a chaotic 92 years, it ended up being a mess? Although Wales is far away from London, even if Alan held a banquet at home, there is a high probability that it would not be possible. What news will reach the Queen? But the old lady is angry, so there's no need for Alan to go ahead and cause trouble, right? Simply keeping everything simple. William and Harry were also taken back to London for Christmas. Ellen did not invite anyone to this year-end party. I issued the bonus, red envelope, issuance order for employees in various regions, distributed all the year-end rewards, and asked my servants to prepare a table of delicious dishes. The year passed like this. This is the loneliest Christmas that Alan has experienced in all the years he has been in this world. He is only accompanied by the newly cut Christmas tree in the manor, which stands tall in the Hill family manor. As in previous years, there were fairy lights hanging, and socks with gifts in mid to late March. With the arrival of the first holiday of the year, George once again came to the Hill family manor. In British universities, undergraduate programs are generally 3-year, no senior year. Each year is roughly divided into 3 semesters. The first semester is from September to before Christmas, which is the autumn semester. The second semester starts in January, usually after New Year's Day, around March or 4th, and then goes to the end of March, with an Easter holiday point. The third holiday is from mid to late April to mid to late July, followed by summer vacation point. This is the British standard 3 terms per year. The last time George came to see Ellen during the Christmas vacation was to invite Ellen to a party before college graduation point after New Year's Day. The two discussed it, and Alan took this graduation party very seriously, and even funded it on his own point. Until now, the first semester of the year was on vacation, and George came to the Hill Manor again to report to Ellen on the preparations for the party point. In the study room point, George looked at several red eggs placed on Alan's desk, and next to it was a soft cushion with a big fat bird sleeping on it. Huan point, the last time I saw this bird, it was alone. But this time there was a rabbit in the nest. These things were originally used for Easter, but now that they appeared here, George felt a little weird point. Well, Easter is a traditional Western festival, and it is a very important festival point. If compared with the same item, it is as important as the Chinese Lantern festival point during the holidays. It is popular to boil eggs at home, and then dye the eggs red to play games. Of course, it is not necessary to use hard-boiled eggs. Raw ones will do. Another thing that can be used during festivals is probably various rabbit accessories or bunnies. Rabbits have a special meaning here in Great Britain point, because this thing is particularly fertile and has strong reproductive ability. It was once brought all over the world by British sailors. This is how the rabbit plague in Australia was caused point during Easter. You can get a few little bunnies at home, which symbolize fertility and so on. Anyway, they probably mean to bring good luck point. But now point Alan was peeling red eggs and eating them alone in the study. There was also a live rabbit in the nest of his pet snowy owl. The little rabbit was frightened at first sight and lay down in Xiao Huang's nest. He didn't dare to move, but Xiao Huang, a stupid bird, was obviously not used to eating living animals, so he just hugged the little rabbit and fell asleep. Point, what appeared in front of George's eyes now was such a scene. Neither the owner nor the pet was out of place. Boss, the party is almost ready. I'm here to give you a health chart. George handed the pile of information in his hand to Ellen's desk, bending over and looking a little embarrassed. Okay, eat the eggs. Here, I just peeled them. Ah, thank you. Thank you, boss. George took the egg blankly. Point, handing the egg to George, Alan picked up the information. Point, the cover reads 1993 graduation party salon, physical examination reports and health certificates of all participants. Point, after weighing it for a moment, the weight is not light. How many people are there in total? Alan was not in a hurry to looked at George, who was eating eggs with a sad face, and asked. Point, when George heard Alan's question, he quickly stuffed the remaining half of the egg directly into his mouth, choking and rolling his eyes. Boss, there are 33 people with you, 11 boys and 22 girls. Oh, are female classmates so enthusiastic about this kind of activity? Alan was a little surprised when he heard that the number of girls attending the party was almost double that of boys. He thought there would be more men than women at such an event. Hey, George looked at Alan's surprised expression, laughed softly, bent down to lie on the desk, leaned close to Alan and whispered, boss, you don't know. In fact, studying in college is still very stressful. A lot of people studied very hard during school and were under a lot of pressure. Now that they are about to graduate, they all want to relax. These are the 22 people I selected by raising the threshold and raising the upper limit. If I relax the participation criteria casually, then girls will participate. The number of people can be doubled at least. Ouch. In the past few years of school, Alan rarely communicated with his classmates. Except for George, who was his deskmate, and the international student from the island country. The other male classmates he had an impression of were on point. As for the girls in the class, due to the deep obsession in his heart, Alan has never been very fond of female classmates. When I was young, I always received love letters from female classmates. At that time, the old Earl was still there, and the family rules were relatively strict, so Alan didn't have much opportunity to act recklessly. He would only feel itchy when he read the love letters. If he received too many, he would have to transfer to another school. But after arriving at college, he has seen the wonderful world outside these years. For Alan now, as long as he wants, he can get 99% of all the opposite sexes he sees in this way. The attractiveness of these female classmates and junior girls in the school to Alan was greatly reduced. But, ever since Hooter persuaded him that day to experience more of the life of a young man, and not to miss the best years of his life, Alan completely understood. How many times can you go to college in a lifetime? Graduation is coming soon. If you don't have fun, you won't have a chance in the future. And when George came to invite him to the party, Alan readily agreed. Originally, in Alan's mind, it was a graduation party. If we follow the custom in China, everyone puts on a cultural show and finally gets together to have a meal together or sing some songs or something, and that's it. It's amazing. After all the programs are over, the men and women who used to love each other will no longer confess to each other. Even if it's a little more outrageous, like the kind of party in American Pie, where everyone has a little more fun. It's not impossible to start directly and get more in depth later. It's just that, because of religious beliefs in Great Britain, many students in normal universities are still very conservative in their thinking. Except of course international students. But what he didn't expect was that after George introduced the nature of the party, Alan instantly became interested. This kind of party far exceeded his expectations. Even though it sounded a little shy at first, Alan still decided to attend. Even if there isn't sufficient funds, he can sponsor it. For such a party, you have to go to a party if there are conditions, and if there are no conditions, you have to go if you create the conditions. Okay. Leave the information here with me. The day after tomorrow at 7 PM, right? We'll meet at Cardiff Port then. Haha, then. Okay, then boss, you have to work first, and I'll leave first. Seeing that Alan acted according to the original plan, George felt relieved instantly. He rubbed his hand slightly and said goodbye to Alan with a smile. The port of Cardiff is a larger port than the port of Llanelli. It used to handle nearly 40% of the transportation volume of the coal and steel industries in southern Wales. However, with the development of the times, the coal industry in southern Wales has long been a sunset industry. In addition to a few small businesses in Swansea, other large enterprises have relocated and closed down. Nowadays, we pay attention to environmental protection, and the coal industry is no longer profitable. As the cargo volume of coal transportation decreased, Cardiff Port also lost its former bustle and returned to its duties as a fishing port and passenger port. In addition, the population of Wales was not large in the first place, and now there are no ships calling the port in a day. A few boats looked a little desolate. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a giant ship hundreds of meters long was docked at the largest berth in Cardiff Port. It was not clear even in the dark, but it only gave people a very large and majestic feeling. Just look at it. The outline looks a bit like a warship. This is Alan's private super yacht, the Earl of Carmarthen. As the sponsor and host of this graduation party, Alan did not reveal his identity. Most of the classmates who came to the party this time were like Alan, and attended the party without revealing their identity. Regardless of whether you are a boy or a girl, as long as you don't want to be exposed, you can choose to wear a masquerade style eye mask or a mask to cover your face. Although you may be exposed when you have fun, these are not the point. Alan wore a black, extremely exaggerated eye patch, a black cape, and a Zorro-like riding suit. The black silk shirt was a bit thin, and the muscle outline of his chest was revealed, although he wears an eye patch, but this does not affect his inherent aura. There are female guests, some wearing evening dresses, some wearing casual clothes. Anyway, they are all fancy and wear everything. Most of the girls are not wearing any disguise, they just show their true colors, and one by one they get on the stage. Alan's yacht. Boss, everyone is here. George is a bit shy. He wears a semi-enclosed mask, a bit like Batman's hood, but his hood is grey with 2 long bunny ears on it, which looks very funny. Haha. I can't wait. Come on. Let's sail. Let's go. Alan rubbed his hands excitedly, looking forward to the 7-day and 7-night graduation party on the super yacht at Sea Point ever since he could remember. Alan felt that the most chaotic time he had ever experienced was when he took Spencer and the two of them to France to find a French girl to hang out with Point. But even though 2 people went together that time, they had agreed before going that if the conditions were right, the 4 of them would share a room and play together later. Alan was still a little shy, so he didn't succeed, and he disliked the French actress named Sophie Marceau Point. But this graduation party is different. Point. The preparation time for this party alone lasted 3 months, and George organized the entire process in person. George went to meet every person who attended the party in person, and also had them all undergo physical examinations. Just for safety. Point. In addition, 90% of the more than 30 people who came this time were British natives. Although the party they came to attend was not very serious, according to George, these people were still very conservative before, but this time it was just their indulgence before graduation. Point. Although this party was named a graduation party, in fact the content of the party had nothing to do with graduation. Point. Everyone can give themselves a nickname to replace their original name and call each other. Point. Alan nicknamed himself Zorro. Point. There are a total of 11 boys, and each of them needs to prepare several gifts in advance and hand them over to the organizer, which is Alan. Point. Then after the party starts, the girls who come to the party should first choose gifts. Choose some gifts that are attractive to them. You don't just have to choose one, but you choose randomly. If you are greedy, it is not impossible to take away all the gifts, but as soon as you choose a gift, you have to interact with the boy who prepared the gift. You can chat, talk, or do something else. Anyway, the main purpose of this link is, first, let's eliminate each other's embarrassment first. Point. Because although the people here are all students, they are not all from the logistics management department. There are so many people in Cardiff University, and so many departments. There are more than 30 people, and there may only be 1 or 2 from the same department. Everyone is not familiar with it before. Second, once the strangeness is eliminated, you can move on to the next topic. Point. Anyway, these gifts are just a stepping stone and a different kind of benefit. The British are all gentlemen. Point. Although there is no fee to attend this kind of party, girls must be taken care of. Alan was very proud. He specially prepared more than 40 gifts, filled with jewelry that he thought was not expensive. Point. At this time, on the long table in the middle of the banquet hall, dozens of gifts were piled up, waiting for more than 20 girls to choose. They could open them on the spot and take them as long as they like them. Boss, if you prepare so many gifts, if each of them takes your gift, will you be able to cope with it then? George was holding a glass of champagne, hiding in the distance, and whispering to Alan next to him. What are you afraid of? You have to have fun when you go out to play. If you are not brave enough to wear a mask, why go out to play? Alan gently clinked a glass with George and just took a sip of the wine. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he took out a tablet from his pocket and handed it to George. If you can't do it anymore, take a piece of this. What? George looked at the plate of pills handed over by Alan. There were 4 blue pills on the aluminum foil. The color looked strange, giving people an inexplicable urge to eat it. Chapter 464,000 plans. This is a kind of medicine. It's effective. You'll know after taking it. Alan patted George on the shoulder and winked at him. Point. This is the power of high technology. Let's experience what it feels like to have sex. The expected scene of all the girls choosing the gifts they prepared did not appear. When the gift selection was over, Alan looked at the many gifts he had prepared on the table that were opened and left there without being taken away, feeling slightly embarrassed. Some miscalculation. They are all college students who have not graduated yet. They are all children in their early 20s. Some of them are really simple. They may think that these jewelry are too expensive. Even if they like it very much, they do not choose it. I chose some relatively cheap and simple gifts. They may think they are here to have fun, not to make money. Point in this way. Alan looked at the girls who had taken his gifts, and a sense of frustration arose. Point I wonder if these people will still be as innocent as they are today, after they graduate and enter the society. Hello, you call me Zorro. Here you are, randomly picking a girl with a good figure, her 2 important points clearly visible, wearing a purple deep V evening dress, and only holding a gift she prepared in her hand. Alan walked up to her and raised the wine glass in her hand. With this move, the girl wearing the mask already knew that the owner of the gift had appeared. Looking at Alan's tall figure, even with a huge eye patch, this face shape and hairstyle, coupled with these strong muscles, the girl's heart fluttered. Point today's party was supposed to be about letting yourself go, so the first time she saw Alan, she knew enough to ask him about his nickname. Call me Mary. Holy Mary TSK. Alan took a half step back and took another look at the girl with the mask. The purple evening dress with a tall slit, coupled with the nickname Mary. The image of the Virgin Mary in many oil paintings is all in breastfeeding. It's interesting. Why did you only take this one gift? Do you want to say that she worships money? This person only took one bracelet and didn't have multiple choices. But she doesn't believe in money. She didn't seem to like the other gifts. Mary glanced at the gift box in her hand and said, I like this bracelet very much. I believe that the person who can give this kind of bracelet must have good taste. Mary was a little nervous when she said this. In fact, when she first signed up for today's party, Mary was full of expectations. When I think of many people playing together and letting themselves go, that feeling. But when the party was held, she boarded the ship and saw so many people. Although they were all classmates, Mary flinched again when she saw so many masks and the unfamiliar people around her. I regretted a bit, but when she saw Alan, although she couldn't see his appearance clearly, her strong figure had already attracted her deeply, and it seemed that the party was still acceptable. Point. Now that he is wearing a mask, Alan is very relaxed. Point anyway, everyone doesn't care who is who. Let's get acquainted with each other first, and by the time we have fun, who will still be able to tell who is who. Being reserved now is paving the way for more fun in the future. Point. Although he has never participated in this kind of party before, he had already checked the information before coming, and he has a lot of theoretical knowledge. The Earl of Carmarthen sailed economically along the offshore coast all the way south. Point. As the organizer of this party, Alan specially customized 2 trophies for the party. The sterling silver trophy is about 20 centimeters high and is shaped like a mini King Kong climbing up the Empire State Building. Point. The name is called King Kong Award. After the 7-day party, all the ladies present will select the most popular and strongest boy and girl to receive the trophy as a commemoration of this event. Point. As for what this strongest refers to, point, the number of times, duration, and satisfaction are all evaluated together. Aside from the awkwardness when we first met on the first day, we specially arranged an evening when we met on the first day. After the girls picked out their gifts, we all had a meal together, and we became familiar with each other. Point. There were also a few girls who didn't find a male partner, but as long as they found a good partner, they had a good experience that night. Point. This kind of feeling of letting go and playing casually without caring who the other person is, as long as you feel comfortable talking, is something that normal people cannot experience under normal circumstances unless you go to a bar to find a one-night stand. But that kind of date feels different from the current group parties. The next day, when he woke up and looked at the empty bedside, Alan chuckled and sat up leaning against the bedside. Point. Great conversation with Mary last night. Maybe it's because everyone is wearing a mask. Without a sense of life, they can let things go very freely. Point. Alan looked at the pinch marks on his arm and thought about it for a moment. What time did Mary leave last night? 3 o'clock or what time? Anyway, I don't remember. There are many rooms on the ship, and everyone is assigned a room. In order to prevent people who don't want to be exposed from being exposed after falling asleep at night, everyone can go back to their own rooms after the exchange. Of course, if you don't care, let's leave it to others. He swept under the pillow and felt something thin like a rope with a piece of cloth. He pulled it out with a slight force of his fingers. Alan looked at the black thong in his hand and smiled slightly. Mary was leaving in a hurry. Didn't even bring all the equipment and left. Just when he was about to ask the maid to put these things away, Alan remembered that the yacht was apparently rented. He wanted to pretend to be an ordinary person this time, so he simply threw the thong on the bedside table and prepared to go. I'll go find Mary and return it to her later. Maybe the two of them can do some morning exercise or something. George originally arranged the party process to be 3 days and 4 nights. He said that this time was enough. For ordinary people, attending such a party for the first time, 3 days and 4 nights is already very energy consuming. Any more would be unbearable. But Alan was so strong throughout his life that he insisted on nearly doubling the time. But when the Earl of Carmarthen docked again at Cardiff port after a 7-day voyage, Alan found that he thought too highly of himself. "Master, are you okay, Zaro?" Chitao did not go to sea with Alan this time, but stayed at home to do things the moment Alan got off the ship. His young master, who had always been in high spirits in the past, now looked pale, as if he was just recovering from a serious illness, and looked a little miserable. "It's not a big problem. Is there nothing going on at home these days?" Alan's voice softened several tones when he spoke, and he handed a trophy in his hand to Zhao Shitao. Then he took Zhao Shitao's extended hand and slowly got into the car. After sitting in the car and taking a deep breath, Alan leaned into the back seat of the car. Although Alan is feeling weak now about this graduation party, he is very satisfied. The trophy in his hand is the result of his victory over the past few days. Thinking of what had happened these past few days, Alan was both painful and happy. It hurt, because after several days of high intensity homework and no medication, Alan couldn't stand it, but he worked hard for the sake of honor. Tricks like Russian roulette are all trivial. There are more tricks in the past few days, and Alan can't even remember which one is which. "Master, Zaro." Shitao glanced at the young master in the rear view mirror and called softly, Steward. Capel called me this morning and said that the election results are out. You have successfully replaced a member of parliament and ran for the position of British member of the European Parliament this year. You can go to the European Parliament headquarters in France in a few days. Let's take a look. I was chosen before anyone showed up. Alan secretly praised him. Boss Chad was really reliable in handling matters. The entire process was completed without his intervention. This was the benefit of having a backer. Theoretically, members of the European Parliament are elected domestically by their respective countries for a term of 5 years, and will continue to be elected after expiration. Now we are talking about being successfully elected, but Alan actually took the path of replacing other congressmen. As for who to replace, Britain has more than 60 seats in the European Parliament. Who is not suffering from a minor illness? If a member encounters a physical condition and can no longer perform his duties as a member, he can be replaced. In other words, from now on, Mr. Allen will not only be a member of the British House of Lords, he will also be a member of the European Parliament, HMM. Another identity has been added. As for visiting the headquarters of the European Parliament in France in the next few days, Boss Chan is probably urging him to quickly select a department and then go to work. Thinking of this, Alan had a headache. He used to be fine in Britain. Even going to the House of Lords in London for a meeting was nothing more than a few hours ride. Now he was stabbed directly to France. If he does this often in the future, if you have a meeting, don't you have to fly to work? 3 days after the party, Alan finally felt better. He is currently in the deep sage time, a state that is difficult for anyone to use. In this state, Alan feels that his mind is very calm and clear, eliminating all messy emotions, which is very suitable for office work. In the study room, Alan, who was only wearing pajamas, was leaning on the seat with his feet up on a low stool. A maid squatted on the ground and was cutting his toenails. There was a maid standing behind him, helping him pick out his ears. It made him feel itchy. It was great to relax while working. Okay, once you're done, go out. Feeling that his toenails were all trimmed, Alan waved his hand and motioned the two maids to go out. He was about to start working again. Picking up a notebook on the desk. Alan's new plan for this year is written in it. Restaurant expansion requires money. Tequila expansion requires money. Money is needed everywhere. It feels like as he gets richer and richer and his living conditions improve a little, he feels that he is increasingly short of money. What Alan needs now is big money and quick money. As for this method of making money, He already has a preliminary plan. Opening the notebook, a line of large characters came into view. 1000. Claims this is the code name that Alan gave to his new plan. It is modeled after the previous Black Duck plan. This time he has made a big upgrade. Alan plans to refine the plan from the beginning, and the 1000 machine plan will be divided into many. The first phase of the plan is in progress, and what he is currently making is the first phase of the plan. After the first phase of the plan is realized, this plan will also launch corresponding subsequent upgraded versions. When attending the graduation party a few days ago, Alan secretly asked George to pass out several copies of the little blue pill experiment on the effects of such high intensity work. The feedback from the students is very good, and with this year's medical approval and patent procedures officially completed, Alan can finally use his big killer weapon, Viagra, to make money. A new drug like this cannot just be sold at cost price. He wants to make a lot of money from this first wave of benefits, and this 1000 machines plan is a plan specially customized to coordinate with this money making effort. The core priority is to form a large local promotion team. Alan is planning to recruit 200 to 400 female college students first. It does not matter if they are not college students, but they must be young, and they must also have requirements for appearance. Not to mention that all of them must be stunning. At least they must be able to look good. After putting on makeup, a face shape that looks very coquettish is of course better. After he recruited the first batch of employees, he still followed the old routine of organizing training first, and then sending them to the European or American markets. Like this new drug, only those who have tried it can feel its benefits. As for the breakthrough here, Alan decided on two directions. The first is the doctors in those clinics and hospitals. Only by winning over these doctors who have the power to make decisions and give advice to patients can we expand our reputation. Then rely on these doctors, who are considered authoritative by most patients, to open up sales. The most critical thing in this step is the doctors, or the heads of hospitals and clinics, to impress them. Alan was prepared to use the simplest and crudest method. Female pharmaceutical sales representatives directly come to sell the medicine door to door. And by the way, they can let these people experience the efficacy of the medicine for themselves. Is there any more appropriate way than to come directly to your door and let the doctor personally experience the effect of the medicine? There is none left. As long as the female medicine sales are professional, the service is professional, and paired with reasonable relationship channels, Xylan pill can gain great promotion in a short period of time. And this is just a normal sales pitch. In addition to ordinary people using little blue pills, Alan also thought of a very special group that also needs these little blue pills in large quantities. Alan scratched his chin. He remembered that he had cooperated with Commissioner Hughes a long time ago. He was responsible for throwing dirty water, and Hughes was responsible for getting people. The two of them secretly scanned the romantic places in London, and they specifically targeted South Korea. Those romantic places opened by people. Places like casinos and underground bars need this kind of medicine the most. Especially for those men who have drank alcohol, although it is said that their sensitivity will be greatly reduced after drinking alcohol. Sometimes the sensitivity is gone, and it is difficult for him to start in the early stages, so he needs a little blue pill as a relief. Help. And now, these Korean pimps in London have been recuperating for several years. Presumably these pigs have been fattened and ready for slaughter, but this time Alan was not going to take them all together, but let them slowly cut them like leeks. Chapter 465 seems thoughtful, but actually, on the surface, they follow the sales route of clinics and hospitals, but secretly they rely on various romantic places. Alan didn't believe he couldn't make money. Now that the first draft of the plan has come out, it's time to find an old guy to help you consult and check for any omissions. Pull the bell and call the servant on duty outside the door. Go and call butler Hooter. I have something to ask him. Okay, master. This who? Te was wearing his beloved single-sided glasses. His surprised eyes made his eyes sunken, and he squeezed the single-sided glasses tighter. He looked weird and a little funny. Last time, Alan came up with a black duck plan, which almost shattered Hooter's 3 views. It's not that he can't accept these things. To be able to sneak into the position of housekeeper in the Earl's house, with his decades of life experience, what kind of things has he not seen? But when following the old Earl could only do some robbery and sneaky things at most, and there were dangers. but with the power of the Hill family, they could still cover it. Point in this regard, the tempers of the old Earl and Alan are very similar. They will never take the initiative to provoke people they can't afford. It seems that the Hill family is very arrogant in Wales, and Alan is even known as the little bully of Wales, as if they are like the emperors of the whole of Wales. But have the Hill family had any enemies over the years? Have point, but the enemies have never exceeded the limit that the family can accept. If they are equal, or they are better than their family, and stronger than the Hill family, they will definitely not take the initiative to provoke them. Point, there is quite a sense of roughness and fineness. It seems to be arrogant and unreasonable, but in fact it bullies the weak and fears a strong. Point, after so many years of smooth sailing, the old Earl finally stumbled upon that incident. Point, but when it comes to Alan, the difference between him and the old Earl is also obvious. The old Earl would never get involved in such a shady or dirty business, but Alan seemed to be very talented in this area. Point, Uther frowned and looked at the plan in his hand. Point, Alan also told him these things last time. Point, end doing business. What is the distinction between high and low? As long as we can make money, that's fine, right? Who can say that those who sell arms must be higher end than those who play technology? Then those who play in technology are better than those who work in high-end real estate. At the end of the day in business, what do? It's still channels and connections. Everything else is virtual. Point, on the contrary, with the current strength of the Hill family, they had to pay a large amount of inheritance tax at first because of the change of heirs. At that time, Alan succeeded to the throne. Although the family was not completely destitute, in addition to some fixed assets, there were also few outside properties left. Not much left. Point, later, in order to pay inheritance tax and settle accounts, he was forced to embark on the road of no return by raising black ducks. After several years, I finally got rid of the business there and cleared the hands of the Gambia side. How long has it been since I stopped raising ducks and started raising chickens? Uther secretly wondered. Could it be that the young master has been with His Highness for a long time and advocates pastoral life? But the chicken raised by His Highness can be eaten, but the young master cannot. Master, the general idea of the plan is fine, but as for the details, hundreds of outstanding looking female college students. Isn't this requirement a bit too high? Ted always felt a bit unspeakable when talking about this, but in the face of Alan's sharp gaze, he still asked slowly, oh, isn't the economic trend now sluggish? There are so many bankrupt companies, and so many people can't find jobs. Now I recruit hundreds of people. Is there a problem? Master, the economic situation is not good. There are many bankrupt companies, and many people cannot find jobs. This is all correct, but you have overlooked a small problem. Alan frowned and motioned for Huth to continue. Young master, it may be that you rarely have contact with people below, or with ordinary civilians. There are some problems that you only see at a large level, such as these young and outstanding looking female college students. As a group, regardless of whether the external economic situation is good or not, they are not short of jobs. As for those who have been laid off and cannot find jobs, they are generally middle-aged or elderly people with no special jobs. In terms of work efficiency, young people will be more cost-effective. Oh, Alan was slightly stunned, blinked slightly, and suddenly froze. Master, women, especially young and outstanding looking women, are a sought-after resource at any time. Therefore, it is too difficult to recruit such a large number of people with such high requirements. After hearing Uther's words, Alan's mind instantly flashed images of thousands of ants traveling south to Europe and west to the United States. TSK. If they all recruit employees of this level, then his 1,000 chickens plan will become useless. It's become a busted plan. By then, it is estimated that the medicine will not be sold, and these ants will not be able to test the efficacy of the medicine. For them, it is no longer a matter of duration, but will escalate to a more difficult problem of depth and width. At present, it is not realistic to rely on drugs to solve this problem. And Master, have you ever thought about it? If we recruit so many people rashly, these people will not move in a fixed area like before. I think what is written in this plan is that they should move freely, and everyone should be divided an area. Yes, Uther took off his single-sided glasses and stuffed them into his breast pocket, rubbed his eyes and said, this will make management very troublesome. If You think about it, they are all college students with very low social experience. If they are rashly sent abroad to a strange place, how should the travel expenses be calculated? How should the holidays be calculated? How should the wages be calculated? In addition to these, how to calculate safety issues? Judging from the work content in the plan, there is a high probability that they will have to get along with many men, or even be alone. The risks are too great, and it is also difficult to manage problems. If they start from home, how should we manage it? If we allocate more people, old Carl is in the United States. I know he has done some things over the years, but it is not at the same level of difficulty for him to manage those thugs, or prisoners in prison, and to manage these women, although Ted did not say whether Alan's plan was good or bad. Through his various analyses, he found that the general idea of the plan was fine, but there were many difficulties in implementing it. This makes Alan feel a little bit sick. These things, how should I put it, can be ignored as long as you have a big heart. For example, for safety issues, if something goes wrong, you have to pay for it. That's fine. But this kind of operation can only be temporary and will not last long. Alan's medicine needs to be sold for a long time. If the company has various problems in the early stage, it will be very troublesome to make rectifications as the company expands. But if all aspects are prepared, what awaits Alan is before he could make any money, he had to spend a lot of money. This is the same embarrassing situation he is in now, when he is short of money. Of course everything is good if you have money, but the problem now is that you have no money. Alan wants to make money through this plan, but if the early preparations are not done well, it will seriously affect the follow-up of his plan. It is very contradictory. Thinking of this, Alan, who had a headache, glared at Hut. He was asked to come here to check and fill in the gaps in his plan, but after Hute said so much, Alan was almost confused. You tell me how to solve these problems. You solve the problems you raise. Alan flipped the pot and put the problem back to Huth, who frowned, picked up the plan he had just placed on the table, flipped through it twice, and fell into deep thought. Alan just lit up a cigarette and waited for Hute to give him an idea. He found that his thoughts always tended towards China unconsciously. Just from the aspect of recruiting people. If it were placed in China, let alone 300 or 400 people, even if it were to recruit 1,000 people, as long as the price was in place, the manpower would be available within 24 hours. Without him, there aren't many things there, just a lot of people. But now this is Great Britain. The combined population of the entire United Kingdom and the United Kingdom is only over 50 million, and the combined population of the entire Wales is only over 2 million. There are few people and there are few unemployed young people. In addition, one must have a certain level of education, good looks, and an open personality. When you think about it, it is indeed difficult to find one, at least within a short period of time. Easy to find, master. Now I have thought of 2 solutions. Te put down the plan and slowly stretched out 2 fingers to gesture at Alan. Before Alan could speak, he continued, the first plan is to take your time. You can't rush such a thing. Let me see what your plan is. They also said that we need to do pre-job training. We don't even have trainers now. Next, we can recruit dozens of people first, form a small training class to start training, and then wait for a group of people to be trained, and then use them as lecturers, and continue for recruitment and training. On the other hand, we can start to establish overseas management offices, train and prepare at the same time, and extend the entire planning cycle. Alan nodded. In this way, it seemed to be stable, but he had to wait until when he wanted to make money, and it would be postponed to 1994. He can't afford it. The second plan. Hute looked at the irritability on Alan's face and lowered his voice. Master, if we reduce all necessary costs, we can start it in a short time, but in this way, we need to use foreign people. Foreigner. Alan squinted his eyes and immediately thought of those Koreans. They couldn't use those people. Alan was a little reluctant to do such a thing with these Koreans. Yes, foreigners, such as those countries in Eastern Europe, are not very stable even now. It is said that some people can fight to their death for a job with a salary of several £100 a month. As long as the salary offered is high enough, and they are willing to do anything. There are also many resources for young women in Eastern Europe, and there are also many in Russia. As long as they go out to work, they don't have to worry about their safety. Compared with us in the UK, who have problems when going out, if something goes wrong with these people, we only need to it can be solved by paying a little money, and it won't have any impact on public opinion. As for the language problem, we can slowly train it. After Hooter finished speaking, he sat upright with his arms folded and looked at Alan quietly. After Hooter reminded him, Alan suddenly realized that he understood what Hooter meant. Recruiting a female college student in Great Britain, not to mention external conditions, is a huge cost in terms of salary. In addition, we must also consider their remuneration, safety issues, etc. when they work abroad. And if you focus on Eastern Europe, then none of these problems will be a problem. Due to historical reasons, there are more women than men there. Moreover, the economy isn't developed. As long as you can make money by working abroad, it will be fine. As for travel subsidies for business trips, don't even think about it. If you can give them a monthly salary of several £100s, they will be very grateful. What more bicycles do you need? The labor cost is so low, so there is no need to consider safety issues. If something happens, the worst thing is to blame it on the local people. He can just give their family a little financial compensation. Anyway, the lives there are not valuable. If you think along this line of thinking, you don't necessarily have to use Eastern European women. In other places, the poorer the place, the labor cost is at the end of the month. But when the labor cost comes down, the cultural level will definitely drop accordingly. What Alan wants to do is high-end medical sales, not pheasant. Hey, I'll think about it. When I go back, I'll think about the second plan and refine it a little more. In the pharmaceutical industry, cultural level is not a necessity, but if I want to go far in this industry, the sales staff below, the cultural level must be able to keep up. If the cultural level is too low, it will affect our subsequent plans. Alan waved his hand, indicating that Hooter could leave. As for these troublesome issues, Hooter was left to think about it. Isn't this old guy stable? The time has come when I need you. Okay, master, what about your itinerary in France? Since he couldn't refuse, Hooter could only grit his teeth and admit that this was the job the young master had asked him to do. No matter what the job was, he had to do it. But putting this issue aside for now, Huth is now concerned about another matter, Alan's trip to the European Parliament. Now Alan has replaced that member of Parliament and became a member of the European Parliament, and now he is officially going to work. For Hooter, this was a sign that the child at home was going to junior high school. He was both happy and worried at the same time. Have you set a time? Alan didn't have any objections to going to France this time. Anyway, he was just messing around wherever he went. This was the first time he went there, so he treated it as a tourist. If he didn't enjoy his stay there, the worst he could do was come back. What do you think of April 20th? The meeting will be held on the 22nd. You should arrive 2 days early. After you go there, you can familiarize yourself with the working environment and then take a day off. Okay, you don't need to bring too many people this time. If nothing happens in the future, this situation will become the norm. Try to reduce the number of people in the team so that we can make arrangements when we arrive. Alan didn't plan to bring too many people there this time and act like a ostentatious person. He planned to go there first and have a look. He would bring few people with him, so even if he had to sneak away, it would be easy to run away. Well, Hooter was a little hesitant, but looking at Alan's expression, he reluctantly agreed. Young master, please bring a small stone. He is experienced and big. Even if something happens, he can block you. Hahaha, I understand. Hut, you don't have to worry too much. That's the eastern part of France. The security environment is about the same as ours. It's also the headquarters of the European Parliament. As long as I don't show off, usually no one will be too embarrassed. Pay attention to me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466, Mr. Allen's new colleague. Okay. Then I'll go back first and make arrangements in advance for your entourage this time, who tested up, held the desk with his right hand, moved his waist slightly, and then slowly walked out of the study. On the afternoon of April 20th, 1993. France, Strasbourg. When you hear these place names with the suffix of XXXX, you often think of Germany. This place did belong to Germany in the past, but it is not absolute. Anyway, it is located in Strasbourg on the left side of the Rhine River, next to Germany on the right. Historically, the two countries have fought over this area, but now it belongs to France. Here is the headquarters of the European Parliament, the headquarters of many EU organizations, and the only area in France where the EU's administrative agencies are gathered. As for why you sometimes see the European Parliament meeting in Brussels on TV, there is a certain special reason. First of all, the predecessor of the European Union, the European Steel Community, had 6 founding countries at that time. Not to mention France, Germany, and Italy. The other 3 are the Netherlands, Belgium and Luxembourg. Not to mention France, Germany, Italy and the Netherlands. These 4 countries were large in size and their international status was not low at that time. But Belgium and Luxembourg are a little bit special. Belgium is a kingdom with a slightly different political system. And Luxembourg is even weirder. Luxembourg is actually a Grand Duchy. There are certain differences between the Grand Duchy and the Principality. For example, Wales is a principality. It is the territory of the prince, that is, the Prince of Boscia. But the Grand Duchy is different. It is the territory of a duke. Luxembourg is the only existing Grand Duchy in the world, which was the so-called vassal state in the past. As for the 3 countries of Monaco, Andorra, and Liechtenstein, they are principalities. The highest nobles in their countries are princes, not dukes, and they are also called certain royal families. As one of the earliest member states of the EU, France, Luxembourg, and Belgium have set up EU offices in 3 cities in 3 countries in order to compete for their respective countries' presence in the EU. They are Strasbourg, France, which is the headquarters of many EU departments, and meetings are held here every month. The city of Luxembourg is of course called Luxembourg, and the European Union usually holds meetings here. Brussels, which is best known to the outside world, is a city in Belgium. The 3 cities are distributed in a diagonal line. Many departments of the European Union. In order to take care of the interests of these 3 parties in the EU, all members of the European Parliament and the following civil servants have to meet in these 3 places in turn every month. Oh, so troublesome. In other words, I will not only come to Strasbourg, but also to 2 other places in the future? Your Highness told me that I only need to go to Brussels for meetings occasionally. Alan looked surprised while listening to the secretary beside him giving him popular science knowledge while visiting the hotel prepared for him in advance. Well, Your Excellency, to be precise, these 3 places hold meetings for a few days every month, but your permanent office is in Strasbourg. Alan finally sensed Boscia's sinister intentions. What he said at the time was that he only had to hold meetings a few days a month, which was very easy. But Alan didn't expect that the so-called meetings every month meant that meetings were held in 3 different places every month. Just count each place and 4 days per month, plus the time he spent traveling back and forth. In this month, he spent nearly half of the month traveling and attending meetings. Damn. Plus there are other things he usually has to do. Doesn't this mean he should take administrative classes? How many days off do you have every month? I, a great British Earl, live in the interior of Europe, and go to work every day. With such hard work, wouldn't it drive him to death? How will he go out to play after this? Alan was breathing heavily. It didn't matter that he didn't want to see this shitty hotel. He was ready to leave. Whoever wants to come to this shitty European Parliament can come. I'm done with it. Seeing that Alan didn't say a word and turned away with a livid face, the secretary next to him who came to introduce him to the job was so frightened that he quickly pulled Alan's sleeves and said, Your Excellency, listen to me. Your Excellency, please don't leave. Once you leave, Your Excellency, I will be finished. Alan shook his hand hard and got rid of the damn bald man. Explain, Your Excellency, these are theoretical working hours. If you are busy, you don't have to come. These meetings are not mandatory for every member of parliament to attend, just like our domestic parliament. Except for the opening and closing ceremonies, the rest of the time is very free. Really, Your Excellency, you have to believe me. The secretary felt a little lack of confidence as he spoke. This was the first time he taught people the experience of fishing so openly. Unspoken rules like this are usually not stated openly. If anyone dares to say this, then the European Parliament, how will it work in the future? Therefore, these things are the privileges of experienced people. If you stay here for a while, you will gradually understand them. But the gentleman in front of me has a bad temper. When he saw that the conditions here are simple and the working hours are long, he turned around and wanted to leave. Now that he has to leave, what should he say? When he goes back, all we can do is explain all the hidden rules to Alan quickly and stabilize him first. The ministers of the British House of Lords were very happy to hear that Alan was coming to the European Parliament if they knew that Alan had only been here for a day. But because he, the secretary, had not explained clearly, he gave up his job and went back to continue making noise in the House of Lords. Then one can imagine the fate of this secretary who failed to stabilize Alan. Alan was dubious and confused. Your Majesty, it's absolutely true. Then, let's go on. This room in the hotel will be my permanent place from now on. Well, if you are not used to living here, I still recommend that you buy a property here, but the council will give you some subsidies for staying in the hotel. You know, because you need to travel to and from the meeting places of the 3 countries. Every time you go out for a meeting, you will be given a subsidy. The cost currently used by the European Parliament to subsidize the commuting and accommodation costs of all personnel is as high as £40 million per year. Alan, who has more money and less money, doesn't care, but he hates this kind of office style where people go around to commit crimes. If he wants to stay comfortably here according to his lazy personality, he has to buy it in 3 cities in these 3 countries. A property, so that he doesn't have to stay in a hotel every time he goes. But in this way, the cost of 3 properties, damn it. When I go to work, not only do I have to fly here, but I also have to buy 3 houses first. What class is this? How many millions of pounds have to be spent before a penny is earned? Just buy a very ordinary house. If you want to live more comfortably, you have to spend more money. The more Alan thought about it, the more he felt that Boss Cha had tricked him this time. Not every member of the European Parliament is a person of high status, but most members have basically a high social status. For these MPs, necessary offices and conference rooms need to be allocated. The current headquarters of the European Parliament is not in the fried egg-like Parliament building that the outside world later became familiar with, but in a very ordinary building complex. The main thing here is that it covers a large area and has many rooms. Although the European Parliament currently has only more than 500 members in total, plus hundreds of civil servants, the office space required for these thousands of people is not small. And now there are more than 1,000 small rooms in the European Parliament headquarters. In addition to nearly 100 conference rooms of various sizes, each member of parliament will be assigned at least a separate office, as well as shared conference rooms and other rooms. Alan was also assigned 2 rooms. One was an office with a suite, where the suite could be used for temporary rest. The other was a small conference room for 10 people. It was not big, but if you formed a small team, here it can be temporarily converted into a public office. The purpose of coming here today is to follow this secretary, to see his future office space here, and get familiar with it, and then come to officially have a meeting tomorrow, to feel the atmosphere of the European Parliament. The decoration and furnishings in the office can only be said to be very average. It is full of the atmosphere of the times. Alan curled his lips looking at this shabby place. The office environment here is not as well decorated as a servant's room at home. This European, not even the parliament. They get so much budget every year and they don't know how to build buildings. Improve the office environment. It's such a shabby place. At first glance, it looks like a street office. It's too shabby. Seeing the disgusted expression on Alan's face, the frightened secretary who followed Alan quickly said, "Your Excellency, the conditions are limited, but the year before last, France had commissioned the best design firm in Europe to design the latest European Parliament headquarters. It seems that the design drawings came out some time ago, and it is said that after the budget is prepared, Construction can start at the end of this year or early next year at the earliest. Oh. Did you demolish this place and build a new one? No, I won't change to a place with better office conditions. It's close to the Rhine River. The scenery is very good. The Parliament headquarters will then occupy a larger area. You are not the only one who thinks that the conditions here are poor. Many members we have objections here, but as you know, we want to build a new parliamentary headquarters, and we still need to apply for it and go through the process. The secretary shrugged and talked about the efficiency of the European Parliament. A new parliamentary headquarters can be completed from project establishment to approval to final construction within 10 years. It is already considered lightning speed. The current progress is 3 years have passed, and victory is just around the corner. Okay, there's nothing to see here. Let's go. Alan didn't even want to visit the suite inside. He would come here often in the future, and had plenty of time to look around. Just after walking out of the office, a group of people passed by the room next to Alan's office. This is also an office, and it seems to belong to a certain congressman. Hearing the movement at the door, before Alan can go far, the office door opens, and a man with a chicken coop head, like a Frankenstein, walks out of it. Old man. When the old guy saw Alan and his entourage, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he greeted Alan very enthusiastically. I heard that there is a replacement congressman. Is it you? What do you call me? I'm your neighbor, right? You can call me Professor, right? Looking at this enthusiastic and generous old man, Alan frowned, and the old guy naturally grabbed his right hand and shook it. Alan Hill. Oh, I know you. Aren't you the nobleman who likes to make movies? So it's you who's here this time. The old man seemed to have discovered a new world. After hearing Alan's name, he became more enthusiastic. But this expression looked fake in Alan's eyes. He likes to play movies. Although Alan is not a professional in acting, he has watched it a lot. He can definitely tell whether the other party is acting, and whether the acting is good or bad. But for poor acting skills, he can tell at a glance. You can tell that the old guy in front of you has such poor acting skills. He glanced at the secretary next to him with a slightly questioning look. The other person still shrugged at Alan with a helpless expression. This probably means that the other party is not hostile to him, but what is the purpose of being so enthusiastic? If you have anything to say, just tell me. Alan was not the kind of person who would make ink marks. With a slight squeeze of his right hand, Professor Wright, who was shaking hands with him with a smile on his face, his eyes instantly bulged. It hurts, Sir Alan. I have something to ask you. Listen to me. I have a research result that I want you to see, and by the way, I want to tell you about the core philosophy of our organization. It's all flashy and gaudy. It could have been like this earlier. Alan flicked his right hand slightly and shook off the old man's right hand. He raised his chin slightly and said, "What do you want me to see? Your Excellency, please come here. I came out in a hurry. The things are in my office, Professor." Wright awkwardly opened the door to the office behind him and wanted to invite Alan in. Although this is the headquarters of the European Parliament, security issues should be guaranteed, but Alan is not stupid enough to have the habit of entering whenever anyone invites him into the room. The apartment here has a restroom, just in case he ambushes inside. More than a dozen swordsmen and axe wielders are plotting to kill him. If he goes in now, won't he be doomed? He slightly gestured to the secretary next to him. The secretary took a look into the office very politely. After he came out, he nodded to Alan. Alan then entered the office with confidence. The blue circular logo has an oval-shaped earth plane at the bottom of the circle, 3 stars of different sizes in the upper left corner, and a small sun pattern in the upper right corner. That's the logo. Alan took the document with this pattern printed on it and looked at it for a long time. He always felt that the pattern looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Until I finished reading the contents of the document. It talked about it in general terms from the origin of the earth to modern times, and also talked about many very detailed examples in a decent manner. The main idea is that the earth is not round, but flat, which is the famous flat earth theory. Looking at this document, Alan's head was filled with questions. Did this old man approach him specifically just to let him read this document? The earth is an elliptical celestial body. Isn't this something that even children know? There are still people these days who believe that the earth is actually flat. Chapter 467 Investigation Team. Can I go? Have you ever been exposed to the teachings of our school before? Right. Looked at Alan's expression and asked a little cautiously. People in their profession are well informed. Every time they talk to people about this, 9 out of 10 people will show contempt for this kind of thing. But this is precisely the charm of the flat earth theory. This school of thought, their theories seem extremely absurd, but only after a deep understanding, you will find out this thing is still very logically autonomous. Flat earth theory has been around since a long time ago, and it was not until modern times, that is, around the 15th century, that there was scientific research and demonstration that the planet under people's feet is an ellipse. But this does not mean that there is no market for the flat earth theory. Their school of thought has evolved so far that the theory has been updated countless times. Anyway, if you follow his settings, you will not find any major flaws. For example, in normal people's cognition, 1 + 1 = 2, but the setting they learned is 1 + 1 = 3. According to their settings, 3 = 1 = 1 is also correct, provided that you follow their settings, but often the difficulty is to make ordinary people accept their setting. As long as they accept this setting, the rest will be easy to say. Alan frowned while holding the document and said, I haven't had any contact with it, but I have heard about it, Professor. Wright looked at the people around him. This time Alan came here without many people. In addition to the secretary sent by the above who has been following Alan, there are also several bodyguards. But when he came to the European Parliament office, before entering the venue, there were several bodyguards staying at the hotel to look after the house, but now there were only 4 bodyguards following Alan. At this time, there were only 7 people in the office, including Professor Wright. He no longer hid, moved closer to Alan, and lowered his voice. Your Excellency, you may think our school of thought is ridiculous, since Americans have long been the moon landing was successful, and recently there was news that they would take the lead in building the International Space Station. But why does our school of thought still exist to this day? Alan nodded. He was not in a hurry to deny it. He just wanted to hear what he wanted to do. Anyone who could get along with the professor would definitely not be a fool. Your Excellency, this Flat Earth Society has been established by our school. Professor Wright pointed to the blue logo on the document and introduced. Currently, it has developed more than 3,000 formal members in Europe, North America, and even the world. Others there are countless non-member believers. Many of these members are high-end people in the business, media and political circles. Having said this, Professor Wright smiled and looked at Alan and explained with a look that you understand, anything that is beyond ordinary people's cognition but can continue to exist has a reason for its existence, just like our school of thought. You can disagree, disbelieve, or even secretly laugh at it, but many ordinary people in our school of thought agree with it, and with these ordinary people, we have a foothold. Today's internet is not particularly developed, and this is not an era where you can search for knowledge casually with your mobile phone. For ordinary people, if they want to learn some knowledge, apart from libraries, schools, and newspapers, the place where they can get the most information in their daily lives is television or radio. But these things on TV are the people who lead them. They want to show ordinary people what they want, so that ordinary people can see it. As a result, there are many paranoid people who are extremely distrustful of these sources of information. They are supporters of conspiracy theories and skepticism. In other words, no matter what appears on TV, there will always be some people who will not believe it. The more people come forward to popularize science, the more suspicious they will be. It can be said to be a kind of alternative anti-intellectualism. It is some of these people who support organizations like the Flat Earth Society. Alan opened his mouth slightly, and he understood a little bit. To put it bluntly, these members are not so much believing in the flat earth theory, but rather they are ordinary people who need those who believe in the flat earth theory. These days, there is a huge gap in understanding between ordinary people and professionals, but due to certain things, niche fields are often very eye-catching. Attracting attention is what many people in special industries need most, such as politicians and people who work in the media. They all need this influence, or news popularity. After understanding this, think about it. If they develop more than 3,000 official members through this, their influence can be said to be quite large. No wonder all the members of the European Parliament are from this organization. We are all in the same niche organization, with both identity and publicity. With this layer of skin, things like mixed councils will be of great help to ourselves. In addition, most of the members of the society are from developed areas, so it is also a good choice to make connections. There are a large number of ignorant people below, and 3,000 high-end people above. Such an organization interesting. After thinking about this, Alan finally had a smile on his face. He no longer despised Professor Wright as much as he did when he first saw him. He took the initiative to stretch out his right hand and shook Professor Wright's hand vigorously. Professor, you are a great talent. I'm very interested in your Flat Earth Society, but I'm too busy today. Can I take this document back? I'll take a look when I have time, when I get back. Okay. Your Majesty, please do so. If you don't understand anything, please feel free to contact me at any time. Although Alan agreed to join the society without being present, Professor Wright was already satisfied. Now that he had expressed his intention. The formal members of their society only require high-end people. If you don't have any status, they don't want you. Everyone just sticks together to keep warm and everyone gets what they need. As for the flat earth theory, it is just a tool for them. Believe it or not, on the way back to the hotel, the secretary sat in the passenger seat and turned his head to introduce Alan, who was sitting in the back seat. Your Excellency, there are many strange little organizations in the European Parliament. A Flat Earth Society with 3,000 high-end members has become a small organization. In the words of the secretary, small organizations like these usually actively recruit various high-end people. People with your status are very attractive to them, so after you come here, don't worry. Once you get familiar with it, you will. There are many such organizations that come to visit you and tell you their ideas, but there are very few people who do practical things. Most of them are. The secretary smiled at Alan, and everyone understood what he meant. Well, how long have you been here? Alan was a little curious. This secretary knew a lot. It seemed that the people sent to accompany him this time were quite attentive. Your Excellency, I have been here for almost 2 years and have been followed by 2 congressmen. You are the 3rd congressman. Tell me about these small organizations. Are there any that are similar to the Flat Earth Society? When you are in the House of Lords, there is no need to form cliques. Each member of parliament can say whatever they want. But after coming here, with just 1 day's experience, Alan discovered that, if he wanted to have a good time here, he still had to find an organization to join and get involved. But Alan doesn't want to join those familiar large organizational parties. He is now a non-partisan and can only join some small organizations without political bias. Well, Your Excellency, there is a European Women's Association. You may be familiar with this association. I think they will also send people to visit you in a few days. There are also environmental organizations, animal protection organizations, and the Human Rights Council. But the usual affairs of this department, if there are more, you probably won't be interested. Oh, Alan's eyes flickered. The European Women's Association and the British Women's Association were theoretically the same group. He was indeed familiar with this organization. Since his debut, this is the organization he has had the most contact with. Although he has never formally met with the people there, he can be said to have been close friends for a long time. After all, Alan's previous external personality was to care about the people, especially women. But now with this Human Rights Council, he is more concerned. The main thing is the word human rights. He has heard it a lot in his previous life. These powers always use human rights to talk about things, which is very annoying. In Alan's understanding, the Human Rights Council is almost like doing nothing all day long, just finding faults here and there. The kind of organization that is looking for trouble. They stand on the moral high ground and can criticize without restriction anything they see that they subjectively deem unfair, which is very interesting. When choosing a department before coming here, this department was considered Alan's first choice. Your Excellency, the Human Rights Council is very busy at ordinary times, mainly because it requires frequent business trips. For example, the theme of the recent meeting is their business. Tell me in detail. Yes, Your Excellency, you know that the May Treaty will not officially come into effect until the end of this year. At that time, we will officially transform from the European Community to the European Union, and then the inspection work of this group of new applicants to join the European Union will be put forward. The schedule is up, and inspections of these applicant countries require many departments to organize small inspection groups, including the Human Rights Council. In other words, this matter will be discussed at tomorrow's meeting. Alan didn't expect that he would be so lucky this time to catch up with the meeting before the formation of the inspection team. So, could he sneak in and become the small leader of the inspection team? Alan, who is not very familiar with the operating mechanism here, can only rely on this secretary to give him advice. Can I join the Human Rights Council and then join the inspection team to participate in this inspection? Alan asked with a smile. Your Excellency, the secretary was slightly startled when he heard Alan's question. Normal congressmen are not interested in such thankless tasks and leave them to the people below. After all, as long as they are related to human rights, it's somewhat annoying point. But I didn't expect that the gentleman in front of me would be interested in this matter. Yes, but this kind of inspection is a waste of time. Are you sure you want to participate? Okay. Which countries are newly applying to join this year? Alan didn't care about this kind of news before. Anyway, the people of Great Britain don't care about this kind of news. They live on the island. What does Europe's affairs have to do with me, Great Britain? But now that he is here, Alan needs to know more about it. Well, this time I applied for 4 countries, namely Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Austria. Oh, 3 of the 5 Nordic countries applied. After hearing that it was these countries, Alan became even more interested in this inspection. Needless to say, Austria is located in Central Europe and is close to Eastern Europe. It is the best place to visit Eastern Europe. Many poor people in Eastern Europe want to come to the free world to make big money, so they have to go to Austria first. Point for example, Arnold, Cameron's #1 general, used to be Austrian. Point in addition to Austria, the remaining Nordic countries are also remarkable. Point let's not talk about Norway. Although the royal family here is a poor family, the income of their people is still reasonable. The situation in Finland is similar to this. It can be considered as evenly matched. Point, but Sweden is different. Sweden is rich. Today's Sweden is known as a paradise for immigrants. It is located in Northern Europe and has a very developed economy. Point and basically I have never experienced the baptism of war. Going to their place for inspection, if nothing else, is a good idea, even if it is regarded as a trip. Point besides, Alan is still a nobleman. In the past, he could directly communicate with Swedish nobles. When the time comes, whether it is doing things or conducting inspections, he will have an advantage over ordinary people in the Human Rights Council. Point now, Alan is in urgent need of manpower, that is, those female medical representatives. Whether he goes to Austria or the 3 Nordic countries, he can inspect this aspect. In comparison, going to Austria is more beneficial to him. You prepare some materials for me. After the meeting tomorrow, help me apply and go through the procedures. I want to participate in this inspection. Alan made up his mind to be more serious this time and do something practical. Isn't it just to examine human rights? It's like no one knows how to talk about it. For people in Great Britain, isn't this a natural skill? To ridicule people in a weird way. Okay, Your Excellency, I will prepare now. A huge conference room with seats arranged in a fan shape. Point more than 600 vacancies. This is the approximate layout of the conference hall at the European Parliament headquarters now. Point very old, but doable. Point Alan looked at the surrounding facilities in confusion like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city. Point he used to hang out in the British House of Lords and never found that holding a meeting could be so troublesome. Point today's meeting actually attracted more than 200 members, but in addition to these congressmen, there are dozens of translators. There are currently more than a dozen languages in circulation in the European Parliament, and members of each member state speak in their own language. Point, but other members of Congress, if they don't speak a few foreign languages, will only have half understanding when listening to such speeches like Alan. He can vaguely understand French, and the same goes for German. Point it's like Chinese people listening to Japanese. After watching them chatter for a long time, he can only understand some common words here and there, and the rest has to be translated. Just like now, if the people above say something, there will be translators below who will translate it in real time in the area where the members of each country are sitting. It takes more than 10 minutes to listen to a speech. No wonder the outside world generally complains about the inefficiency of the European Parliament. This is the model. Anyone who comes has to be inefficient. PS. Repairing a computer will fix your mentality. When they came to see it, it was done in a few minutes. I stood by and watched, and it was so profitable. Woohoo. I have discovered a truth. People don't mess around in areas you don't understand. After all the fuss, you will have to make up for it in a time-consuming and laborious way. Chapter 468. Big news coming from the other side of the Atlantic. The European Parliament in your imagination, bickering, heated and lively. The European Parliament in reality, fitful, calm and boring. Alan made some miscalculations this time. He remembered that, when he went to the British House of Lords for a meeting for the first time, he still brought a thermos cup, melon seeds and other things. The main thing was to relax and eat melon. But this time he came, in order to maintain his composure in front of other European congressmen. Alan didn't bring anything with him. This led to him now. Even if he wanted to fish, there was nothing to do. He would have known better if he had brought another book. It won't be like now, sitting here dryly doing nothing. The voice coming to my ears was like an airport boarding gate, saying anything, blah blah blah. Taking out his notebook, Alan planned his plan on his own. There are a lot of things to do right now, including the family business. The 1000 Machines project is currently on hold and needs to wait for Hute to help him improve it. French restaurant expansion requires money. Expansion of takeaway stores requires money. The large-scale comprehensive supermarket that Alan has always wanted to build has never been put on the agenda due to financial problems regarding the business in China. He recently wanted to upgrade the industry, but again, he had no funds. In addition, in terms of film and television dramas, the short-form large-scale outdoor survival and blind date program is currently in post-production, and we are still discussing with the BBC about its release. Cameron's movie is still being filmed, but it has reached the end of filming. Funding will also be needed for post-production, but Alan doesn't need to worry. Sony can help with the money. Luc Besson is probably in the same situation, but his progress is much slower than Cameron's, so you don't have to worry about him for a while. After writing down several current difficulties, Alan rubbed his chin to think of solutions. He originally wanted to make a quick buck with the 1000 Machines project, but now he can no longer count on it due to lack of manpower. However, if he can successfully infiltrate the Human Rights Council's inspection team, his predicament can be solved. But now, there is no hope for a while. Even if it is the formation of the inspection team, given the current situation of the European Parliament, Alan feels that, if the inspection team can be successfully formed within 2 months, it will be considered a rapid progress. In other words, within 2 months, he would have to find another way to make some money. Is there anything you can do to make quick money without investing so much cost? Alan frowned, excluding the financial field that he was not good at. It seemed that there was no place to make quick money unless he went to robbery. Ouch. Damn, I have a headache. Alan put down his pen and rubbed his temples. Sir, just leave the application process to me. But you also know the application time and the efficiency here. After finally getting through the painful meeting, on the way back to the hotel, the secretary still sat in the passenger seat and turned her head to report the situation to Alan. Alan didn't listen much to today's meeting. He was distracted thinking about his own things, but secretaries can also sit at the back and listen, but they have no right to speak. Okay, just stay. I'll go back tomorrow. Alan, who has lost patience with this side, is ready to run away. There is nothing interesting here in Strasbourg. Since the offices have been divided, and the secretary has kindly reminded him, he is going to sneak back and wait until there is a very important meeting, and then come back for the meeting. Of course, not at other times coming. Your Excellency, I want to remind you, the secretary couldn't help but feel a little headache when he saw that Alan had just finished a meeting and was in a hurry to go home without even wanting to wait a day longer. It's not that he has to hope that Alan will stay, but that Alan has nothing to deal with, so he is in a hurry to leave. You say, Alan, turn to look out of the car window. In a city like Strasbourg that is more administrative and office oriented, the overall atmosphere is quite serious, and there are not many tourist attractions or too many entertainment facilities. However, many riverview rooms in the city look pretty good. Alan fell in love with a Chinese style or Japanese style building. He didn't go in to take a look. Anyway, it was an old-fashioned 3-story house with a brick structure from the East Point. The appearance looks very friendly, and it is close to the inner city river. The scenery and environment look good. If he wants to come here often in the future, he prefers to buy a bigger house. Otherwise the house he buys is too small, and his servants there is no room for people or bodyguards. Your Excellency, although you have already seen the office, you still need to form a small team here, such as your secretary, assistant and other clerks. You don't need to be here at ordinary times, but these people need to be here. Help you send and receive files, deliver messages, etc. Alan blinked and suddenly felt a little blushing. He has never taken any serious classes. In the past, even if he was doing other things, the servants at home would naturally be responsible for the rest. He had never considered this issue. Now I almost neglected it. Can I bring a few secretaries from home? Thinking of all the chores here, Alan wanted to pick one of the secretaries at home to bring him here. From now on, there will be a shift system here. The secretaries at home will come over one by one to take turns and watch over here for him. Yes, you can, but according to the regulations, you can only send one secretary from home. As for other staff, you have to recruit interns from several universities here that cooperate with European community countries, and let these people come give you a job. Can it still be like this? No wonder the efficiency of the European community is so low. Some people have always complained, but in general it can continue to operate, and it is even getting stronger. It turns out that it is also a trick of the school, and they can provide jobs for young people. As for those colleges and universities that cooperate with the European community, Alan knows that there must be indispensable benefits in this. Their students will intern here after graduation, and there will be future promotion channels. When these people slowly rise in position in the future, and can also feed back to the alma mater. Not to mention, as long as this model lasts for a long time, new organizations will definitely be formed in the future. I understand. Then you are responsible for writing a recruitment list for me, listing how many people I need to recruit, and what positions they need, and send it to me when the time comes. Alan doesn't understand this aspect, and he doesn't want to understand it. As long as the secretary he sends over can understand this, he can just let these people do the rest. Okay, sir, I will make arrangements as soon as possible this afternoon. The secretary nodded, took out his notebook, and started writing down all the things he needed to do. After going out for a few days and returning to Wales, Alan felt like he had never felt so much before. Hating going to work. He really didn't catch a cold when he went to work like this, had to take a plane, and had to go early. But that was how life was. Sometimes he also wants to be a useless person who just eats and waits to die and earn a little money on the way. But for groups like them, once their status reaches a certain level, they really can't do whatever they want. Sometimes they can't help themselves. Fortunately, the European Parliament can be lazy, and the expected busyness did not appear. In theory, if there is nothing else to do, it seems that it is not impossible to go there every 1 or 2. On the way home from the airport, holding today's newspaper, Alan accidentally glanced at today's international news section. America. Details of the Waco massacre. This is a local newspaper in Wales. It has a small circulation, and is provided for free at the airport. The driver may have read it and left it in the car out of boredom while waiting for his flight. Looking at this title, Alan was a little confused. He seemed to have never heard of this incident called the Waco massacre. What was this? Alan shook the newspaper and pretended to be having fun. He ignored the pictures of the fire scene and started reading the news. It probably means a branch of Christianity called the Davidians. It is another branch of this religion with more extreme ideas. That kind of religion. Then according to the teachings of this religion, they believe that the end of the world will happen in 1993. At that time, they will need to fight bloody battles with the pagans. Only by fighting bravely and without fear of death can they ascend. Anyway, that's what it means. The people in this sect are somewhat violent. The leader of these people built a large ranch in the mountains of a remote suburb of the county town of Waco, Texas. The famous Texas later, after several years of improvement, the ranch was slowly built into a fortress-like building, which had certain practical functions. In this fortress lived hundreds of members of the sect. And their leader is David Koresh. This guy uses an almost military management method to manage these believers. They eat a big pot of food every day, live together, and then train. In the past few years, they have successively purchased a large amount of arms from various channels, and the amount is staggering. And in such an environment, with remote areas, dictatorial leaders, and large numbers of people living in large groups, it is easy for some very absurd things to breed. For example, this guy named Koresh had several wives by himself. And his subordinates are believers. He lived like an ascetic every day, didn't eat well, had to train every day, was exhausted at the end of the day, and had to be brainwashed by this guy at night. It's not over yet. Everyone is so tired, but they still have to watch this leader spend the day and night drinking and drinking meat. This made people feel very unhappy. After enduring it for a long time, some believers came out and secretly reported on it. Then Furball sent an investigation team to investigate. Given the urinal nature of Americans, the relevant leaders were very happy after they received this kind of news. After all, it was a rare thing. The investigation team brought weapons and called a few reporters to go with them, preparing to let these reporters take pictures of Furball's heroic appearance in handling the case. Then, as expected, something unexpected happened. When the Furball investigation team arrived at the location and produced a search warrant, they were not faced with the full cooperation of a ridiculous, unorganized small group in the wild. Rather, it is an organization with complete doctrines, formal training, complete weapons and equipment, and a complete manner similar to a regular bunker for defense. There are hundreds of people in this organization. They refuse to cooperate. No one even looks at the search warrant. Then the two sides exchanged fire without warning. On one side is a show troupe composed of several journalists from FBO, and on the other side is a well-trained violent organization among the private sector. Needless to say, the result was that the confident Furball was stunned. Not only were they stunned, but so were the reporters who followed and prepared to report the news. Fortunately, there were no casualties among those reporters. However, after this battle, the incident quickly occupied the local news headlines. 4 people were beaten to death on the spot, and 6 people were killed on the opposite side. Then Furball began to call for support. A large number of supporting forces arrived quickly. The two sides had been fighting for May 4th from the end of February to the beginning of April, and they had been fighting for more than a month. Just like this, a gang of hundreds of people, relying on the well-equipped manner, managed to defend Zio for 2 months. Alan's eyes widened when he saw this. Americans still know how to play, and they can still do this. They have built fortresses in the suburbs, and no one has noticed. Sure enough, there are gun battles in free America every day. This is so exciting. This has been going on for 2 months, and he has never heard of it. It seems that Americans also know that family scandals should not be made public. However, everything came to an end with the end of the general offensive on April 19th. According to the final report, the casualties on Furball's side were fortunately only 4 who were killed at the beginning. As for the other party, that sect, a total of 72 people died. But something magical happened. Among these 72 people, more than 20 are children. There were also more than 20 British people. This data is very scary. A good fight against those taught by X. But in the end, all the casualties were civilians and children. Because this data was exposed, the news spread quickly, first surprising the United States, and then spreading to Europe, especially the United Kingdom. Originally, people in Great Britain were vaguely aware of this incident. At first, everyone just took it for granted and regarded it as one of the many local violent incidents in the United States. But in the end, I didn't expect that Daying would be implicated. This was the death of more than 20 British citizens in one breath, accounted for 1/3 of the total casualties. Alan almost laughed out loud when he saw the news. It was such an exciting thing. If he could play a role in it, he would have to suffer dozens more casualties. It would be a pity. Look at the news commentary written by the local Welsh editor at the back. The British never expected that they would be the ones who suffered the most losses in the end. We look forward to further follow-up of the news. We hope that there are no Welsh people among these innocent souls. Master, are you back? How do you feel about going to the European Parliament this time? Huff did not go to the airport to pick up Alan in person this time, but waited for his return at home. The first time Alan got out of the car, Hooter said hello to Alan as usual. Then when he accompanied Alan upstairs, Hooter seemed to suddenly remember something, patted his forehead and said, "By the way, Master, Carol is back. The day you left, he seemed to have something urgent to do with you. I saw that you were going to the European Parliament for a meeting, so I didn't call you and asked him to wait for your return at home." Chapter 469. How does this involve me? Oh, old Carl is back. What's wrong with him coming back at this time? Alan didn't even stop when he heard old Carl's name, but just after climbing a few steps, Alan's steps suddenly stopped again. He suddenly thought of something, but it was just a flash of inspiration, not real. I'll take a shower first and ask him to wait for me in the study. Okay, young master. Hooter smiled and nodded, waving to call the servants who were following him, and arranged for them to prepare bath water and other things for later. Having just finished taking a shower, Alan was wearing a bathrobe and leaning on the main seat of the study. The maid behind him was giving him a head massage. As the study door was pushed open, old Carol glanced at him with his eyes closed in embarrassment. Alan, and then stood in front of the desk and waited. What's wrong? What's the emergency? Alan yawned and asked. This kind of head massage makes you feel sleepy easily as you press it. I really want to go to bed early and sleep until tomorrow. Old Carol glanced at the maid standing behind Alan and didn't speak in a hurry. Alan waved the maid's massage hand and motioned for her to go out first. When Alan and old Carol were the only ones left in the study, old Carol lowered his voice and said, "Master, I encountered a little trouble there, and it's not convenient to talk to you on the phone. I came back to report it to you." "What little trouble is this?" "What?" Old Carl said. "Doesn't sound like a big problem, but if I remember correctly, old Carl stayed here for half a month after returning home before Christmas, and then returned to the United States in early January. Under normal circumstances, Alan is now responsible for most of the affairs in the United States. He will not be called back if nothing happens. Firstly, it is because he is old and often travels back and forth, which is a burden on his body. Also big, the other one. Nothing big happened during this time." Old Carol touched the top hat in his hand, a little embarrassed to say it. After thinking for a long time, he figured out what to say. "Master, one of my clients has been in some trouble recently, and I seem to be implicated." "Your client? Small trouble? What small trouble?" Alan thought it was some nonsense in Los Angeles, and he was obviously not interested in what Carol Leo said next. A few years ago, after Alan got acquainted with Councillor Wang from China in the UK, the two parties had many interactions, mainly because Alan was very generous and gave him some gifts, some for personal use and some for other purposes. Later, the relationship between the two parties deepened, but Councillor Wang also returned to China. However, after he returned to China, it did not affect the relationship between the two parties. Alan had previously filmed a movie called The Bad Seed, and at that time he was planning to give American children a big Christmas gift. Later, because the concept of that movie was really problematic, if it had been an ordinary director, the content of that movie would have been banned 800 times, but Alan doesn't have a special status. Hollywood's review agency gave him a little bit of face and made a few changes in translation and dubbing. No other major changes were made. After that, the movie was released. Although the box office performance was not very good at the time, it was actually made some impact. Of course, at that time, there were still many little black men who came forward to accuse Mr. Allen, but since Alan asked these little black men to be sent to where they should go, nothing was too eye-catching for a long time. The report came to accuse him openly. In order To coincide with the release of this movie in the United States, Alan planned to buy a batch of cheap firearms and ship them to the United States to make some money. He called these arms at the time movie supporting peripherals anyway, whether it is an adult or a child. After watching the movie, they will definitely be a little panicked, and they don't want this to happen to them one day. And then, with this idea, don't you want to buy a new gun at home to increase your sense of security? At that time, in order to find a source of goods, Alan chose from left to right and finally selected the Type 56 automatic rifle. The benefits of this thing too much, but the most important thing is that he can get goods in large quantities and cheaply in the current international arms market. The AK-47 is already cheap enough, but the purchase price of the Type 56 automatic rifle is several times cheaper than the AK-47, only reaching a quarter of the price of the AK-47. What is this concept? The money you spend on one AK-47 can buy 4 Type 56 automatic rifles. As for the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, at its core, it is an imitation and improved model of the AK-47. The two guns are very similar in appearance, and the use experience is also very different. The only difference is the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle is not as good as the AK-47. But all problems are not a problem in terms of low price point. At that time, Alan contacted Councillor Wang and bought a batch of early model Type 56 semi-automatic rifles that had been retired from the battlefield. After returning to the manufacturer for refurbishment, the price was lower and the quality was worse, but the appearance was quite good, mainly because there were a number of improvements. A Type 56 semi-automatic rifle with a foldable stock. This batch of goods was later transported to the United States, and later, the movie peripherals failed to sell, so these guns were put in the warehouse. But since old Carl's connections have become wider and wider, he still finds ways to slowly ship out the guns, selling these guns under various names, slogans such as Vietnam Battlefield Commemorative Firearms and old guns with a lot of actual combat experience. Anyway, I have purchased bits and pieces from Huajiuo several times in the past few years, and the sales are pretty good. Carl Sr. has always regarded this as a small part of his source of funds. Unexpectedly, after several years of selling smoothly, I encountered a little bit of trouble. Master, I have a customer from Texas who bought guns from me a few years ago. When he first started, the quantity he bought was not large. He only bought a few guns. Because he was a small customer, I also never seen him. Old Carol glanced at Alan cautiously and saw that his young master seemed to be about to fall asleep. His speech speed suddenly increased and he continued. Later, as time passed, he gradually became a big customer. I just met him once, and he asked me to help him get some other things. Alan tilted his head back and said slowly, "What? Did you sell him a big contraband thing? Bombs or something?" No. Old Carl thought for a while and said, bombs and stuff are not important. He first came to me and got a lot of uncut videotapes of gun battles. You know, I also have some channels there, so I can get this unabridged tape. A videotape of a gunfight movie? Buying both a gun and a videotape? What? Are they preparing to rebel? Hearing that this customer, old Carl, actually bought this kind of videotape, Alan sneered. This was too childish. He was indeed a Yankee. Stupid. Master, he later disliked the American gunfight movies as not satisfying, so I helped him get some early war movie tapes from China. Many of the things in them were very practical. Hearing what old Carol said, Alan sat up suddenly, looked at old Carol with wide eyes and said, "Wait a minute." Alan suddenly came to his senses. The client you just mentioned is from Texas. Yes, master. Have you bought many guns from you one after another? Yes, there were other weapons, and you sold him a lot of videotapes, even some professional ones. Well, you could say that. Alan thought about the newspaper he had read in the car when he came back. At that time, he felt vaguely strange. There are so many people under that leader, and he is a branch of Christianity. How did he think of making a big pot of rice and living a collective life? Isn't this weird? But what if he learned this from some film and television materials? This can also explain very well why they were able to resist the siege of Phobal for 2 months with only a large manor and a team of hundreds of people. Is your client's name Koresh? Master, do you know him? Seeing Alan gritting his teeth and asking for the name, Old Cole was stunned. Have you not read the newspapers these days? The news has reached here. When I came back, today's newspapers were still reporting on him. Old Carol opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but not knowing what to say. I was still wondering how this group of people could be so powerful in combat. It turned out that you were the one behind it. Why didn't you mention this to me? My young master, this is just a small matter. I have many clients, and he is not the biggest one. Who knew that he would suddenly make such big news? I heard from my friends that Furball is currently investigating this matter. I was afraid that they would notice something, so I came back in a hurry. I didn't pay much attention to the news there some time ago, and I didn't know that the place where the accident happened was his manor. Old Carl spread his hands with a speechless expression. This thing is like opening a hardware store. Who would have thought that a random customer would come to the store and buy a screwdriver and then start using this screw to kill people when he returned? He is not afraid. He dares to sell weapons and has formal procedures. However, this matter is too big now. Anyone who has anything to do with this matter will be investigated more or less. Old Carol is also afraid of being implicated. I went to Alan, so I came back in a hurry. Because his identity in the United States is generally known to the public. Everyone knows that he is a knight from Great Britain and Alan's butler. If people find out about him, then they will definitely think of Alan. Yeah. Alan squinted his eyes and tapped his index finger on the desk. He was completely sleepy now. An hour ago, he was still regretting that he was not involved in such an exciting thing. An hour later, his butler Old Carl, who usually seemed extremely stable, was actually involved in this matter. Now it's his turn to deal with the mess for his men. Alan hated this kind of unexpected situation the most. It left him no time to prepare at all, but if he didn't handle it quickly, he would be very numb. But as for this incident, whether it was serious or not, it was earth-shattering, and only a few dozen people died. But the key point is that many children and civilians died in this incident, and 1/3 of these civilians were British. This is fucked up. Just like many parents, it is obvious that their own education is not good, so that their children like to play games, resulting in poor academic performance. Instead of reflecting on their own problems and making changes, they transfer all their hatred to internet cafes, mobile phones, and games themselves, saying that these things have harmed their children. Now regarding this matter, there should be a high probability that someone will ask the weapons dealer about it, such as how dare they resist when you sell them weapons? How could so many people die in the end? In other words, if they had no weapons, they would have been killed by Furball long ago. Wouldn't they be like civilians? But in this incident, most of the civilians who died at the hands of Furball. Those believers did not kill many civilians because their manor was in the remote suburbs of the county and there were few people around. From the beginning, they being surrounded and beaten did not leave them any time to go out and harm civilians. Now the problem is very clear. In order to prevent some people from taking advantage of the weapons dealer, we simply magnified the incompetence and indiscriminate killing of innocent people in this matter and use their crimes to cover up the behavior of Old Carl. As long as most of the public's attention is focused on the civilians who were killed indiscriminately and on Furball, then no one will pay attention to Old Carl. If there is still, that is because they have bad intentions and deliberately want to drag Alan into the water. After thinking about this, Alan and Old Carol looked at each other and communicated their thoughts with Old Carol in detail. Master, what do you mean? We need to make a fuss in the media. Yes, but not entirely. Alan glanced around irritably. Old Carl quickly picked up the cigarette case on the table, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Alan, then helped him light the cigarette. Then he sat down and prepared to listen. The young master's arrangement. Taking a deep breath of cigarette, Alan frowned and asked, if I remember correctly, this matter is over, right? It will be over on the 20th. Yes, the fight was over on the 20th. The manor was breached, and Koresh was killed. There's no need to worry about that. I don't know how much of the things related to me he kept. I think there's a high probability that he will have them. a ledger or something. Only this kind of thing can implicate me. Well, that is to say, starting from February, the two sides exchanged fire near their manor, and the fighting lasted for 2 months. During this period, if the people from Phobal want to investigate, do you think they will find you? Alan discovered the key to the problem. Although this matter has a big impact now, it only has a big impact after the fight has been completed in the past few days and the data has been exposed. In fact, nearly 2 months have passed since this incident happened. For such a long time, if someone found something, it was impossible for old Carol to be ignored. So, they don't have any useful information at the moment. Alan and Carol Leo looked at each other and came to the same conclusion. Yes, so don't worry about this. Whether they don't want to say it or they haven't found out, you will be fine during this period anyway. We sell arms in a serious way and we do a serious business. We pay with one hand and pay with the other. There was no tax evasion in the delivery. Everything was reasonable and legal. Yes, young master. Regarding the tax issue, I have always followed your instructions. I have never defaulted on it and have always paid it on my own initiative. Chapter 470 Welsh TV. As long as there is nothing wrong with our taxes, the other thing is to prevent some people from deliberately trying to drag me down. Alan continued to discuss with old Carol with a sullen face. Although there is no clear news yet about the Koresh weapon that old Carl sold to that person, this thing has the same meaning as the boss Chad asked him to hide in Wales after Alan set the fire last year. Sometimes, when one thing attracts public attention, all other things that occur during this period will often be subconsciously implicated in this matter. This is all inertial thinking. Just like this news. If old Carl is fine, then Alan must be fine too. But if Furball dug out any account books, diaries and the like from Koresh's manor, it would clearly show that old Carol indeed sold Koresh a large number of weapons. As long as old Carol's name appears in the news, Alan will inevitably be pulled out as old Carol, and he will not be able to escape. Because Alan's status is high. The topic is wider, and he is more suitable for hype such as conspiracy theories. Moreover, many Americans have stereotypes about British aristocrats, or they are the kind of fantasy aristocrats in movies, who have very luxurious living habits and elegant speech and behavior. Either he is ruthless and cunning, he is not a good person, he is just a very traditional old aristocrat. Although Alan is indeed not a good person in theory. This incident has nothing to do with him. This just makes people sit at home and let the pot come from the sky. If Alan was really allowed to plan such a thing, it wouldn't be enough to kill more than 70 people. Let's give him 10 times the number of casualties. Yes, master, I was worried about this before I came back. As long as it involves me, if someone wants to do something, they will definitely lead these things to you. Yeah, so these civilians who were killed indiscriminately were Phobal's crime. If they want to divert people's attention, they have to bring up another influential person to attract people's attention, such as me. Alan pointed to his nose, a little unlucky. Yes, master. Old Carl nodded honestly. He was afraid of this. Now, in order to prevent these people from diverting the attention of the people, we must first confirm Phobal's charges, let them focus on the people's eyes, and let them have no time to take care of themselves. Yes, master. Look, what do you need me to do? Well, Alan thought for a while, pointed to the phone on the table and said, call Hud and ask him to call Syphis, and ask them to come here together, and wait until they arrive. Yes, old Carol stood up and quickly called Huth as Alan asked. Media. It sounds simple, but it is very difficult to actually do it. This thing is not like Alan used to publish short essays, where you can just find a newspaper to submit an article. For news like this, that follows current hot news, you must find a more influential media to operate it easily. But if Alan did it himself, something would be wrong. He was in England, and the incident happened in Texas, the United States. The two sides were so far away that he couldn't commit the crime, and he had no motive to go out and do the news in person. But if you secretly seek out small media, your influence will be lost. Pressing his temples with his hands, Alan was a little irritated. The media's tactics have troubled him many times in the past few years. There are no such information dissemination methods as Weibo, Facebook, etc. in later generations, which can be known to the whole world with just a few clicks of a finger. Although Alan had acquired several small media in the past few years, they were all print media and small-scale companies at the county level with extremely low output values. They were just to make up the numbers. The combined total influence of these media may not be as great as the influence of a program group randomly pulled out by the BBC. It is a model that is not used enough and is a pity to discard. But Alan has never thought about acquiring or investing in a large and influential media before. But the reality is too cruel. Even if it is a media like the BBC, which Alan has a good relationship with, he usually works with them to make a TV show, poach a few people, or arrange a job or something like that. It's all fine, but as long as he expresses the idea of investing in shares or making acquisitions, then sorry, don't even think about it. Regardless of whether Alan is an earl or not, even if the Jew comes and he refuses to sell, what else can you do to him? Forced buying and selling. They are playing with the media. If you dare to buy or sell by force in the morning, the news will spread all over the world before noon. When playing with this kind of group, you can't use such strong methods, but if the media is too small, it will be a waste of money to acquire it. Just like that, Alan has been struggling to make progress in media resources in the past few years, which is a headache. But he is also very clear about the fundamental problem. The current large media groups, whether they are the BBC or CNN in the United States, are actually very complex. However, no matter how complicated it is, it cannot escape the participation of Jews. In many of these media groups, ANSA and Jews are in opposition, and in some cases, Jews hold the majority of the shares. Alan has never understood why these Jews are so keen on the media industry and so defensive of outsiders anyway. If they don't let him play, he won't be able to get in, even if he wants to. This is no longer a question of money. No matter how high the price you pay, they won't give you a chance at all. What's the use of a high price? Dang. Alan's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. Old Carol looked at who came in through the door, bringing Sifis and Celine, who Alan didn't call. He quickly stood up and called the servant on duty outside the door to get some more chairs. After several people sat down, Alan put his hands on the desk and leaned his chin, signaling old Carol to tell the story again. Master, is your reaction a bit too big? It's just selling some arms. There's no need to respond, right? After listening, Sifis expressed his opinion first. He is engaged in film and television and is not very good at these things, so he just expressed his thoughts. No, Sifis, I think the young master's ideas are very conservative. Have you forgotten some things in the past few years? Because of some of the young master's movies, there are some people over there who are not particularly fond of the young master's senses. Although these people's ideas are not it's important, but in this special period, who knows if they will jump out and say anything. Old Carol interrupted Sifis and explained to him the reason for this. He was responsible for directing many things on the front line back then, and they knew everything. Well, even if you don't care about the opinions of those people, the young master still has so many industries in the United States. Carl, you have been there for so many years. Our British economy has been in recession in the past few years. The young master's business will definitely develop in the future. We are going to expand to the United States, and if some bad news is brought out by someone with intentions at this time, it will have a negative impact on the young master's reputation, and it will affect the young master's future plans in the United States. Huth turned his head and glanced at Sifis. He didn't object to either of their views, but his stance was clear when he said it. For a long time, Hute was not too cold about Alan's future business focus on China. He still feels that even if the business expands in the future, the United States is a direction to develop. As for China, it is too poor and has no oil and water and headed south to Europe. The British economy is in recession, so what else can we expect from the rest of Europe? We are all the same dick. No one can criticize anyone else. Old Carol nodded and then talked about the idea he had just discussed with Alan to find a breakthrough from the media, and several people fell into deep thought. Alan set his sights on Celine. The reason why he didn't call her just now was because she was a lady. Alan subconsciously was not prepared to let him participate in this matter. But now that Hooter has brought her with him, what else can he do? Several people had expressed their opinions, and he was ready to listen to what Seelan was going to say. Gaolio Seelan was still his external spokesperson, so maybe he could get some different ideas from her. Boss Seelan frowned, hesitated and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much about the media, and you don't have to take the initiative. If a scandal like this happens in the United States, the BBC will report it anyway, but look at what they are doing. There has been no action for a few days. I guess they are collecting more accurate and detailed materials, and they are most likely preparing to report a big news." Oh, Alan blinked. He had forgotten this. With the BBC's urination, there is a high probability that they would not miss this opportunity to stand up and ridicule point. This saves worry, but this time we have to think of a way to urge them, and we have to stand up and report quickly. Point moreover, as the mainstream media in the United Kingdom, the BBC's news is sometimes not particularly effective in the United States because of their own position. Therefore, we have to think of other methods. Alan lightly tapped the desk with his index finger, causing several people to look at him seriously, and said, "Whether it's this time or before, I have felt many times that I don't have a certain channel to express my voice to the outside world. If I encounter any unexpected situation, sometimes the BBC is really passive when it comes to incidents. Even if the BBC can reveal the truth in time this time, what about next time, if it's something else that the BBC doesn't care about? What should we do?" This Hooten adjusted his sitting posture, frowned and thought for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something, and quickly took out his small notebook from his breast pocket. Point. After flipping through the contents of his notebook, he said hesitantly, "Master, do you want to acquire or invest in a larger media?" "Yes. I've always had this idea, but those families, Huff." Also knew that Alan often asked Seelan to inquire about information from other media, and wanted to invest in some media, but he never succeeded. "That's right, young master. Speaker Thomas has called me several times during this period. He wanted to come to you to report on his work, but I refused, because you were busy with work. The last time I chatted with him, I heard Thomas say, our Welsh TV station seems to be unable to survive. We have held several shareholders meetings and said that we are preparing to resell it, but the specific information has not been reached yet, so it has not been announced to the public." Alan was stunned when he heard Hooter's words. Welsh TV, what an old name. In Alan's memory, what does this TV station say? If compared with the same items, the positioning of this Welsh TV station is a bit like the provincial TV station in an area east of the sea in his previous life. Point. The one that was so tacky that even the locals didn't want to watch it was the TV station that always showed ads for excavators or jinkily. Point. Welsh TV is such a mess. In order to maintain tradition, they still have a bilingual channel. Point. Welsh and English coexist. Point. However, even if we look at the whole of Wales, the number of people who can speak Welsh is now less than 40%. This is because there are only a few people in Wales itself. Point. Think about it. At most 4 out of 10 people can speak Welsh. That's it. Of these 4, there may be 2 who don't watch much TV. Point. Who would want to watch such a TV station? It looks laborious, except that they can't continue to operate. Alan is not the same at all. What surprises him now is that they are actually planning to sell. Although the Welsh TV station does not seem to be on the stage, it is still a principality level TV station. It is not large in scale, but its standards are high. Although this TV station is a bit weak, it is one of the serious national TV stations, and it is a TV station that can be watched by the whole UK. It still has a certain influence. Point. Now that there is no way to join other large media, if Alan directly takes over the Welsh TV station and then packages it well and builds it, then there is a lot of potential. Right. Anyway, this is a Welsh thing, and the TV station is right under your nose. Now that you have the opportunity, you can't miss it. The only difficulty now is that Alan is running out of money. If it is a wholly owned acquisition, it will be somewhat troublesome in terms of funds. You call Thomas later and ask him to arrange for someone to send me all the information about Welsh TV. Alan thought for a while, squinted his eyes and added, prepare a copy of the information on all their shareholders for me. It must be kept confidential. Don't let them know that I'm interested in Welsh TV, as Soon as Alan said these words, whether it was Hooter, old Carol, or Seelan, the three of them understood it instantly. They glanced at each other. Hooter was indifferent. Old Carol was obviously very excited. And Seelan. She lowered her head slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. It's okay that the Earl of Carmarthen is not interested in Welsh things. If something attracts his interest, the consequences will be okay. Seelan, please pay attention to what's going on at the BBC these days. Hooter, you go make a call. Old Carol, you go and rest first. By the way, help me call Butler Capel and make an appointment for me. Let's see where His Highness is these 2 days, and if you have time, I want to report to His Highness. Alan is learning now and putting it into practice. Since something like this happened, he still needs to go to Boss Chat to say hello. If nothing happens, everything is fine. If something goes wrong, Boss Chat can also be given time to respond. By the way, you can start by making trouble in front of Boss Chap, and a bad person can complain first and condemn the Yankees. Okay, Master. Chapter 471. It's you. Come here. As the Crown Prince's chief of bodyguards, it was rare for Alan to take the initiative to ask his boss to report to him. Hooter made the call that day and made an appointment the next day. Boss Cha happened to be at home on vacation. So Alan set out from home early in the morning to prepare for another lunch at Highgrove Manor. Your Highness, look at this news. It's so lawless. There are more than 20 of your people, more than 20 of them, and there are children here. It's really heartbreaking. Following Butler Capel to Boss Cha's study, Alan entered and saluted, took out the newspaper he had brought with him, and showed it to Boss Cha with an indignant look on his face. Boss Cha pushed up his glasses, put down the documents in his hands, and looked at Alan up and down, a little curious. The death of such a person is indeed big news to the outside world, but when it comes to Alan, it's not a big deal. Last year he set a fire and burned people to death. It was worse than this, and I never saw him so angry. If you have anything to say, don't you say you want to report to me? Are you going to let me see this, boss? Cha snorted coldly and turned his attention back to the documents in his hand. He was not interested in the more than 20 innocent British people who died. Well, Alan rubbed his hands and pushed the newspaper on Boss Cha's desk. He said in a somewhat shy tone, Your Highness, if the people under my command have minor problems, it's all due to those Americans. Your Highness, you know, in the past few years, I didn't have much money, and I often relied on you. Your Highness, I needed material assistance to survive. I wanted to start a small business at that time, so I bought a batch of arms and brought them to the United States. I planned to make a little money to support my family, and then etc. Boss Cha frowned and raised his head and glared at Alan and said, You don't have much money, and then you got a batch of arms and brought them to the United States. Are you going to make money from this? Is this the way a serious person can think of doing business? Your Highness, the arms I got are all low-end goods. They are very cheap. I just earn a little hard money. Huh? You just earn hard money, are you? Making money from selling arms? Boss Cha didn't believe Alan's words at all, but he didn't care. This was their family's tradition. Alan's father used to sneak some arms home from time to time. Boss Cha knew all this and was just trying to get rid of it. Well, people have channels for this at home, so it's not surprising to do this. Tell me something. Yes. After my batch of weapons was shipped, the sales were not good, probably due to quality reasons, so my subordinate only sold a few occasionally. Later, Alan slightly refined the story about old Carl in his own words, and then reprocessed it a second time, retelling it to Boss Cha while avoiding the most important things. Snort, that's all? Are you starting to worry, Boss? Cha looked at Alan with a disdainful expression. Your Highness, am I not afraid that my image will be framed by some people with bad intentions? My image doesn't matter. I'm just afraid that I will affect your image. Alan rubbed his hands. Why are you worrying about such a small thing? Your energy should be used on serious matters, boss. Cha didn't care at all about selling weapons or other trivial matters. Seeing Alan's current situation, he felt a little resentful. He felt that Alan was in shock and did not do business all day long. Yes, Alan lowered his head and admitted his mistake honestly. Anyway, he had already greeted him in advance. Since Boss Cha didn't care, he had to follow Boss Cha's words first. Oh, when you asked your servants to shoot the female reporter in Wales, why weren't you afraid anymore? That's different. It was done in front of our house, Alan quibbled slightly. Boss Cha grinned, a little amused, stretched out his right hand, clasped the tip of his little finger with his thumb and said, Americans, their hearts are not as big as this fingertip. Whatever you have done in these years, others will not care about you. I remember it clearly on your file. If they want to cause trouble for you, they have already caused trouble for you. After glaring at Alan again, Boss Cha snorted and raised his chin slightly. I have told you before that someone said in front of the Queen that you have no sense of propriety. The Queen doesn't care at all. Now you know how to be afraid. Ah. Haha, I'm not afraid. I'm just causing trouble to your highness again. Seeing what Boss Cha said, Alan felt reassured. Don't worry too much about this. We have a backer behind us. Didn't you go to France a few days ago? How was your visit this time? Have you chosen which department you want to go to? After giving Alan a lesson, Boss Cha did not look at Alan, but picked up the pen again, writing and drawing on the document, while asking Alan what he said. Your Highness, I'm going to the Ministry of Human Rights. Recently, there are several countries that have applied to join the community that need to be inspected. I'm going to go with the inspection team to inspect them. Oh, Boss Cha paused for a moment, and after thinking about it, he felt that Alan's choice was not bad, but he would need to travel frequently. With Alan's character, he originally thought that Alan would choose a women's association or other department with less work. Woolen cloth. Where are you going? There's nothing interesting to see in those countries. You go there with the inspection group and treat it as a tour. Look around. Your Highness, I'm going to Austria. I have some things to do recently and need to recruit some people in Eastern Europe. Austria. Hearing that Alan was going here, Boss Cha raised his head and looked at Alan with a strange look, which made Alan feel uncomfortable. Then he pointed his index finger at Alan and said, those secretaries of yours, it's too remiss. What was announced at the European Community meeting a few days ago? You don't know. I don't know, Your Highness. Faced with this question from Boss Cha, Alan was really a little confused. He had been a little busy recently, and there were some things that he really hadn't seen. HMPH, when you get back, quickly arrange for a secretary to go to France and recruit some interns there. There will also be an information channel there in the future. It won't be like you. There are troops there, and you still go to Austria. Is that where you should be now? After Boss Cha's explanation, Alan belatedly realized that the day before he went to France, at the European Community meeting, the action of sending troops to Montenegro in the name of the European Community was officially approved. Now Eastern Europe, or rather Southeast Europe, is a busy time point, whether it is the Czech Republic and Slovakia, which were separated just at the beginning of the year, or the places in Montenegro now. They are very lively. The Czech side was okay for a while, but Montenegro was basically in chaos now. Even shocking scandals such as the massacre had occurred. The European Community couldn't sit still, so they held a meeting to discuss and finally sent troops. But this dispatch of troops has nothing to do with Dane. The European Community sent the European Joint Mobile Force, which is a hodgepodge of a force put together by more than a dozen countries. The individual units among them are considered elite, and most of them are elite paratroopers from various countries. It was put together to deal with emergencies. It is not under the command of the European Community, but the European Community has a certain right to make suggestions. Anyway, the general meaning is almost the same as directing where to attack. Currently, there are no British troops here, but it is said that they are in talks. But now the situation there is so chaotic that troops need to be sent there. You can imagine how chaotic it has become. Although Austria is still some distance away from Montenegro, due to the chaotic situation there, many refugees are now fleeing westward. Austria is a good transit place. It is also crowded now, and safety issues are worrying. Alan blinked. He needed manpower now, but he didn't have to risk his life for these manpower. Since there is danger, then don't go. You can go later. Manpower was nothing compared to his safety. I've been busy these days and haven't paid attention to many things. I'll definitely pay attention next time. Given that he made such a low-level mistake. Alan's attitude towards admitting his mistake was much better this time. Boss Chan nodded. As long as he listened to the advice. He was afraid that Alan was a stubborn person, and it would be troublesome if he insisted on going over to see something that, after thinking about it, Boss Chad directly picked up the newspaper that Alan brought to complain, drew 2 circles on the paper with a pen, and motioned for Alan to read it. This is looking at these 2 circles. Alan was a little confused. This September will mark the 20th anniversary of King Gustav of Sweden's accession to the throne, and members of the royal family will need to go there to celebrate. Boss Cha wrote the word Sweden and Gustav in the higher circle on the right point, then he wrote his own name in the lower circle on the left. The Queen is not in good health recently. Besides, last year was also the 40th anniversary of the Queen's accession to the throne. You also know what happened last year. We did not organize a large-scale celebration. The Queen will not go there in person this year, and when Boss Cha said this, he looked up at Alan and continued slowly, I'm Gustav's distant cousin. I don't have a good relationship with him. I don't want to go there either. Sweden is also a relative. Alan suddenly felt that Boss Cha didn't have a good relationship with anyone. Didn't he have a good gay friend? But both of us, whether at the royal family level or at some large official levels, have the same interests and the same stance. In this way, it would be somewhat unjustifiable if we don't celebrate. Yes, seeing Boss Cha finish speaking, Alan quickly agreed. If this is the case, then Great Britain and Sweden are good friends with common interests, and the royal family also gets along well with each other. They are still relatives in history. It is the 20th anniversary of the king's accession to the throne. It is indeed time to send someone there celebrate. But now the Queen doesn't want to go, and Boss Cha doesn't want to go either. So who else can be allowed to go? Is it for the second prince? It shouldn't be. Alan squinted his eyes to check the boss's temper. There were some things that, even if he messed up, he would not leave them to the second prince, let alone the 2 of them. A few days ago, when the Queen talked to me about this matter, it has been tentatively decided that my brother Edward will represent the royal family in Sweden to attend this year's celebration of the 20th anniversary of the Swedish king's accession to the throne. However, only Edward will be sent by himself. He is old. I'm still young and don't have much experience. Prince Edward is not well known to the outside world, except because he is relatively young and has a rebellious character. He is the youngest and the most rebellious of the 4 brothers and sisters, and the Queen cannot do anything to him. Alan has heard about the name of this prince. He is not that kind of playboy, but rather extreme. It is said that he seems to like performing and so on. He is also quite homely and rarely appears in the media. About him there was also little coverage. Unexpectedly, this time, the Queen actually planned to let her youngest son go to Sweden to attend the celebration on her behalf. Boss Cha stared at Alan with a smile and said, what about you? As the captain of the bodyguard, your performance has been remarkable in the past few years. What the Queen means is that, since I don't go this time, you can serve as my captain of the bodyguard. You will go over on my behalf in the name of your personal assistant, and accompany Edward by the way. Firstly, to protect him, and secondly, since you are about the same age, we can chat. Alan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the person who came here to complain would actually get a new mission. Then, Your Highness, you mean that I won't go to Sweden until September? Is that too late? Alan thought Boss Cha was asking him to wait until September before going to Sweden. It was only the end of April, and there were still 4 months until September. Well, even if the European Parliament sets up an inspection team, it will be at the end of May or early June at the earliest. Then you can go to Sweden for inspection first, make contact with people from the Swedish royal family, visit them in advance, and introduce our people, to arrange to inform the other party, and then go with Edward again, after you come back. Oh, I get it. When Boss Cha said this, Alan understood. Wasn't this just asking him, Mr. Allen, to go to Sweden first? If you had told me earlier, I would have understood. Okay, you can make arrangements for the rest of the time. When you come back from Sweden, I will introduce you and Edward to get to know each other first. But after Alan finished speaking, He eagerly hoped that Boss Cha would be polite to him, let him have lunch by the way, and create a drama of harmony between the king and his subjects. But since Boss Cha finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued working on the documents, turning a blind eye to Alan, who was still standing in front of his desk. "Your Highness, if you don't leave, what else will happen?" Alan looked at Boss Cha, looking at him with incomprehensible eyes, and secretly complained in his heart, "Not even leaving a meal. That's it, Your Highness. I'll go back right now." "Well, go ahead, sir." "Alan, please walk slowly." Butler Capel happily escorted Alan to the gate on the first floor, stood beside Alan's car, and took the initiative to help Alan open the door first. Alan stood by the car and did not rush to get in. He looked up at the main building of the manor behind him. "I originally wanted to have lunch, but I just kicked people out as soon as I finished talking. Is there anyone who is so bossy?" Alan listened to the faint sound of the old hen cooing in the distance, suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, and turned to ask Capel, "Sir Capel, I heard that chickens have been raised in His Highness's small garden recently." Butler Capel's face, which had been smiling just now, suddenly froze when he heard Alan's words. It seems I seem to have raised a few more. Haha, but that's you. Come here." Alan hooked his hand at a serious guard standing at the door behind him. The guard, who was called by him, pointed at himself again with a confused look on his face. After Alan nodded to confirm, he walked to Alan blankly. Chapter 472. The news brought by Thomas. Whether in theory or in terms of status, these guards in Boss Cha's manor must be under Alan's control. Normally, he would not be needed if they were ignored. The symbolic meaning was greater than the actual meaning, but if Alan really wanted to command anyone who would dare to disobey, "Go and catch some chickens for me and put them in the trunk for me to take away." Alan gave an order to the confused guard, then turned his head to look at the expressionless Butler Capel. Butler Capel looked at Alan, then at the guard, who was at a loss. He gave the guard a helpless look and motioned for him to catch the chicken as Alan said, "Now, it seems that this man did not get to lunch, and he was a little bit resentful before leaving. If he wants to catch the chicken, let him catch it, so as not to let him do it himself. Otherwise, should he be asked to go up and call the boss now, or go directly to the boss to complain, after solving the current minor problems and getting into a new task?" Alan took a leisurely ride home. Coming to Highgrove Manor is much more convenient than going to London. If the road conditions are good, it only takes more than an hour to get here from home. Unlike every time I go to London, it takes 3 or 4 hours by car. After going home for lunch and having nothing to do for a while, Alan was caught by Butler Hooter and discussed with him something that had been postponed for a long time and should be done immediately. "Master, the new manor is ready. Do you think it's time to move?" Changing to a new house is not like Alan going on vacation in the past, where he can just bring a few people and some food and drink. This time it is a move, a real move. Everything has to be moved, and only if it is really impossible to move will it be left behind. "Oh, are you ready for everything?" Alan remembered that it seemed that at the end of last year, Hootes said that the new manor was almost there, but he had been delayed because he was investigating the boss's bad things after Christmas last year. The royal family officially announced that the marriage between the boss and Diana had come to an end. This news can be said to have pushed last year's Christmas atmosphere to a climax, with both people eating melons and watching the excitement. At that time, all the media and the public focused their attention on the British royal family, preparing to see how the two most famous crown princes and couples in the world would end up this time. Are they making trouble? Still noisy, but what the outside world never expected was that after the royal family announced the divorce, the two main parties did not say anything publicly. Boss Cha only expressed regret and a little nostalgia, but nothing else. No blessing, no vision, not even his future life plans or expectations. It's like this is really a common divorce for middle-aged people. The other party involved was even stranger according to reliable sources. After Princess Diana disappeared before Christmas, she never appeared in the eyes of the public or the media again. The princess seemed to disappear without any reason or warning. At first, some people thought that something had happened to Diana, or that she was involved in some conspiracy. Some even arranged news that Diana had disappeared. But no matter what rumors there are from the outside world, the royal family has not responded to it. It just went like this. It's April, and now no one will ask about this matter being treated so coldly. Anyway, even if we ask, one person involved is unwilling to say anything, and the other person is missing. It's just smoke and mirrors, and no serious news. As for Diana, she had already taken good care of her health, but this incident seemed to be a bit of a blow to her. Anyway, in Alan's opinion, it should be a bit of a blow. A small 2-story detached house was built for her in the suburbs of Swansea. Since Diana moved in, she rarely goes out. For her usual food and drink expenses, she only relies on Alan's servants to purchase them. After the meal was delivered to her, she only asked for a maid who would be responsible for cooking and taking care of her, and she didn't ask for anything else. At first, Alan would occasionally visit her, but every time the two of them couldn't talk about anything. Gradually, Alan didn't go so frequently, so let's just leave her alone for now. Then, tomorrow? The move will officially start tomorrow, right? How long will it take to complete the move? Alan had no idea about moving. Let's put it this way. Some of the dusty things in the warehouse at home were not even recorded in the ledger. No one could tell how many old objects there were in this castle. Anyway, it usually looked like it's a little bit shabby, but when it's time to move, I guess there will be a lot of bits and pieces left. Master, my initial plan is to move the things in the warehouse over there first. After the move is completed, clean up and then move the things in the superstructure. This will not have any impact on you. Wait until when it is necessary to relocate here, we will arrange it there first, so that it will not affect the living. Okay, you go ahead and make arrangements. By the way, have you called Thomas? I've already told you that Thomas wants to come and visit you personally tomorrow. Do you think, well, let him come over tomorrow afternoon and let him accompany me when I go fishing? Okay, young master, do you think you have anything else to do? No, you go make arrangements. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. On the road in front of the Hill Manor usually no one comes here, and even the Tulane Road seems very quiet. This is originally a road that leads directly to the depths of the reserve in the east. Although it is connected to the main road in the west, it is the Hill family home because of the manor. Secondly, there are very few people in Carmarthenshire. Most people would rather take a detour than take this road. But today, on the usually quiet road, a few trucks passed by from time to time. Thomas had just gotten out of the car and tidied his coat. It was still a bit cool in Wales at the end of April, especially near the river. As soon as he put on his hat and looked up, Thomas was startled by an old-fashioned truck whizzing by on the road. It's a British Army truck from the Second World War, with a yellow-green body and paint peeling off in many places. There was no cover on the car, and a long and thick giant torpedo was pulled openly from behind a truck. Or a missile. Anyway, he didn't see it clearly, so he just pulled this thing in plain sight. There were 2 bodyguards standing on the car to guard it. When the truck passed by, the smoke and dust it brought up made Thomas grin. If outsiders dared to drive a truck and drag this thing through the market so openly in broad daylight, this broken car would have been blown up 100 times. But now it's someone else, and the situation is suddenly different. Withdrawing his gaze, Thomas glanced at the Towy River in the distance. There were several figures flickering over there. It should be that Your Excellency was fishing. Dear, okay, get your own stool, sit down and say, don't interfere with my fishing. Thomas walked a few steps out of breath. When he arrived at the river, he wanted to dress up and say hello to Alan, but as soon as he spoke, he was interrupted by Alan. After receiving the small matzo from the servant, Thomas sat down next to Alan obediently and stared at the fishing rod in his hand in a daze. Standing next to the river, also staring blankly at the fishing rod in Alan's hand, was a fat white figure, Xiao Huang. After watching for a long time, Alan couldn't find the fish. Thomas coughed lightly and said, Sir, I heard from Sir Huth that you want information on the shareholders of Welsh TV. I have brought it all this time. I want to talk to him. By the way, please report on the recent work of the county council. What can happen here? Alan sneered. The county council sounded very high-end, but in Alan's opinion, this thing was not much different from the village committee. It was just that things were a little more complicated, and there were a little more people. Your Excellency, our county has established a single management area for some time. The county's management work here has also made certain progress in construction. Speak humanly. Keep it short. Alan picked up the long-handled nest-making spoon, dug out a large spoonful of corn kernels from the bucket, and threw them out. Seeing that he was so frustrated, he dug out several more spoonfuls and threw them out. In the past, the fish in the river here were so stupid that they would bite the hook even if there was no bait on it. What happened today? Have you all gone on vacation? Why can't I catch any? Well, Your Excellency, I wonder if you are aware of the official local committee in England that was established last year. Thomas saw that Alan was only focused on fishing and was not in the mood to listen to his verbosity, so he quickly condensed what he wanted to say and went straight to the topic. Local Crown Councils? What is their relationship with the local boundary commissions? Alan was slightly startled when he heard the organization Thomas mentioned. The name of this organization seemed familiar to him, but it was somewhat different from the organization he was familiar with. Local Border Commission. The name of this organization often changes. There was also a Welsh Border Commission a long time ago. This organization was the origin of the Hill family. It was an official department organized by a bishop, a duke, several earls, princes and their affiliates. The responsibility of this department is to manage the Welsh region. Because this area is generally regarded as a border, it is called the Welsh Local Border Commission. The responsibility of the Hill family is to behead people. There are many civil servants on the committee, some of whom are responsible for helping the Prince of Wales manage finances, and others who are responsible for helping manage land. Anyway, it can be understood as a combination of the Prince's East Palace and a border guard station. Later, because the management style was a bit rough when it first started, the committee has gone through many restructurings, but it has remained true to its roots, and the core is still those things. The only concession was that some Welshmen be admitted to the committee. But if a Welshman wants to serve on the committee, the requirements are quite high. First of all, you must be loyal to the empire. This is the minimum requirement. Secondly, the appearance should be passable, not crooked. This means selecting people first, based on psychology and appearance. Once the person is selected, they must also be able to speak English proficiently, but Welsh is not enough. Anyway, the Border Commission has been running for hundreds of years. During this period, it has come and gone. Some have come in, some have fallen, but the Hill family has always stood here. Because their family is based in Wales and they are still responsible for doing dirty work. Even if they change their leadership, they will not replace this kind of family that does practical things. The literati can be in chaos, but the soldiers cannot be in chaos. If the literati are in chaos, just replace them with someone else. If the soldiers are in chaos, it will be difficult to find someone else. Over such a long period of time, the Hill family has slowly become what it is now. It's unclear when it started. It might be to deepen the unity between the two places, or it might be that the Welsh people have lost their blood. Anyway, the Border Commission has slowly changed from a management organization on the surface to if it is vague and has no actual functional departments. Later, the department began to change positions, and the front line changed. Wherever they were not united, they would go. What Scottish Border Commission, Northern Ireland Border Commission. It kind of works this way anyway. Thinking of this, Alan frowned. The current Border Commission seemed to have been changed to England. The specific affairs it was responsible for had forgotten that he had not cared about the situation there for a long time. Your Excellency, this local official committee is a new organization used to replace the old Border Committee. The current leader is Sir John Banham. I met Sir John some time ago, and he took the initiative to ask me to discuss work. Oh, what does the matter in England have to do with us? Alan snorted softly, thinking that someone wanted to reach out to get some oil and water in Wales. Although Wales is poor, it has long been regarded as his own territory by Alan. Although he usually doesn't care, this is because he still has things to do and doesn't want to start a grass in front of the door so early. But that doesn't mean that if he doesn't do it, others can reach out. No, you misunderstood, Sir John said. Now, according to the requirements from London, the function of their committee is to inspect the several single administrative areas in England, to see the results of these areas, since the administrative system was changed. What if the results are good? After their inspection, they will further remove some small administrative units, and then expand the single management area, similar to the path of a large metropolitan area. After Thomas finished speaking, he looked at Alan eagerly. Oh, just like Manchester. Alan raised his eyebrows, becoming a little interested in this committee point. If the single management area is well constructed, some surrounding counties will be removed and merged into a single management area. Alan is even familiar with this model. Although the details may be different, at its core, it is still a metropolitan area. This kind of gamma play point in another place, in the Far East. It seems that the same operating model is being implemented now, where the population is concentrated, the urbanization process is expanded, and then, real estate. Then, what he means to you is, that Carmarthenshire can also operate in this way. A map of Carmarthenshire flashed through Alan's mind. There was a lot of land but few people. There were 3 large towns, each with a population of 30 to 50,000 people. They could be said to be cities, but they could also be said to be counties. If the size of the Carmarthenshire single management area is expanded, it will probably be difficult to expand to the east, where there is a protected area, but if it is expanded to the south or west, it can still develop point to the southwest. The nearest big city to Llanelli Port is Swansea, one of the top big cities in Wales, if you can swallow Swansea directly. Then, TSK. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, The Head of the Family Save Me. Obviously, whatever Alan could think of, Thomas also thought of it. Point the two looked at each other, and Alan was a little moved. On the surface, this thing is the expansion of the single management area, but secretly it is equivalent to the expansion of Alan's fiefdom. The benefits are huge. As we all know, nearly half of the existing nobles are lifelong, rather than hereditary. Point excluding these lifelong nobles, there are only about 600 hereditary nobles left. Point among the 600 or so noble families, probably less than 10% have fiefs and still hold fiefs. This 10% does not mean that more than 60 noble families still have fiefdoms in their hands, because the actual situation is a little more complicated. Point for example, some baron and viscount families may not have fiefdoms themselves, although they were granted hereditary nobility at that time. Without fiefdoms, their titles were empty. Point nobles like this account for more than half of the more than 600 noble families, and this group of families without fiefdoms may have secretly bought a lot of land during the years of their family's development. Point these lands were not fiefdoms, but they were better than fiefdoms, and there are many people like Duke Angus who sold out all their family lands. These people theoretically have fiefdoms, but in reality they have no fiefdoms. Therefore, no one can tell which company owns how much land, but as long as they don't spend a large amount of money to buy land, there is basically no chance of expanding the land. Point. Although the Hill family is very powerful in Wales, their family's land is only as small as Carmarthenshire. Outside of Carmarthenshire, Alan only has fame, not actual things. Of course, if who he is cruel enough to mess with in Wales is another matter, but the land and the actual control of these things are completely different from before. Point just like the current nobles cannot collect taxes in their own fiefdoms, why would Alan bring the Bentley cars and electronics factories he acquired to Carmarthenshire? There are preferential tax treatment here. He can control all the county council members. He doesn't have to engage in tax evasion at all. Alan's trick is to directly pass the corporate tax reduction resolution by the county council. Point this thing is simple and safe to operate, and outsiders can't explain why. Point to contribute to your fiefdom and hometown. It is reasonable for the county council to give local businesses a little tax break, right? But occasionally, this tax benefit is a little bit bigger. In the past, there were only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens in Carmarthenshire. Even in Llanelli, the largest city, there was little to gain, but if Swansea was expanded, the city's tax revenue alone has a lot of available water, which is equivalent to giving a rice vat full of rice to a mouse, and giving a big stick bone with no flesh, removed to a dog point. After thinking about the benefits, there are also some doubts. First of all, the current border commission is from England, which means that they are in charge of affairs in England. But they have no control over Wales. It was so far away. Why would they find Thomas and tell him about it? Thinking of this, Alan put the fishing rod in his hand on the shelf, turned to look at Thomas and smiled. What, Sir John Banham, did he say? Why did he tell you this news? They can manage it now, Wales. He didn't say that. Thomas, who is now several decades old, is a little embarrassed by Alan's question. The other party really didn't say much else. To be precise, he just regarded Thomas as a messenger. The other party needs to pass the news to Alan through him. If he is interested, he will tell the rest. Although nobles like Alan usually seem to have nothing to do, or only play, and do nothing serious, the status of nobles is here. It is really not that anyone can see him if they want to see him, even if they come here for a visit. Most people couldn't even enter the gate of the Hill Manor. Even if they were one of their own like Thomas, if they wanted to report to Alan for a job, they would have to go to Butler Hut and apply first. How many times did he, Thomas, apply before he was called for questioning? For example, for some people outside, if they didn't know Alan before, and there was no introducer to specifically introduce him, it would be even more difficult to meet him, regardless of the fact that John Banham was a knight. But Alan's butler is also a knight. Jazz may be rare outside, but in the eyes of these veteran nobles, they are just like servants. But this knight also has his own arrogance. Since he can't see Alan, he will see Alan's dog. This dog is Thomas. They can directly go through administrative procedures to make an appointment with Thomas, and then let Thomas take the message and talk to Alan alone. When he thought that the knight, even a small knight, was so arrogant to himself, Thomas was both annoyed and aggrieved. What was left after being annoyed was endless longing. If one day he does a good job, I wonder if the excellency in front of me can reward him with a title, just like Butler Hut. No, Alan narrowed his eyes and sneered. This kind of door-to-door benefit seems very tempting, but there is no such thing as pie in the sky in this world. It is impossible to expand the single management zone without paying some price. On paper, Swansea, although compared with several other large Welsh cities, seems to only rank in the top 5. But compared with Carmarthenshire, it is a city that can equal the entire Carmarthenshire. If the people in such a city are not out of their minds, why would they support the merger of Swansea into Carmarthenshire? People expand single management areas for the sake of development, but not for poverty alleviation. If you really want to get it together, someone needs to be involved in the process. And now the other party has passed this topic through Thomas first. This almost means that it is clearly stated that it can be operated. First, let Thomas take the message to test him. Mr. Allen, if you are interested, send Thomas to continue contacting there. If you are not interested, there will probably be nothing more to do. Moreover, Alan thought more. If this department is newly established, it will be established on the premise of replacing the previous border commission. The Hill family is a member of the border commission. This new organization now wants to seduce itself by throwing out this bait to support them. Alan was a little unsure when he thought about this. Or is it that they have some unsolvable problems and they need themselves very much, so they are now using this method to win over themselves? After you go back, continue to find that Sir John Banham and ask him about the follow-up situation. You can represent me without asking him to come to see me. Alan hated this kind of mysterious way of doing things across people. Since the other person wanted to play like this, he would support him and let him continue playing. Yes. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thomas thought that Alan was specifically supporting him, so he said what he could say on his behalf, and was greatly moved after hearing this. By the way, sir, this is the information you want. Thomas took out a thick information sheet from the briefcase he carried with him and handed it to Alan with both hands. It contained information about the shareholders of Welsh TV. Are there any troublesome characters here? Alan waved his hand to signal Thomas to take the information first, while he picked up the fishing rod again and threw a few more spoonfuls of corn kernels into the river. Troublesome. Character Thomas held the information and thought for a moment, then flipped through the information and found one. He picked it up with both hands and let Alan take a look at it. Then he introduced, "Your Excellency, this is Leipzig. I know this old guy. I seem to be somewhat related to the Russell family. Over the years, I have become more and more arrogant in my behavior." Arrogant? Haha, arrogant is good. The Russell family. Are they the Russell family who live in Swansea? It's them. Oh, it's interesting. He is a relative of the Russell family and a shareholder of Welsh TV. He is also very arrogant. Who gave him the courage? Just the Russell family. Thomas didn't dare to answer these words. Although the Russell family did not seem to be worthy of attention in the eyes of the gentleman in front of him, their family was already out of reach for ordinary people. That's the famous Russell family, of course. This Russell is not Peter Russell, not the Earl of Orford family. This is the Russell family in Ireland. Since the 19th century, for nearly 200 years, their family has been a powerful family that has been involved in the British House of Commons for a long time, and was later named the first Earl Russell. It has been more than 100 years since our ancestors were granted the title of Earl. Although the subsequent generations of Earls in their family were more or less unprofessional, they still had power, especially the third generation of Earl Russell, who once won the Nobel Prize Literary Award. As a scholar, he was very famous in the world at that time. However, the thoughts of the third Earl Russell were conservative and pacifist. As a person who lived at the peak of the British Empire and died during its decline, and who witnessed hundreds of years of history, this old Earl lived to be 98 years old. During his long life, he had mixed experiences in the United States and supported some political parties. However, during the war years, he always supported peace and opposed war. This concept was not shared by most congressmen at the time or some people in his hometown. People have serious conflicts. Take the Hill family for example. The locations of the two families can be said to be very close to each other. But the Hill family is a staunch war party because only war can achieve military success, and because of war, their family can make a fortune, arrange people to go to the battlefield, and harvest wool from the army. It's not that the role of the Hill family is useless in peacetime without war, but who would be willing to just maintain local security every day? Who doesn't want the family to prosper if it's a family with a bit of pursuit? Therefore, there is a bit of conflict between the two sides, but because of their huge disparity in strength, the Russell family has always been very honest in front of the Hill family, so they have not done anything to them. Comparing the size of the Hill family and the Russell family. The former is a traditional hereditary aristocratic earl with a certain amount of real power in his hands, as well as an unknown number of family soldiers. There are countless weapons in the family storehouse. The entire family has rich combat experience, and the family members have been ruthless for generations. But what about the Russell family? Their family is a rising star in literature. Although they are also hereditary nobles, their entire family history is less than 200 years old. In the entire family history, they may not have seen as many people as the Hill family has killed. This development has now declined. The fourth Earl Russell, who is now the head of the family, succeeded to the throne a year later than Alan. He occasionally goes to the House of Lords to show his face. At other times, he does not leave the house all year round. Can the servants in the house pick up a shovel? Two things to say. From these two families, it can be said that, although the Russell family is an earl, they are at the bottom of the Earl family in terms of strength. They are famous, but not powerful in terms of hard power. As for the Hill family, among the Earl families, they are less famous, but their hard power has exceeded specifications. The two sides are not on the same level at all. Okay, I understand. Go ahead and do your work. Just find a time in a few days to go see that knight again and pass on my message. Alan waved his hands and smiled. He already had a preliminary plan, and now he needed to plan a little bit about how to implement it. Just a few days later, The BBC found out that, as Sealand said, they had suppressed big news during the morning news time, the international channel, that could be received by the entire British Commonwealth broadcast the full band broadcast of the incompetent Ferber using fire attack tactics, when he was unable to attack the manner of the Koresh leader for a long time. It is a fire-breathing weapon that attacks the manor indiscriminately. This resulted in dozens of innocent civilians living in the manor being burned to death. Although the video is not very clear, it restores the scene at the first time. This is not the same as the accidental injury announced by the United States to the outside world. This is the indiscriminate killing of innocent people. There was an uproar when the news broke. One afternoon at the end of May, the Russell family's ancestral home was on the outskirts of Swansea. This is not a manor. The Russell family does not have the financial resources to build a manor. The rough rank of a noble can be distinguished from the name. The Prince of Wales. Almost all of Wales was his. The Earl of Carmarthen. Roughly the entire county of Carmarthen was his. Earl Russell. Roughly the entire Russell family belongs to him. There is no title of place before the title, which means there is no fief. Nobles with fiefdoms. Some places are not that big, but there will also be a small village, or a small county, or even worse, there will be a false title named after a place in their hometown as a symbolic meaning, such as a certain place, a mountain, a river, something like that. But only those whose names precede the title are the lowest among the same rank, bar none. It's still the two old-fashioned Bentleys. Although the cars are old models, the license plate numbers on the front of these two cars are prestigious throughout Wales. The ancestral home of the Russell family has not been so lively for a long time. There are more than a dozen servants of the family, the 4th Earl Russell and his son, and a large group of people are standing at the gate ready to welcome Alan, who has just got off the car. After Alan got out of the car, he glanced over there and did not rush over. Instead, he stood by the car and waited for the bodyguard in the car behind him. He was escorting a white-haired man who looked frightened at this time. The old man got out of the car. "Master, master, save me." The old man didn't dare to struggle at all. After getting out of the car, he saw the middle-aged man with a strong academic aura standing at the gate of the Russell family's ancestral home. The old man seemed to have found a savior, with a desire for life in his eyes. Then he struggled, shouted. Chapter 474. Earl Russell laughing angrily. Hearing this shout, Alan squinted his eyes and became slightly impatient. The current Earl Russell in the distance has a big head. He didn't know why Leipzig got off Alan's car, but the current situation didn't look like a good thing. Moreover, this old guy from Leipzig has always looked like he has pearls of wisdom. He has brought several very generous returns to the family over the years, but now he is so rude. What's wrong? He wanted to save, but after looking at Alan, who was standing there motionless, he decided to wait and ask about the situation first. Haha. Alan, after receiving the news from the housekeeper, I was so happy that I couldn't sleep well for 2 days. Our two families are so close to each other. We have rarely moved around in these years. I didn't expect that you would come to visit me first. It's really rude. Earl Russell gently carried his son with his right arm. The two of them walked a few steps and met Alan, who was standing beside the car. The old Earl took the initiative to reach out his hand, took Alan's right hand and shook it hard a few times. Next, he looked very happy and excited. Just after saying hello, seeing that Alan just smiled and said nothing, the old count pretended to have just discovered Leipzig, who was shouting, and said, "Hey, what's going on? Is this a relative of yours? Or the illegitimate son of some count?" When he heard the word illegitimate child, the old Earl stiffened subconsciously and became slightly nervous. He did not dare to admit this kind of scandal among the older generation regarding their family's reputation. But was Alan guessing? He still had some evidence, which made the old Earl a little puzzled. The young man standing next to the old count, who looked to be about the same age as Alan, squinted his eyes and glanced at Leipzig. Seeing that his father was motionless, he turned his attention to Alan again and looked at him silently. "Take a look." "How could it be? We are not related to each other. I have only met Leipzig a few times and we can still talk to each other." "Alan, why did you bring him here today?" The old count laughed and looked at Leipzig as if he were a stranger. As for what he shouted about, "Master of the family, please save me," he pretended not to have heard him. The situation was unclear at the moment, and it was better to do less than to do more. Oh, that's interesting. This person is going to broadcast some news that is not favorable to me on the TV station. Alan smiled and waved to the bodyguard to hand over the things. Well, look at people nowadays. They dare to do anything. Can such news be broadcast on the TV station? The old earl took the photo handed over by Alan with a confused look on his face. This is nothing. The photo in his hand at this time was of a document. The name of the document roughly meant introducing the bloody family history of the Hill family. The words below may not be clear in the photo, but they are not clearly visible anyway. But only this file name is enough. What is this place? Wales. How dare you go on Welsh television and prepare to do something about the bloody family history of the Hill family? Isn't this life enough? The old count subconsciously looked up at Leipzig while holding the photo. Master, I don't have it. This is a fake photo. I don't have it. Leipzig saw Count Russell holding the photo and looking at him with horror and quickly explained loudly. Snort. Alan glanced in his direction and snorted coldly. The bodyguard heard his impatient voice and punched Leipzig hard on the waist. Leipzig, who had been struggling just now, whimpered and started to roll his eyes. He was old. How could he get along with young people? He has lived for so many years. When has he ever received such treatment? Now with this punch, Leipzig feels like half of his life is gone. Do not fight. Before Count Russell could finish his words to stop the fight, there was no sound from Leipzig. Turning to look at Alan, Earl Russell was a little embarrassed. Fortunately, there were relatively few people around their ancestral home, and so many people gathered around the door, now that they didn't attract anyone's attention. This really shouldn't be reported. Looking at the poorly shot photo in his hand, Earl Russell could only grit his teeth and admit it. Alan said yes, that is. Now it depends on what he wants to do. Didn't you agree to come to visit us at home? How could it be like this? Alan turned his head and looked at the young man who had been following Earl Russell, as if he had just discovered him, and said, hello, Nicholas, long time no see. Why haven't you come to see me? Yes. Don't want to play with me, Nicholas. Russell, the son of Earl Russell, heard Alan greeting him and looked at Alan awkwardly. The two had been classmates for a brief period of time, but then Alan changed schools frequently and their friendship was not deep. The key is that when they were in school, Nicholas hated Alan, this quiet Carmarthen, the second son of the Earl. He is usually like that to everyone. He doesn't like to talk and just likes to do his own thing. He is not very popular because the Russell family is very famous in the academic world. Even if they go to London to study, they will not be looked down upon by other aristocratic children. But the people of the Hill family are different. They are engaged in fighting and killing, and they are reckless men. Many nobles who are more pretentious don't like people from the Hill family very much. But in the past few years, Alan seems to have changed into a different person. His father and eldest brother died in an accident, and it was his turn to take the title of family. This is the same as Nicholas, his grandfather, who won the Nobel Prize for Literature. The third generation of Earl Russell rose to the throne in the same way as did his grandfather back then. After his father and eldest brother died, it was his turn to get the title. And Nicholas's father, the fourth Earl Russell, who is standing next to him now, still followed the same path. When he got here, his eldest brother died, and the title was his turn again. And his father succeeded to the throne a year later than Alan. And Nicholas, just by chance, went from being the son of the second son of an Earl family to the eldest son of the now serious Earl Russell. It's just magical. Originally, he relied on his identity as a quasi little earl and the reputation and connections his grandfather had accumulated in the United States to go to the United States for a few years. It was a time when he was very proud of himself. He didn't know why in the past few days. Anyway, his father suddenly called him and asked him to go back to Wales. Now I see Alan again and compare the power of the two. What about others? When going out in a motorcade, you don't even have to look at the traffic lights. Anyone who sees him has to give way. There are a group of bodyguards. I heard that there are hundreds of servants at home, and he, even in the United States, has only reached the level of an ordinary small wealthy businessman. I have gone to the United States for development in the past few years. I rarely come back, and I don't have time to hang out with you. Nicholas said something polite against his will. Oh, what are you doing there? I also have business there. Maybe we can cooperate with each other then, don't you think so? Alan naturally stretched out his arm and put his arm around Nicholas' shoulders. I run a small business, but I can't compare with you. After saying this, Nicholas saw that Alan just stared at him and sneered without speaking, so he gritted his teeth and could only speak in more detail. I'm in New York. I have some cooperation with several universities there and do some patent transfer business. You know, our family has a good relationship with those universities. Some old professors also need money, so I will help. They just charge a small fee. Hey, it's awesome. Maybe we can really cooperate in the future. When he heard that this guy was actually a second-rate dealer and he was cooperating with laboratories or professors in the university to get patents, Alan's heart moved and he became a little more interested in this old classmate. He was a bit inconspicuous or not particularly important. Some people really dare to sell things for money. As long as these people take the first step, they will not be firm. Alan knows these people very well. If you need anything in the future, just contact Nicholas directly. Maybe he can help you get some good things. Since Uncle Conrad is not a relative of your family, it will be fine. Let's go in and talk. The current Earl Russell's full name is Conrad Russell. There is no seniority in their family. They are called according to their age. This guy is a few years younger than Alan's father. His son, Nicholas, is the same age as Alan. Alan just called him uncle. Ah, okay, let's talk when we get in. We'll talk after we get in. Earl Russell glanced at the photo in his hand absently, and then at Leipzig. After twitching the corners of his mouth, he turned his head and looked at Alan with a smile on his face, inviting Alan in to talk. Alan, who had been staring at him, curled his lips slightly, called for a bodyguard to come over, and ordered in front of the Earl and his son, transfer his shares in the Welsh TV station to me, and check what other assets their family has. Check all his family information for me, arrest them all, go to the beach, and throw their whole family into the sea to feed the fish. Yes, father. Haha, Nicholas, you and Alan are classmates. You young people should talk more. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to deal with. Alan, let's go. You talk to Nicholas first. I will wait. Come right here. When Nicholas heard Alan's instructions, he subconsciously called Earl Russell. The expression on the old Earl's face was a little unbearable. He laughed a little unnaturally and said twice. He hurriedly went back inside, not knowing what to do. Alan, huh? What's wrong with you? Alan smiled and looked at Nicholas, who was a little nervous. Me, Nicholas, watched Leipzig being dragged into the car and wanted to reach out, but held back. Looking at the harmless smile on Alan's face, Nicholas felt that the hairs all over his body stood up. Just because he confirmed that Leipzig had nothing to do with the Russell family, he was going to kill his whole family, throw it directly into the sea to feed the fish. Is there any more oil method? Alan, isn't this bad? TSK, it's really not good. Oh, by the way, I just remembered. Alan hugged Nicholas and whispered in his ear, I forgot that when I asked people to arrest this old guy, my men seemed to have captured his family as well. Could it be that your father is going and make a phone call to tip them off, right? They don't really have anything to do with your family, do they? Nicholas' body was already a little stiff, but after hearing Alan's words, he became even stiffer now. Not only was his body stiff, but his entire scalp was fried. In his worldview, such a crazy thing is not what a normal person should do. In his eyes, Alan at this time was no different from a psychopath or a lunatic. Even those lawless second generation rich people can't achieve this without blinking an eye, and they can even smile, but in the blink of an eye they can say things that will kill the whole family. As for whether he dares to use Nicholas's understanding of Alan and their family, they really dare. I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Forgive me for being rude. I want to go down and rest first. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, Nicholas maintained his last dignity as the son of an earl. TSK, 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 your father is temporarily busy, and you are suddenly unwell. Could it be that you don't welcome me here? No, no. Butler Casford, come here. You take Mr. Allen to the reception hall first. I'm feeling a little unwell. Okay, master. The butler next to him was already a little confused at this time. He didn't hear many specific words, but he knew that a distinguished guest was coming to the house today. But now the master has left, and the young master is leaving too. What is this, Mary? Is that you? Listen to me and hurry up. Earl. Russell nervously held the landline microphone. As soon as the call was connected, he muttered several words in succession, but the sudden voice from the phone gave the old Earl a chill in his heart. Sorry, sir. There is no Ms. Mary you are looking for here. Who are you? Me. I'm sorry, sir. I can't tell you who I am, but I'm sure you can guess what I do. Good. Very good. Very good. Snapped. After saying a few good things, Earl Russell hung up the phone. When he thought that he had been tricked by a little kid, Earl Russell laughed angrily. This is the madman of the Hill family. Fuck. Even though he had already finished arresting people, he was still testing himself here. Alan deliberately kept someone behind and stayed at his home in Leipzig just to wait for the call from him who didn't know when. Now I'm like an ignorant deer diving into the hunter's ambush circle. This is so stupid. When he thought of Alan's smiling expression just now, Earl Russell's hands were shaking with anger, but he had no way to save him yet. Everyone was taken away, and he had just admitted that Leipzig was not related to him. He just brought Leipzig to his house. Come to the door of his Russell family, let him tell him personally that he has nothing to do with Leipzig, and then order him to be eliminated in broad daylight. A family of more than a dozen people disappeared just because he didn't admit that he had a relationship with them when he thought that Alan was still a guest at home and he would have to face him when he went out soon. Earl Russell took a deep breath, picked up the teacup on the table, and drank some water with trembling hands. He had a headache. What exactly did Alan want to do when he came to visit today? Before even entering the house, a dozen lives were lost. Is this killing a chicken to scare the monkey? Chapter 475. What advantage do we have over Swansea? This was Alan's first time visiting the Russell family's ancestral home. It is said that there is no yard, but compared to the Allen family's house in the same direction, the small garden of several hundred square meters in front of the Russell family's house is not enough to look at. In Alan's eyes, this kind of small garden is almost nothing. Following the housekeeper through the small garden, as soon as he walked into the door of their house, the oncoming corridor was filled with portraits hanging on both sides. I looked at the portraits of successive earls of the Russell family with great interest. From these portraits, I can still see the difference between the two families. The Hill family was a military general, and most of the oil paintings in Alan's family were full-length portraits, or oil paintings of people wearing military uniforms with medals, or heroic postures on horseback. The accessories worn by the characters are all military medals or medals that highlight their status, but these portraits of the Russell family are different. If they are full-length portraits, they are usually in the most ordinary black and grey dresses or suits. If they are half-length portraits, they are wearing glasses at most, and looking like a scholar. Dress up to look plain. The overall decoration of the hall is also very different from that of Alan's house. Even the corridors of Alan's house are decorated with some old-fashioned armors and swords. In the Russell family's house, there are at most a few portraits hanging on the walls, as well as some oil paintings of special significance. This is an oil painting, recreated according to the scene when the third Earl, His Excellency Bertrand Russell, participated in the parade. Seeing Alan stroking his chin and standing still under a large oil painting with a banner, Butler Casford bravely introduced the background of the painting to Alan. Oh. Seeing this oil painting, Alan finally remembered it. He had an impression of this incident. It was a big fuss back then. The third generation Earl liked to cause trouble, inciting ordinary people to march and encourage disarmament. That time seemed to be 1961. This old guy was 89 years old at the time. He was so old that he still couldn't take any time off, so he was finally sent to the prison and imprisoned for 2 months. Although he would not suffer any ill treatment, even if he went in, it was already very shameful for a noble man to live in jail for 2 months because he was approaching old age. This is similar to the situation when Duke Angus was accused of fraud in the United States and imprisoned. Both were very popular back then, and his reputation was definitely affected. When the old guy finally died, He scattered his ashes in the mountains of Wales. According to his last words, he said that he would look down on Wales in heaven. Point in Wales. Is it your turn as a Russell family to look down on Wales? Ahahaha. Alan has been waiting for a long time. Where is Nicholas? Count Conrad suppressed his anger and walked into the living room. Alan was playing with his handheld device boredly. Seeing that there was only one butler accompanying him, even if he was angry again, Count Conrad's face felt hot. This was a serious count who came to visit his home, but he didn't even have a serious companion. He just let it go. If he had something to do, he asked his son to accompany him before leaving. Where did that unsatisfactory thing go, Nicholas? He said he wasn't feeling well and was going back first. Uncle Conrad, did you just go make a phone call? Alan put away the game console and looked at Earl Russell with a smile, but the words he asked were not friendly at all. Earl Russell's anger that he had just suppressed suddenly felt that he could no longer hold it back. But he had to hold back. What he just said had nothing to do with Leipzig. Even after he finished the call, the person on the other side heard his voice, but Alan hadn't heard it yet. This kind of asking others about scandals in person is really annoying. How could that be? Alan, you are thinking too much. Oh, my subordinate just reported to me that someone called my home in Leipzig and his voice sounded very much like yours. I guess he heard wrong. Earl Russell took a deep breath, clenched and unclenched his hands, and after more than 10 seconds of silence, his face twitched, and he waved to the butler first, indicating that the butler should go out first, and then he and Alan would be the only ones left in the living room. At this time, Earl Russell lowered his voice and gritted his teeth and said, Alan, what do you want? Our Russell family has never provoked your Hill family, right? Yes. He admitted that the two families live very close to each other. It takes less than 40 minutes to drive. In a big city, this is the distance of one district. But the two families have been getting along for so many years, and they have always been in harmony with each other. The main reason is that the Russell family is relatively restrained here. Their family is not local, and they do not have as good a mass base and prestige as the Hill family, so they live here, in front of the Hill family's house. Can't we just keep a low profile? What do I want? Alan took out his cigarettes and threw one to Earl Russell. He lit the cigarette first, took a slow drag, and then looked at Earl Russell in front of him. Earl Russell, who is in his early 50s, seems to be in good health. Judging from the shape of his face, he is somewhat similar to his grandfather's appearance in the oil painting. They both have more Irish appearance, with a slender face and a big nose. His academic achievements are definitely not as great as his grandfather's. It is said that he likes to study history. But no matter how much he likes to study history, he still can't figure out how he provoked Alan, so much so that he made such a show for him today. He has what I want. Simple as that. You, seeing Alan say such words shamelessly, Count Russell trembled and wanted to point at him, but he put his hand down halfway. Alan, if you just want something, I can ask Leipzig to give you what you want, and you let him go. Earl Russell did not admit his relationship with Leipzig, but his words now have everything to do with Leipzig. This is his last chance. If he doesn't say anything, he might be dead. As for the last bit of dignity, let's wait until someone saves it. Under the somewhat puzzled gaze of Earl Russell, Alan slowly stood up, walked to the old Earl, patted his shoulder gently with his left hand and said, Uncle Conrad, you think I'm trying to rob him? Did you kill him because he had something in his hand? No, no, no. I just took back what was in his hand. As for his life and death, it is because he took my things, so he deserves to die. Anyone who takes my things deserves to die. Okay. It seems like you don't particularly like me coming to visit you, so let's stop here for today's meeting. After Alan said these incomprehensible and obviously nervous words, he turned around and left, without giving Earl Russell any time to react. Count Russell stared at Alan's back, his eyes narrowed slightly. He no longer had time to care about Leipzig's life and death. What he cared about most now was what the words Alan just said meant. What do you mean? Anyone who takes his things deserves to die. What does it mean? Does the Russell family have anything that Alan particularly wants? Earl Russell had trouble sleeping and eating at the thought of being stared at by such people every day. After coming out of Swansea, Alan didn't ask anything else. He also wanted to go to Llanelly, not far from Swansea, where Thomas was still waiting for him. When I met Thomas, he had already booked a coffee shop, an old-fashioned seaside cafe. It had been a long time since Alan had had coffee in a place like this, looking at Llanelly Port at sunset. Pesky seagulls stood in a row on the fence, and every pedestrian passing by would be stared at by them. These little hooligans are very smart and love to snatch food from people's hands, but they are also very cautious. If a person holds food in his hand, but does not eat it, these seagulls will generally not grab it. But if the person holding the food takes a bite of the food they are holding, then when these seagulls see it, they will know that it is edible and not poisonous, so they will grab it. It's like if you leave something unmoving, no one may care about it. But if you move it, people who care about it will suddenly appear, just like Alan now. He never thought of setting up a TV station before, so the Welsh TV station has always been fine. But by the time he got interested in Welsh television, he was out of luck. Your Excellency, Sir John Banham asked me to give it to you. Wait, let me guess. Alan looked out the window and saw a very thieving seagull, which snatched a box of French fries from the hands of several children. The seagull refused to leave. After grabbing the French fries, it flew a few steps and then stopped eating the French fries and watching. Those children chased it angrily, and when they almost caught up with the seagull, it picked up the French fries box and flew a few steps further. How could a few children stand this kind of ridicule? Even if I'm exhausted, I have to chase the seagull while eating French fries and amusing the children. Did he want to make me? Didn't he tell you the details? Yeah. Snort. Alan picked up the coffee, which was a little cold. This guy named John had his thoughts in mind, but he ignored some things, such as sometimes what makes people inferior is not their methods, but their thoughts or ideas. Alan had never thought that the single management area could be expanded before. His previous idea was to divide Wales as much as possible according to the method of single management areas, and then train manpower by himself, and slowly place people in other departments. This would not in a few years. He would be able to extend his tentacles to every corner of Wales. But this method is stable, but it is a bit time consuming. Now someone suddenly inspired him that he could annex other places by expanding the single management area. This gave Alan a great inspiration. Doesn't he have the means to operate these things? In the past, he simply didn't dare because he was afraid that London would talk about him. Now that he knows that he can do this, he can do it himself. In this way, there is no need to cooperate with others. Don't worry about him. Let's leave him alone. Without him, Sir John, there will be Sir Tom and Sir George in the future. People like them will not be as convenient as we can do things by ourselves. Oh, what do you mean, Your Excellency? Thomas immediately understood what Alan meant. The excitement on his face just rose, and then he thought that the difference in size between the two places was a bit big. Don't you think it's difficult for us to handle it on our own? Yes, our economy in Carmarthenshire is somewhat poor. If we expand with our methods, the chance of annexing Swansea under normal circumstances is too small. Thomas conservatively said that the chance was very small. He had already put it aside. The gap between the two places was too big. Anyway, from his perspective, if Carmarthenshire wanted to swallow Swansea, it would be difficult to do so without outside intervention. Well, sometimes, before you do something, you have to have a good and complete understanding of yourself. In this way, you will clearly know what you have and what you want, so that you can achieve your goals. Do things clearly. Yes, Thomas nodded honestly and echoed what Alan said. Then, what are the advantages of Carmarthenshire compared to Swansea? Advantage. Thomas sighed and twisted his butt. The sofa he sat on made a squeaking sound. The old-fashioned spring sofa was already a little overwhelmed. Advantages when it comes to the game between Carmarthenshire and Swansea. Thomas really can't think of it at the moment. Humanity history. The development time of the two places is almost the same. They are so close and there is really no advantage in this area point compared to population. Swansea is a seaport city with a permanent population of over 200,000, which is more than the total population of Carmarthenshire combined. Others why? Looking at Alan with a smile on his face, Thomas's mind suddenly popped up with a word, public security point. If you really want to say what advantage Carmarthenshire has over Swansea, then Carmarthenshire's security level can beat Swansea. Swansea is one of the few cities in Wales where gangs can survive. As long as there are these gangs in a city, its public security will not be good. But what is Carmarthenshire? This is the home of the Hill family. Not to mention committing crimes. Even thieves are hard to find. In the past few years, the county has had a 100% case closure rate every year. This is no joke. There are people living nearby 4 generations. The Earl here is still in charge of this. Who dares to make fun of public security? But is good public security considered an advantage? Our security is better than theirs. Thomas looked at Alan with an uncertain tone. Haha, very smart. This is indeed our biggest advantage compared with them. Alan yawned, stared in the distance in the direction of Swansea and murmured, the public security in Swansea is not good. You said that, if their public security worsens during this period, it will further affect the economic development. What will happen to them? If this had come out of someone else's mouth, Thomas would have laughed at most, but now that he had said it out of Alan's mouth, the meaning was obvious. What does it mean? If their public security continues to deteriorate, even though Swansea is a big city with hundreds of thousands of people, it seems that it is not difficult for a local snake who has been here for hundreds of years to mess up it. But if you really want to do something in Swansea, there is still a big obstacle. Apart from other aspects, there is a big noble family in this city who has settled there, and it is very famous. The head of the Earl family seems to be a member of the House of Lords. Generally speaking, even if there is chaos in a city where nobles, especially big nobles, live, it will not be chaotic enough to affect the economy. Thinking of this, Thomas looked at Alan with some worry and said, Sir, if you really want to move Swansea, go to the Russell family. Them? Ha. I just came out of their house before I came here. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.